What if Harry Potter could control all Middle-earth dragons? Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter could control all Middle-earth dragons? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Fall Between Worlds. The killing curse missed Harry's face by 3 inches. He hit the ground rolling, wand already up, a stunner flying from his lips before his brain fully caught up. The red light caught Rodolphus Lestrange square in the chest and sent him crashing through what remained of the atrium fountain. Water sprayed everywhere. Marble cracked. Somewhere behind him, Ron was shouting about more of them coming through the floors. "Harry, move!" Hermione's voice cut through the chaos, and he dove left just as another curse shattered the floor where he'd been standing. 3 years. 3 years since Voldemort died, and these idiots were still trying to restart the war. Harry was so bloody tired. He came up firing. Stunner. Disarmor. Shield. Another stunner. The Death Eater went down, mask cracking against the Ministry floor. That made 7 tonight. 7 wannabe Dark Lords who thought ambushing Aurors during a routine patrol was somehow going to bring back their master. Clear left. Ron called out. Clear right. That was Neville, somewhere in the smoke. Harry straightened up, breathing hard, and that's when he felt it. Wrong. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Not with the battle, they'd won that, obviously, but with the magic itself. The air tasted like copper and lightning. His scar, dormant for years, suddenly burned. "Hermione," he said, and his voice came out strange, echoing. "Do you feel that?" She turned toward him, wand still raised, and her eyes went wide. "Harry, you're glowing." He looked down at his hands. Golden light was seeping through his skin, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. It didn't hurt. It felt like something was calling him. Like he'd been called his whole life and only now noticed the sound. "That's not normal," Ron said, which was possibly the understatement of the century. The light intensified. Harry tried to move toward his friends, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The burning in his scar spread, racing down his spine, and suddenly he could hear something, feel something. A voice that wasn't a voice. A presence vast and ancient and hungry and mine. The world split open. Harry didn't scream because there wasn't time. 1 second he was standing in the Ministry atrium, Hermione reaching for him, Ron's face twisted in horror. The next second, reality folded like paper, and he was falling through colors that didn't have names, through sounds that tasted like fire, through a darkness so complete it felt alive. "Mine," the voice said again, and this time Harry recognized it for what it was. Dragon. He'd spoken to dragons before. The Hungarian Horntail during the tournament. The Gringotts dragon they'd escaped on. But those had been conversations between equals, more or less. This was different. This was something so enormous, so ancient, that dragon barely covered it. This was every dragon that had ever lived, every dragon that would ever live, every dream of fire and scale and wing that had ever flickered through a sleeping mind. And it wanted him. No, Harry thought back, because he was Harry Bloody Potter and he didn't belong to anyone. "I'm not yours." The presence laughed. At least, he thought it was laughing. It felt like volcanoes going off inside his skull. "You were always mine," it said. The fire knows its speaker. And then Harry hit the ground. He woke up to something sharp poking his ribs. "Is it dead?" a voice asked. High-pitched. Curious. "Not human." "Poke it again," another voice suggested. "You poke it. What if it bites?" Harry's hand shot out and grabbed the poking stick before his eyes were fully open. He heard squeaking, scrambling, and then silence. When he finally managed to focus, he was looking at two of the ugliest creatures he'd ever seen. They were small, maybe 3 feet tall, with grayish-green skin and huge yellow eyes. Their ears were enormous and pointed, and they were wearing what looked like poorly stitched leather scraps. Goblins, he thought at first, but no, Gringotts goblins were dignified and vicious. These things looked like they'd never been dignified a day in their lives. "It's awake," one of them whispered. "I can see that," the other hissed back. Harry sat up slowly, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. His wand was still in his hand, thank Merlin for small mercies, and his glasses had somehow survived the trip intact. He was lying in a forest, but it wasn't any forest he recognized. The trees were massive, ancient things with bark so dark it was almost black. The canopy above blocked out most of the light, leaving everything in a perpetual greenish twilight. The air smelled like rot and growing things and something else, something faintly toxic. "Where am I?" he asked. The two creatures looked at each other, then back at him. "Mirkwood," the braver one said. "You fell out of the sky. We saw it." Big flash of light, then boom. It made an explosion gesture with its hands. "Thought you was a star, we did." "You're not a star, are you?" the other one asked nervously. "No," Harry said. "I'm not a star." "Shame. Stars probably taste good." Harry decided not to unpack that. He got to his feet, wobbling slightly, and took stock of his situation. Wand, check. Clothes, singed but intact. Bones, miraculously unbroken. Clue what the hell was happening, completely absent. "Mirkwood," he repeated. "Where's that? What country?" The creatures exchanged another look. "Country? You know. Britain? France? Somewhere in Europe?" "Don't know those words," the brave one said. "This is Mirkwood. Mirkwood is Mirkwood. Part of Rovanian, if you're being fancy about it. East of the Misty Mountains, west of the Lonely Mountain. Everyone knows that." None of those names meant anything to Harry. His stomach dropped. When Hermione had theorized about alternate dimensions and parallel worlds back in 5th year, he'd mostly tuned her out because he'd had other things to worry about. Now he was desperately wishing he'd paid attention. "Right," he said slowly. "And what are you two?" "Exactly." "Goblins," the nervous one said, puffing up its chest. "Mirkwood goblins. The sneaky kind. Not like those big stupid ones in the mountains. Goblins. But not his kind of goblins." Harry filed that information away for later panic. "Is there a town nearby? Someone I could talk to? Anyone human?" The goblins laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "Humans here? In Mirkwood?" The brave one slapped its knee. "You'd be dead before sunset. The spiders would get you. Or the elves. Or the spiders and then the elves. Lots of things want to kill humans here." "Spiders," Harry said flatly. "Big ones. Bigger than you. Lots of legs, lots of eyes, lots of teeth." The goblin made a chomping motion. "They like to wrap you up and save you for later. Very rude, spiders. And elves? Not as tasty looking, but meaner. They shoot arrows at everything. Got a whole kingdom in the forest. Don't like visitors." The goblin paused. "You should probably run now." "Run? Why?" "Because we told the spiders you were here." Harry spun around just as something massive dropped from the canopy. His stunner hit it mid-fall, and the creature, spider, they hadn't been kidding about the size, the thing was easily as big as a car, crashed to the ground in a tangle of legs. But there were more. He could hear them, clicking and chittering in the branches above. Could see the gleam of too many eyes in the darkness. The two goblins had vanished. Smart. Harry ran. The forest was a nightmare. Every direction looked the same. The trees seemed to shift when he wasn't watching them, paths appearing and disappearing at random. And the spiders were everywhere. He blasted 3 more out of the trees. Incinerated a web that tried to catch him across the face. Dodged a spray of venom that sizzled when it hit the ground. His lungs burned. His legs ached. He hadn't been in a fight this desperate since the war, and back then he'd at least had backup. Think, he told himself. You've faced worse. Voldemort was worse. A bunch of overgrown bugs is nothing. But there were so many of them. And they were getting faster. One of them landed in front of him, blocking his path. It was the biggest yet, easily twice his height, its mandibles clicking with what might have been anticipation. Harry raised his wand, and felt something in his chest shift. The dragon voice. The presence that had pulled him through the void. It was still there, coiled at the base of his skull, and now it was paying attention. Little speaker, it said, almost amused. You flee from insects. Bit busy, Harry thought back, not lowering his wand. Call the fire. I don't know what that means. Yes, the voice said, you do. And suddenly, he did. Harry opened his mouth, and something that wasn't quite a word came out. It was older than words. Older than language. It was the sound of volcanic vents and underground magma and the first spark that ever became a flame. It tore through the forest like a physical force, and every spider within earshot froze. The big one in front of him actually trembled. Go, Harry said, and this time it was a real word, but it carried the weight of that older sound underneath it. Leave. Now. The spiders fled. All of them. Scrambling over each other in their haste to get away from him. In seconds, the forest was silent except for Harry's ragged breathing and the distant sound of something very large taking flight. He looked up. Through a gap in the canopy, he could see the sky for the first time since arriving. And in that sky, silhouetted against clouds that looked wrong, that looked like no clouds he'd ever seen on Earth, something was flying. Something with wings that seemed to blot out the sun. Something that was looking right at him. There you are, the dragon voice purred. I wondered when you'd announce yourself. Harry's scar burned white-hot, and then he was unconscious. When he woke up the second time, he was in a cage. It was a nice cage, as cages went. The bars were made of some kind of silvery wood that hummed with magic, and the floor was covered with surprisingly soft moss. But it was definitely a cage, and Harry was definitely locked in it, and his wand was definitely not in his hand anymore. Wonderful, he muttered, sitting up. Fan-bloody-tastic. Ah. The prisoner awakens. The voice came from outside the cage. Harry turned and found himself looking at the most beautiful and terrifying person he'd ever seen. She was tall, taller than him, taller than most humans he knew, with auburn hair that caught the torchlight and eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Her ears were pointed. Her face was angular and ageless in a way that made it impossible to guess if she was 20 or 2000. She was wearing armor that looked like it had been grown rather than forged, and she was holding a bow with an arrow already nocked, pointed directly at his chest. Elf, his brain supplied. The goblins had mentioned elves. Hi, Harry said, because what else was he supposed to say? The elf's eyes narrowed. You speak Westron. That is unexpected. I speak English, actually, but apparently that's close enough. Harry shifted slightly, testing the cage bars. They didn't budge. Look, I don't know where I am or how I got here, but I'm not a threat. I'm just trying to figure out, you drove back a nest of Ungoliant spawn with a single word. The elf's voice was flat. You carry magic unlike anything we have seen in this age. And you fell from a portal that tore the sky itself. You are very much a threat. The spiders attacked me first. That is what threats do. Attack. Harry took a deep breath. Getting angry wasn't going to help. He'd dealt with ministry bureaucracy, with pureblood prejudice, with Umbridge for an entire year. He could handle one suspicious elf. "My name is Harry Potter," he said, keeping his voice calm. "I'm from somewhere else. A different world, I think. I didn't choose to come here. I was fighting, there was a light, and then I was falling. The spider thing was self-defense. I'm not trying to hurt anyone." The elf studied him for a long moment. Her bow didn't waver. "I am Toriel," she said finally. "Captain of the guard. And you are a prisoner of the Woodland Realm until King Thranduil decides what to do with you." "Great. Love meeting royalty. Always goes well for me." Was that a flicker of amusement in her eyes? Harry couldn't tell. Her expression was locked down tight. "You will remain here," Toriel said. "Food and water will be provided. Do not attempt to escape. The wards on this cell were designed to hold creatures far more dangerous than you. You'd be surprised what I can get out of." This time, he was sure he saw something, a tiny crack in that stoic mask. "Is that a threat?" "No. Just a statement of historical fact. I have a really bad track record with staying locked up." Toriel lowered her bow, though she didn't put the arrow away. "Then I will tell the guards to watch you closely." She turned to leave, then paused. "The voice you used in the forest. The one that made the spiders flee. What was it?" Harry considered lying. Considered playing dumb. But something about the way she asked, curious rather than demanding, made him want to answer honestly. "I don't know," he admitted. "It's new. It came with whatever brought me here. There's something in my head now. Something big. It feels like," he stopped, not sure how to describe it. "It feels like dragons." Toriel's face went very still. "Dragons," she repeated. "Yeah. I know how that sounds. You do not." Her voice had gone cold again. "If you knew anything about dragons, you would not speak so casually." She left without another word, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. Harry leaned back against the cage bars and stared at the ceiling. Dragons. There were dragons here. Real ones, apparently, not the semi-intelligent beasts he'd known back home. And whatever power had grabbed him, whatever had pulled him through dimensions, it was connected to them. "Very good," the voice in his head murmured. "You're beginning to understand." "Understand what?" "What you are. What you were always meant to be." "And what's that?" The voice laughed again, that volcanic rumble that made Harry's teeth ache. "Mine," it said. "Speaker. Bridge. Master. I'm not anyone's master." "Not yet," the voice agreed. "But you will be. The fire always finds its keeper." And then it was gone, receding to a whisper at the back of his skull, and Harry was alone with his thoughts and his cage and the growing certainty that he was in way over his head. Time moved strangely underground. Harry couldn't tell if hours were passing or days. The torches on the walls never flickered or dimmed. No one came to feed him or question him. He spent what felt like an eternity examining his cage, probing the wards with his magic, still there, thankfully, even without his wand, and trying to remember everything Hermione had ever said about dimensional theory. Not much, as it turned out. She'd mostly talked about it being impossible. Clearly, she'd been wrong about that. He was midway through his third attempt to wandlessly unlock the cage when he heard voices approaching. Multiple voices, speaking in a language he didn't recognize. They sounded annoyed. A group of figures rounded the corner, escorted by armored elves with drawn swords. Harry blinked. They were short, shorter than him, shorter than the goblins he'd met, with thick beards and heavy boots and an impressive collection of weapons strapped to various parts of their bodies. Dwarves, he realized. He'd read about dwarves in Bin's class, though the magical world's dwarves had died out centuries ago. These ones looked very much alive. And very, very angry. This is an outrage, one of them bellowed, struggling against the elves holding his arms. We demand to speak with Thranduil. We have business in these lands. Legal business. You were trespassing, an elf guard replied calmly. The king will see you when he wishes. Trespassing? We were using the road. There is no road through Mirkwood. Only our territory. The dwarves were shoved into a cell adjacent to Harry's, larger, clearly designed for groups, and the elves withdrew without another word. For a moment, there was silence. Then one of the dwarves noticed Harry. Who in Mahal's name are you? He demanded. Harry shrugged. Harry Potter. Prisoner. You. Thorin Oakenshield. The dwarf drew himself up to his full height, which wasn't very high. Son of Thrain, son of Thror. King under the mountain. King of what mountain? Thorin's face went through several interesting colors. Erebor. The Lonely Mountain. The greatest dwarf kingdom in Middle-earth. Never heard of it. Sorry. Never, Thorin sputtered. Another dwarf, older and white-haired, put a calming hand on his arm. Peace, Thorin. The lad's clearly not from around here. Look at him. Those aren't local clothes. Harry looked down at his aura robes, now thoroughly ruined by forest debris and spider venom. Fair point. Balin, the older dwarf said, nodding to Harry. At your service. These are my companions, we're on a quest, you might say. Got a bit turned around in the forest. A quest to where? Balin hesitated. Thorin's glare intensified. Erebor, a younger dwarf said from the back of the cell. He had a cheerful face and a ridiculous hat. We're going to take back the mountain from the dragon. Keeley. Thorin snapped. We do not share our business with strangers. He's in a cell, uncle. It's not like he's going to tell anyone. Harry's brain caught on one word. Dragon. There's a dragon in your mountain. Smaug, Balin said, and his voice went heavy with old grief. The greatest calamity of our age. He attacked Erebor over 150 years ago. Killed thousands. Drove our people into exile. He's been sleeping on our gold ever since. The presence in Harry's head stirred. Smaug, it said, and there was something complicated in that voice now. Something almost like respect. The Golden. The Magnificent. The last of the great fire drakes. You know him. I know all dragons. And they all know me. What does that mean? But the voice had gone silent again. You're going to fight a dragon, Harry said slowly, with, how many of you? 13, Keeley said proudly. 13. And a hobbit, another dwarf added. Somewhere. He was with us in the forest, but then the spiders attacked and we got separated and, a hobbit? Small fellow. Hairy feet. Very good at sneaking. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. This was insane. He was trapped in another dimension with no way home, locked in an elf king's dungeon, listening to a group of dwarves explain their suicide mission to fight a dragon with 13 warriors and a sneaky hairy-footed companion. And somehow, he was absolutely certain that he was going to end up involved. Right, he said. Okay. I have follow-up questions. The next several hours were educational. Harry learned about Middle-earth, its geography, its peoples, its history. He learned about the dwarves and their lost kingdom, about the elves and their endless grudges, about hobbits and wizards and something called the Dark Lord Sauron who apparently made Voldemort look like a schoolyard bully. He learned about dragons. Here, they were intelligent. Truly intelligent, not just cunning predators. They spoke, schemed, hoarded treasure with the obsession of addicts. The Great Ones had served Morgoth, the original Dark Lord, and had nearly destroyed the world in ages past. Smaug was the last of their kind, or at least the last of the truly powerful ones. Other dragons existed, smaller and less ancient, but Smaug was something else entirely. He talked to us, you know, Balin said quietly, while the others slept. When he attacked Erebor, he didn't just burn and destroy. He announced himself. Declared his intentions. It was almost formal. Formal. Dragons have rules, they say. Old rules, from when the world was young. They don't just attack, they conquer. They claim. Smaug claimed Erebor as his own, and by the old laws, that made it his. True, the voice in Harry's head commented. We do not steal. We take what is ours. Harry ignored it. So what's your plan? Storm the mountain and hope for the best. Balin's smile was grim. Something like that. We have a burglar, Bilbo, the Hobbit, who's meant to sneak in through a secret entrance. Find a weak point in Smaug's defenses. It's not much of a plan, I'll admit. It's a terrible plan. But it's the only one we've got. Harry was about to respond when he heard footsteps. Different from before, lighter, almost hesitant. He looked up and saw Toriel approaching, this time without her bow drawn. The king will see the dwarves, she announced. Then her eyes flicked to Harry. And you? Me? Why? Because he has questions. And because, she stopped, her jaw tightening. Because the scouts have reported movement to the east. Large movement. Winged movement. The dragon voice purred with satisfaction. He felt you, it said. When you called the fire in the forest. He heard. Who? Smaug. He's curious now. He's coming to investigate. Harry's blood went cold. The dragon's moving. Toriel's eyes widened. How do you know that? Because I can feel him. Harry stood up, pressing his hands against the cage bars. I don't know how to explain it, but I can feel him. He's awake. He's flying. And he's coming this way. That's impossible. Smaug hasn't left the mountain in over a century. Well, he's leaving it now. Toriel stared at him for a long moment. Then she turned and ran. The throne room of the woodland realm was carved from living wood and ancient stone. Thranduil sat upon a throne of twisted branches, his crown a delicate construction of silver and starlight. He looked like Toriel, beautiful, ageless, terrifying, but where her face had shown hints of warmth, his was carved from ice. The dwarves stood before him in chains, Thorin practically vibrating with suppressed rage. Harry stood to the side, flanked by guards, still without his wand. He could feel the dragon voice humming in anticipation. Thorin, son of Thrain, Thranduil said, his voice echoing through the chamber. You return to these lands after so many years. And you bring strangers with you. I bring my company, Thorin growled. My companions. We seek only passage through your forest. Passage to where? Thorin said nothing. Thranduil smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. To Erebor, of course. To reclaim your precious mountain. Your precious gold. He leaned forward. The same gold my people died trying to protect when Smaug attacked. The same gold your grandfather hoarded while the dragon grew strong. That's not, I offered aid that day. Do you remember? My armies stood ready. And your grandfather turned us away, too proud to share his wealth, too blind to see the doom approaching. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I have not forgotten, Thorin said quietly. I have not forgiven. Nor have I. They glared at each other, centuries of grudges crackling in the air between them. Harry felt like an intruder at a family reunion that had gone very, very wrong. This is pointless, he said. Every eye in the room turned to him. Thranduil's gaze was sharp enough to cut. And who are you to speak in my hall? Harry Potter. Dimension-lost wizard. Reluctant dragon expert. Dragon expert. One elegant eyebrow rose. You know nothing of dragons, child. I know one's coming here. Right now. I can feel him. Thranduil's composure cracked, just for a moment. Explain. So Harry did. He told them about the voice, about the power that had pulled him through dimensions, about the moment in the forest when he'd spoken in the language of fire. He told them about feeling Smaug wake, feeling him take flight, feeling his attention turn toward Mirkwood like a terrible golden searchlight. When he finished, the hall was silent. You claim to hear dragons, Thranduil said slowly. To feel them. I don't claim anything. It's happening whether I like it or not. And if this is true, if Smaug is truly coming, what would you have us do? Harry took a deep breath. This was the moment. The point of no return. Let me talk to him. They thought he was insane. All of them. The elves, the dwarves, probably the torches on the walls. But there wasn't time to argue, because Harry could feel Smaug getting closer with every passing moment, that vast golden presence pressing against his awareness like a migraine made of fire. Toriel was the first to recover. Even if you could speak to a dragon, she said, why would Smaug listen? He's destroyed kingdoms. Burned cities. What could you possibly say? I don't know yet. But I know I'm the only one here who might survive the conversation. That's not, Captain. Thranduil's voice cut through her protest. Prepare the defenses. If the dragon comes, we will be ready. My lord, surely we're not considering, we are considering all options. Thranduil's gaze fixed on Harry. Including impossible ones. The next hour was chaos. Elves ran through the corridors, carrying weapons, shouting orders. The dwarves were released from their chains, an uneasy alliance born of mutual survival, and began helping fortify the palace entrances. Harry got his wand back, which was good, and got conscripted into the defense force, which was less good. He found himself standing on a platform overlooking the forest canopy, Toriel beside him, watching the eastern sky. You know this is suicide, she said quietly. Even if you can speak to him. Smaug doesn't negotiate. He takes. So I've heard. Then why? Harry thought about it. Why was he doing this? He had no obligation to these people. No connection to this world. He could probably escape in the chaos, disapparate away, find somewhere quiet, figure out how to get home. But he thought about Thorin's face when he talked about his lost kingdom. About Balin's grief. About the thousands who had died when Smaug attacked Erebor. About all the times he'd walked away from fights because they weren't his problem, and all the times he'd regretted it later. Because someone has to, he said finally. And I might be the only one who can. Toriel was quiet for a long moment. You're either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. She almost smiled. I've met worse combinations. And then the sky caught fire. Smaug was enormous. Harry had thought he was prepared. He'd seen the Hungarian horntail. He'd escaped Gringotts on Dragonback. But those dragons were puppies compared to this. Smaug filled the sky. His scales were like molten gold, each one larger than a man. His eyes blazed with ancient intelligence and bottomless greed. His wings created windstorms with every beat. And when he opened his mouth, the flames that poured out were so bright they left afterimages burned into Harry's vision. The forest below him ignited. Archers, someone was screaming. Fire. Arrows flew, hundreds of them, and bounced off Smaug's scales like rain off stone. He didn't even seem to notice. His attention was fixed on the palace entrance, on the fortress carved into the hill, on the pathetic beings scrambling to defend it. And then his gaze landed on Harry. There you are, the voice boomed, and now it wasn't just in Harry's head. It was everywhere. It was the sky and the fire and the earth trembling beneath his feet. I felt you call. I heard your voice. Little speaker. Who are you? Harry stepped forward. Harry Potter, he said, and he let the dragon voice carry his words, let them echo with that ancient fire language. And you're Smaug. The dragon laughed. The sound shattered windows. You speak the old tongue. You carry the fire in your blood. But you are not a dragon. Smaug's massive head lowered, bringing those golden eyes terrifyingly close. What are you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Interesting. Smaug's flames had stopped. The arrows had stopped too, everyone was watching, frozen, as a human stood on a platform and chatted with the most destructive force in Middle-earth. You feel it, Smaug continued. The connection. The call. You know what I could do to this place. To these people. And yet you stand before me without fear. Oh, I'm afraid, Harry admitted. I'm terrified. But I've found that being scared usually means I'm about to do something important. Foolishness. Pride. These are mortal traits. They're dragon traits too, from what I hear. Smaug's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Harry was certain he was about to die, that the dragon would simply open his mouth and erase him from existence. But then. You amuse me, little speaker. Smaug pulled back, rising higher into the air. I came to destroy. To burn this nest of elves to ash. But now I find. Something new. Something I have not encountered in centuries. What's that? A mystery. Smaug's wings beat once, twice. I will not burn this place. Not today. But I will return, Harry Potter. I will return, and you will explain to me what you are. What you can do. Why the old fire chose you. And if I can't explain, then I will burn you. And everything you have ever cared about. And I will be patient no longer. The dragon rose higher, higher, until he was just a golden shadow against the smoke-filled sky. Find me in my mountain, little speaker. We have much to discuss. And then he was gone, streaking east like a comet, leaving devastation and questions in his wake. Harry's legs gave out. He hit the platform hard, his whole body shaking, his scar burning, the dragon voice roaring in triumph or approval or something he couldn't identify. Hands grabbed him, Toriel, he realized, and pulled him back from the edge. You did it, she said, and there was something like awe in her voice. You actually did it. You talked to him. He's not gone, Harry managed. Just, postponed. He wants answers. I have to go to the mountain. That's insane. Probably. Toriel stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a real laugh, startled and genuine and completely at odds with the burning forest around them. You are the strangest thing that has ever fallen out of the sky, she said. And I've seen a lot of strange things. Wait until you get to know me. Behind them, Thorin was already shouting orders at his dwarves, his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon where Smaug had disappeared. The elves were fighting fires and tending wounded. The world was chaos. But Harry Potter was alive. And somehow, impossibly, a dragon had decided he was interesting enough not to kill. It was a start. 3 hours later, Harry sat in Thranduil's private chambers, surrounded by maps and questions. The Elf King had abandoned his throne room manner. He sat across from Harry like a general planning a campaign, his crown discarded, his eyes sharp and calculating. Tell me again, he said. Everything you felt when Smaug approached. Harry closed his eyes, trying to remember. It was like pressure. Inside my skull. The closer he got, the louder it became. Not words, exactly, but presence. Yes. Exactly. Thranduil leaned back. The old texts speak of dragon speakers. Mortals blessed, or cursed, with the ability to commune with the great WIRMS. It was said they could command dragons as easily as you or I might command a hound. I didn't command Smaug. I just talked to him. And he listened. Which is more than anyone has achieved in an age. Thranduil's gaze sharpened. This power of yours. Can you control it? I don't know. It's new. Back in my world, I could speak to snakes, that's a whole thing, don't ask, but this is different. Bigger. The voice in my head keeps calling me speaker, but I have no idea what that means. Speaker, Thranduil murmured. Master of Flame. Bridge between worlds. He stood abruptly. You must go to Erebor. I know. Smaug said, not just because the dragon demands it. Thranduil moved to the window, staring out at the smoking forest. There is something else. Something that has troubled me for many years. What? A darkness beneath the mountain. Something that was there before Smaug, before the dwarves, before even the First Age. My seers have felt it stirring. My most sensitive warriors have reported dreams, nightmares, of a presence that watches and waits and hungers. The dragon voice rumbled uneasily. He speaks of the shard, it said. The wound. Morgotha's legacy. What does that mean? The mountain is not just gold and stone, little speaker. It is a prison. And something has been testing the bars for a very, very long time. Harry felt cold. You know something, Thranduil said, watching him. I can see it on your face. The voice. It's telling me about something beneath Erebor. Something bad. Something connected to Morgoth. Thranduil went very still. Morgoth has been gone for thousands of years. Imprisoned beyond the world. Yeah, well, apparently he left something behind. The silence stretched. Then it is worse than I feared, Thranduil said finally. And more vital than ever that someone with your abilities reaches that mountain. He turned back to Harry. The dwarves are determined to reclaim their home. They would have marched into Smaug's flames and died without your intervention. Now, with you beside them, they might actually survive. You want me to help them. I want you to stop whatever is awakening beneath Erebor. If helping the dwarves accomplishes that, then yes. Thranduil's expression flickered, something almost like pain. I have watched too many friends fall to darkness that could have been prevented. If there is any chance to stop this. Harry understood. It was the same feeling that had driven him through 6 years of Voldemort, through a war, through death and back. I'll go, he said. But I want something in return. Name it. When this is over, if I survive, you help me find a way home. Thranduil considered this. The magic of world-walking is ancient and dangerous. There are few who could even attempt such a feat, but you know someone who might. Perhaps. There is a wizard, Gandalf the Grey, who has been traveling with the dwarves. He knows more of the old magic than any living being except perhaps myself. If anyone could help you return to your world, it would be him. Then we have a deal. They shook hands, and Harry tried not to think about how many deals with magical rulers had gone wrong for him in the past. The dwarves were gathered in a courtyard when Harry found them. They'd been given supplies, weapons, and very reluctant permission to continue their journey. Thorin stood at their head, looking like he'd rather eat his own beard than accept elvish hospitality. Potter, he said, nodding grudgingly. It seems we owe you a debt. Don't mention it. I won't. But there was something like respect in Thorin's eyes. The elves tell me you're coming with us. If you'll have me. A man who can talk to dragons. Keeley pushed forward, grinning. We'd be mad to turn you away. Balin agreed. Though I hope you'll forgive some skepticism. We've been burned before, literally, by promises of dragon slaying. I'm not promising to slay anything, Harry said. But I can maybe keep Smaug from burning you all alive long enough to figure out a plan. Good enough for me, Fili said. Thorin was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and clasped Harry's arm. You saved my people today. Whatever you are, wherever you came from, today, you are a friend of Durrance Line. Welcome to the company. The other dwarves cheered. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest, the same feeling he'd had at Hogwarts, surrounded by friends who'd chosen him. Maybe this wasn't his world. Maybe he didn't belong here. But standing among these dwarves, preparing to march toward a dragon and a darkness and who knew what else, he'd felt more homeless before. They marched at dawn. The forest was still smoking, but Thranduil had cleared them a path through the worst of it. Elf guides led them for the first few miles, silent and wary, before melting back into the trees at the forest's edge. Toriel was the last to leave. Be careful, she said to Harry, and there was something softer in her voice than he'd heard before. Smaug is not the only danger you'll face. I know. The darkness Thranduil mentioned, I've felt it too. On patrol. Something watching from the shadows. Something that doesn't sleep. I'll watch out for it. See that you do. She paused, seeming to struggle with something. When this is over, if you survive. Yes. Come back. I have questions. Harry smiled despite himself. That's the closest thing to a goodbye I've gotten since landing here. Elves don't say goodbye. We say. She tilted her head, considering. Actually, we mostly just leave. It's very dramatic. And you're breaking tradition for me. Don't let it go to your head. She disappeared into the trees, and Harry turned to find Thorin watching him with an unreadable expression. Don't get distracted, the Dwarf King said. We have a mountain to reclaim. Wouldn't dream of it. They marched east. The lonely mountain rose before them, impossibly tall, its peak lost in clouds. And somewhere inside it, Harry knew, a dragon waited. A dragon who called him speaker. A dragon who wanted answers. Harry didn't have any answers yet. But he was going to find them, or die trying. Good, the voice purred. The fire approves. Harry kept walking. The road to Erebor was longer than it looked on maps. 5 days of hard travel, through scrublands and rocky passes and a river that nearly killed Bombur when he fell in. Harry discovered that dwarves were excellent marchers but terrible swimmers, that Kili couldn't keep his mouth shut for more than 10 minutes, and that Thorin's brooding silences could last for hours at a time. He also discovered that he genuinely liked these people. Balin told stories around the campfire, histories of the dwarf kingdoms, legends of heroes and treasures and disasters. Fili and Kili taught him their marching songs, most of which were about gold or ale or both. Even Thorin occasionally unbent enough to share a memory of Erebor before the fall, describing halls of carved stone and rivers of molten gold with a longing that made Harry's chest ache. My grandfather stood in those halls, Thorin said one night, staring into the fire. The greatest king our people had known in an age. And Smaug took it all in a single day. We'll get it back, Harry said. You sound certain. I've taken things back from monsters before. It's sort of my specialty. Thorin's gaze was sharp. What monsters? So Harry told him. About Voldemort. About the war. About the years of fighting and running and watching people die. He told him about the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak, about Horcruxes and prophecies and a battle that had nearly destroyed everything he loved. When he finished, the fire had burned down to embers, and the other dwarves had gone quiet. You were a child, Thorin said finally. When all this began. 11 when I found out I was a wizard. 17 when it ended. And now. 20. Going on about 100. Thorin laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and startled. Then we are alike, Harry Potter. Old souls in young bodies. Carrying burdens meant for giants. Something like that. Good. Thorin rose, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I prefer to fight beside those who understand the weight of duty. Rest now. Tomorrow we reach Lake Town, and things will become complicated. Lake Town was exactly what it sounded like, a town built on a lake. Actually, it was a town built on the lake, on stilts and platforms and bridges that creaked alarmingly with every step. Harry could see Erebor from here, looming over the water like a threat. He could feel Smaug too, that golden presence pulsing in his awareness, patient and waiting. The master of Lake Town was a greasy man with small eyes and a smaller soul. He welcomed Thorin with open arms and obvious greed, seeing only the potential trade benefits of a restored dwarf kingdom. The common people were more wary, they remembered Smaug's fury, the burning of Dale, the death that had rained from the sky. They're scared, Harry observed, watching a mother pull her children away from the dwarves. They should be, Thorin replied. Fear keeps you alive. Fear also keeps you trapped. Thorin gave him a long look but said nothing. They spent 2 days in Lake Town, gathering supplies and information. Harry learned that a small dragon, not Smaug, but one of his lesser kin, had been spotted flying over the lake a few weeks ago. It had torched a fishing boat and disappeared into the mountains. There are others, he said to Thorin that night. Other dragons. Smaller, but still dangerous. We knew that. The mountains are riddled with them. But if Smaug is controlling them, Smaug controls nothing but his own greed. The lesser dragons fear him, as all things do, but they are not his servants. Harry wasn't so sure about that. The dragon voice in his head seemed to suggest a hierarchy, an order to things. But he kept that to himself. On their last night in Lake Town, something happened. Harry was standing on a dock, staring at the mountain and trying to feel what Smaug was feeling, when a young dragon came screaming out of the sky. It was small, the size of a large horse, maybe, with scales of dull bronze and wings that beat frantically against the cold air. It dove toward the town, and Harry felt its rage like a physical blow, hunger and fear and a desperate, burning need to prove itself. People screamed. Arrows flew. The dragon dodged them easily, mouth opening to release a gout of flame. Stop. Harry's voice echoed across the water, carrying that ancient fire language, and the dragon froze. It hung in the air, wings still beating, eyes wide with shock. Harry could feel its mind now, primitive and wild but suddenly, completely focused on him. Who? It managed. What are you? Someone who can help you, Harry said. If you let me. The fire speaks through you. How is this possible? I don't know. But I know you're hungry and scared and looking for something to prove. You don't have to be. The dragon's confusion was almost painful. Smaug. Smaug says we must take what we need. That strength is the only truth. Smaug says a lot of things. That doesn't make them right. You cannot command me. I am a dragon. I am fire. I'm not trying to command you. I'm trying to talk to you. There's a difference. The dragon hesitated. Harry could feel the war inside it, instinct versus something older, something that remembered a time when dragons and mortals had spoken as equals. Why would you speak to me? It asked finally. I came to burn. To destroy. Because everyone deserves a chance to choose differently. The dragon's wings faltered. For a moment, Harry thought it would attack anyway, thought the rage would win out. But then it pulled back, rising higher, staring at him with something like wonder. I will remember you, speaker, it said. I will tell the others. The one who speaks with fire and does not burn. And it flew away, disappearing into the darkness, leaving Lake Town unburnt and Harry standing alone on the dock with his heart pounding. Behind him, he heard footsteps. What was that? Toriel's voice. Harry turned. She was standing at the edge of the dock, bow in hand, eyes wide. You followed us? I followed you. My king's orders. She moved closer. But I didn't expect that. You spoke to it. The dragon. And it listened. That's sort of my thing now, apparently. It called you speaker. Yeah. They all do. Toriel stared at him. In the moonlight, her eyes seemed to glow. You're going to change everything, she said quietly. I can feel it. Whatever you are, wherever you came from, you're not just passing through this world. You're going to reshape it. I'm just trying to survive. That's what they all say. She stepped closer, and Harry could smell forest and starlight and something uniquely her. The heroes. The world breakers. They always think they're just surviving. And then one day they look around and realize they've rebuilt everything. Is that a warning? It's an observation. She smiled, just slightly. And a promise. Whatever happens in that mountain, whatever darkness awaits, you won't face it alone. I thought elves didn't say goodbye. This isn't goodbye. This is, she seemed to consider. This is, try not to die, because I have questions and you're the only one who might know the answers. Harry laughed despite himself. That's very romantic. Elves aren't romantic. We're practical. But she was smiling as she said it. And for just a moment, standing on a dock in a town that should have burned, Harry Potter felt something that might have been hope. The next morning, they marched for the mountain. Erebor loomed larger with every step, its peak wreathed in smoke, its slope scarred by dragon fire. Harry could feel Smaug's presence growing stronger, not angry anymore, just attentive. Waiting. Soon, the dragon voice murmured. Soon you will understand. Understand what? What you are. What we are. What we could become. Harry didn't answer. He just kept walking. The dwarves were silent, lost in their own thoughts. Even Keely's jokes had dried up. They all knew what was coming. They'd been dreaming of this moment for over a century, the chance to reclaim their home, to face the monster that had taken everything. And now they were walking into his lair with nothing but courage and a stranger who claimed he could talk to dragons. It wasn't much. But then again, Harry had done more with less. At the base of the mountain, they found the secret entrance, a hidden door carved into the rock, invisible until the last light of autumn touched it just right. Thorin produced a key that had been passed down through generations, and with a sound like breaking stone, the door swung open. This is it, Thorin said, his voice thick. The threshold of our home. Shall we? Harry asked. Thorin looked at him, really looked, for the first time since they'd met. Whatever he saw in Harry's face, it seemed to satisfy him. Together, he said. Into the darkness. And they descended. Chapter 2, The Golden Prison. Bilbo Baggins was having the worst week of his life, and that was saying something considering he'd left his comfortable hobbit hole months ago to join a quest he still didn't fully understand. He was lost in Mirkwood. Alone. The dwarves had been captured by spiders, or was it elves, and he'd somehow gotten separated in the chaos. His sword glowed faintly blue, which meant orcs were nearby, or maybe goblins, or maybe his sword just enjoyed making him paranoid. This is fine, he muttered to himself, pushing through another wall of cobwebs. Perfectly fine. Just a hobbit alone in a forest full of things that want to eat him. Nothing unusual about that. Something skittered in the branches above. Bilbo froze. The ring in his pocket seemed to pulse, warm and inviting. He could slip it on. Disappear. Let whatever was up there pass him by without ever knowing he existed. But that felt wrong somehow. Every time he used the ring, he felt less. Like pieces of himself were being shaved away. So instead, he gripped his sword tighter and kept moving. The forest eventually gave way to rocky slopes, and Bilbo realized with a start that he'd somehow circled around to the eastern edge of Mirkwood. The lonely mountain rose before him, impossibly tall, its peak hidden in clouds. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh my." He'd seen it on maps, of course. Thorin had shown them all, pointing to the dot marked Erebor, with such fierce longing that it had almost hurt to watch. But maps didn't capture this, the sheer presence of the thing, the way it dominated the landscape like a sleeping giant. And somewhere inside it, a dragon waited. Bilbo swallowed hard and started walking. He reached Lake Town 3 days later, half-starved and completely exhausted. The town guards nearly shot him on sight. Apparently, strangers approaching from Mirkwood were assumed to be threats until proven otherwise, but a quick explanation and the mention of Thorin Oakenshield got him through the gates. "The dwarves," a guard said. "They passed through yesterday. Heading for the mountain with some wizard fellow." "Wizard?" Bilbo's heart leaped. "Gandalf?" "Don't know his name. Tall, though. Dark hair. Young-looking. Carried a strange stick." That didn't sound like Gandalf at all. Bilbo thanked the guard and hurried to the docks, where he managed to barter passage on a fishing boat heading north. The fisherman was nervous, everyone in Lake Town was nervous, he was discovering, but gold spoke louder than fear. "You really going to the mountain?" the fisherman asked as they pushed off. "It seems that way. You know there's a dragon there, right? Big one. The kind that burns cities for fun." "I've heard. And you're still going?" "I made a promise." The fisherman shook his head. "Hobbits. You're all mad." Bilbo couldn't really argue with that. The base of the mountain was deserted when Bilbo arrived, but he found signs of the company's passage, footprints in the dust, a discarded water skin with Bombur's mark on it. They'd been here. They'd gone inside. Without him. "Wonderful," Bilbo muttered. "Just wonderful." He found the secret door still ajar, darkness yawning beyond it. The air coming from inside was warm and dry, with a faint undertone of something metallic. Gold, he realized. He was smelling gold. And something else. Something older and more dangerous. "Fire," a voice seemed to whisper. "Fire and shadow and time." Bilbo shivered. Then he squared his shoulders and walked into the mountain. Harry felt the hobbit enter Erebor like a candle being lit in a dark room. He was deep in the mountain by then, separated from the others, navigating by the dragon sense that had become his compass. Smaug's presence was everywhere here, not just in the physical warmth or the distant rumbling that might have been breath, but in the very stone itself. The mountain remembered its conqueror. But this new presence was different. Small and bright and utterly out of place. "Interesting," the dragon voice observed. "A halfling. I had wondered when he would arrive." "You knew about him?" "I know many things. The dwarves speak of their burglar with great faith. They believe he will steal back their home. And you let him come?" "I let all things come to me eventually. It is the way of dragons." Harry changed direction, moving toward that small bright presence. The tunnels were labyrinthine, carved by dwarven hands long ago but altered by time and dragon fire. He passed through chambers filled with gold, literal rivers of coins and gems spilling across the floor, and felt nothing but mild irritation at how impractical it all was. "You do not covet," the dragon voice noted. "Most mortals would kill for a single coin from these halls. I've never cared much about money. A strange trait in a speaker. We are beings of accumulation. Of possession. The fire desires, always. Then maybe I'm not as much dragon as you think." The voice laughed, and Harry's teeth ached. "Or perhaps you simply have not found what you desire yet." He found the hobbit in a collapsed tunnel, trapped under a beam that had fallen from the ceiling. "Oh, thank goodness," the small figure wheezed when Harry appeared. "I thought I was going to die here. Are you with the company?" "You don't look like a dwarf." "I'm a recent addition." Harry examined the beam. It was heavy, but not impossible. Hold still. A quick levitation charm lifted the debris, and the hobbit scrambled free. He was smaller than Harry had expected, barely 4 feet tall, with curly hair and enormous hairy feet, but there was a sharpness in his eyes that suggested he was more dangerous than he looked. "Bilbo Baggins," the hobbit said, brushing dust from his coat. "At your service." "And you are?" "Harry Potter." "Potter? That's not a dwarven name." "I'm not a dwarf." "No, I suppose not." Bilbo squinted at him. "The guards in Lake Town mentioned a wizard." "Are you a wizard?" "Something like that." "You don't look like Gandalf." "Is that bad?" "Gandalf looks like someone's grandfather who's had far too much excitement in his life." "You look like," Bilbo paused, considering. "You look like you've had even more excitement and you're very tired of it." Harry laughed despite himself. "That's probably accurate." "Well then." Bilbo straightened his coat with an air of determined practicality. "We should find the others. Do you know where they are?" "Somewhere ahead." Thorin was leading them toward the treasury. Of course he was. Bilbo sighed. Dwarves and gold. It's like hobbits and second breakfast. Completely impossible to separate. They started walking, Harry taking point since he could actually see in the dark without a torch. Bilbo kept up surprisingly well for someone with legs half Harry's length. "So," the hobbit said after a few minutes of silence, "the guards also mentioned that you can talk to dragons. Is that true?" "Yes." "And you're going to talk to Smaug?" "That's the plan." "Has anyone told you that's completely insane?" "Several people." "Repeatedly." "Good. Just making sure we're all on the same page." Bilbo was quiet for a moment. "Can you really do it? Talk to him?" "I already have. Once. He decided not to burn Mirkwood because he found me interesting." "Interesting," Bilbo repeated flatly. "The dragon who destroyed Erebor and killed thousands found you interesting." "It's been that kind of week." Bilbo shook his head. "I left my home to go on an adventure. I was promised trolls and treasure and dragon fire. No one mentioned interdimensional wizards who have polite conversations with the enemy." "Interdimensional?" "Keely talks a lot. He mentioned you're not from around here." "Around here," meaning this entire world, apparently. Bilbo glanced at him sidelong. "Is that true?" Harry considered lying. It would be easier, probably. But there was something about Bilbo, that same sharpness, that same world-weary practicality, that made dishonesty feel wrong. "Yes. I'm from another world. I fell through some kind of portal. The dragon thing happened after." "The dragon thing. I can hear them. Feel them. Speak to them in a language that isn't really a language." Harry shrugged. "It's complicated. Most things are." Bilbo was quiet again, processing. "And you're here to help us?" "Why?" "Because Thorin asked." "Because something dark is awakening under this mountain." "Because I don't have anything better to do." "Those are terrible reasons." "I know." Bilbo smiled, just slightly. "I like you, Harry Potter. You're honest about being foolish. Most heroes pretend they have a plan. I've never been good at pretending." They walked on. The treasury of Erebor defied description. Harry had thought the scattered gold in the outer tunnels was impressive. He'd been wrong. The treasury was a cavern the size of a cathedral, and every inch of it was covered in wealth. Gold coins piled in drifts like snow. Gems the size of fists sparkled in the torchlight. Weapons and armor and crowns and scepters lay scattered like children's toys, forgotten by a dragon who had more than he could ever count. And there, in the center of it all, half buried in gold, Smaug waited. He was larger in person than he'd seen from the sky. His scales caught the light and threw it back in blinding patterns, making him look like a sunset given flesh. His eyes were closed, but Harry could feel that he was awake, feel the dragon's attention fixed on him like a physical weight. "You came," Smaug said without opening his eyes. "I knew you would." The dwarves were huddled at the far end of the treasury, pressed against the wall, frozen in terror. Thorin's face was pale, his hand gripping his sword so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The others looked worse. Harry stepped forward. "I said I would. And you brought friends." Now Smaug's eyes opened, huge and golden and ancient. "The dwarves who think they can reclaim my mountain. The halfling who thinks he can steal my gold. And you, little speaker. The mystery I cannot solve. I'm not trying to solve anything. I'm trying to understand." "Understand what?" "What you want. What you really want, beneath all the gold and fire. Because this," Harry gestured at the piles of treasure. "This can't be it. You've been sitting on this hoard for 150 years. You've had more gold than any living creature could ever spend. And you're still here. Still waiting. Still hungry." Smaug's eyes narrowed. "You presume to know what I feel." "I don't presume anything. I'm asking." The dragon was silent. Harry could feel the company holding their breath, feel Bilbo's hand creeping toward the ring in his pocket, feel Thorin's desperate hope that somehow, impossibly, this gamble would pay off. "And no one has ever asked," Smaug said finally. "They beg. They bargain. They threaten and plead and offer me things I already possess. But no one asks what I want. First time for everything." "Indeed." Smaug shifted, gold cascading off his scales in a musical avalanche. "What do you think I want, speaker? You who carry the fire in your blood. You who spoke to a lesser Wyrm and turned it from its hunt. What do you imagine burns in my heart?" Harry thought about it. Really thought, letting the dragon voice guide him, letting himself feel the edges of Smaug's vast and ancient mind. "Purpose," he said finally. "You want purpose. You conquered this mountain because you could, because it was there, because the gold called to you. But conquest without meaning is just violence. And you've been lying in this cave for over a century, surrounded by treasure you don't need, waiting for something that never comes. And what would that something be? I don't know. An equal, maybe. A challenge. Something that makes you feel alive instead of just existing." The silence stretched. Then Smaug laughed, and it was different from before, less volcanic, more genuine. Almost surprised. "You are remarkable," he said. "I have met heroes and kings and wizards. I have burned armies and toppled kingdoms. And in all those centuries, no one, has come close to understanding. I didn't say I understood. I said I was guessing. A good guess." Smaug's head lowered until those enormous eyes were level with Harry's face. "Yes. Purpose. Meaning. The fire burns cold when there is nothing to burn for. Then help me. Help you. There's something beneath this mountain. Something dark. Something that's been sleeping here since before you came, feeding on the gold and the greed and the centuries of isolation. It's waking up. And when it does, it's going to be worse than anything either of us has faced. You speak of the wound." Harry felt the dragon voice stir at that word. "Wound. Is that what it's called?" "That is what it is. A scar left by the first enemy. A fragment of Morgotha's will, embedded in the heart of this mountain long before the dwarves ever delved these halls." Smaug's voice had changed, less arrogant, more contemplative. "I have felt it for years. Dreamed of it. It whispers to me in the dark, promising power, promising dominion, promising an end to this endless, empty waiting. And you haven't listened? I am Smaug the Golden. I do not serve. I do not obey." But there was something in the dragon's voice now, something almost like fear. But it grows stronger. Every year, every decade, every century. Soon it will not need to whisper. Soon it will simply take. Harry's blood went cold. Then we stop it. Together. Together. Smaug's eyes gleamed with something that might have been amusement. You would ally with a dragon against the darkness? You, who came here with dwarves who wish me dead. I came here to find answers. The dwarves came to reclaim their home. Those don't have to be contradictions. Harry took a deep breath. You want purpose? Here's your purpose. Help me destroy the thing that's been poisoning this mountain. And in return, the dwarves get their mountain back. You get whatever you want. Freedom to leave. A new horde somewhere else. A place in a world that's changing whether you like it or not. Smaug stared at him. The dwarves hadn't moved. Harry could feel Thorin's rage building, the protest that wanted to explode out of him. How dare you negotiate with the beast that killed my people? But something held him back. Maybe wisdom. Maybe just shock. You are either the bravest mortal I have ever met, Smaug said slowly, or the most foolish. Can't I be both? Perhaps. The dragon rose, gold cascading off him like water. Very well, speaker. I will consider your proposal. But know this, if you betray me, if this is some trick or trap, I will not simply kill you. I will destroy everything you have ever loved. Everything you have ever touched. I will erase you from the memory of every world, and your name will be spoken only as a warning. Fair enough. Fair enough, he says. Smaug's laugh echoed through the treasury. I believe I like you, Harry Potter. You may be the first mortal in centuries to genuinely amuse me. The dragon folded his wings and settled back onto his gold, closing his eyes. We will speak again. For now, take your dwarves and your halfling and go. Explore the mountain. Learn its secrets. But do not touch my gold. Some instincts are beyond even my control. Harry nodded and turned to the company. Come on. We're leaving. Leaving? Thorin's voice cracked. We're in our own homeland, standing before the beast that stole everything, and you want us to leave? I want us to not die. There's something worse than Smaug in this mountain, and we need to find it before it finds us. Harry met Thorin's eyes steadily. Trust me. Please. The moment stretched. Harry could see the war on Thorin's face, pride and grief and fury battling against a desperate, fragile hope. Fine, the Dwarf King said finally, and the words seemed to cost him something. We'll do it your way. For now. They made camp in an antechamber far from the treasury, a space that had once been some kind of guardroom before Smaug's fire had turned it into a charred shell. Bilbo immediately busied himself making tea. Where he'd found tea supplies in a dragon's lair, Harry had no idea, while the dwarves huddled together and spoke in low voices. Harry sat apart, staring at the wall, trying to process everything that had just happened. You did well, the dragon voice said. Smaug is not easily impressed. He's not allied yet. He's just considering. For a dragon, that is a great deal. We do not consider lightly. What's the wound? Really? A pause. The voice felt different now, heavier, more ancient. Morgoth was the first Dark Lord. The original enemy. He made dragons to be his weapons, his burning armies. But when he was defeated and cast into the void, pieces of him remained. Fragments of his will, his hatred, his hunger for destruction. The wound is one such fragment. It has been festering beneath this mountain for eons, waiting for the right moment to bloom. And Smaug coming here made it stronger. Smaug's greed. The dwarves' obsession with gold. The centuries of isolation and resentment. All of it fed the wound. It is almost ready now. Almost strong enough to wake. Harry's stomach clenched. How do we stop it? That, the voice said, is what we must discover. Thorin found Harry an hour later, standing at a window overlooking the destroyed city of Dale. My grandfather stood at this window, Thorin said quietly. The day Smaug came. He watched the fire fall and knew there was nothing he could do. I'm sorry. Don't be. You weren't there. Thorin moved to stand beside him. I don't understand what happened in that treasury. I don't understand why Smaug listened to you, why he didn't simply burn us all. But I know this, you bought us time. And time is something we haven't had in a very long while. It's not over. The dragon's still here. The darkness beneath is still growing. I know. But for the first time in my life, I believe we might actually survive this. Thorin turned to look at him fully. When I asked you to join the company, I thought you might be useful. A weapon. Someone who could distract Smaug long enough for us to find the Arkenstone and rally the dwarven armies. And now? Now I think you might be something else entirely. Something I don't have a word for. Thorin's jaw tightened. But I also know that you're keeping secrets. The darkness you mentioned, what is it, really? Harry considered lying. It would be Kinder, probably. But Thorin deserved the truth. A piece of an ancient evil. Something that was here before Smaug, before the dwarves, before any of us. It's been feeding on the corruption of this place for millennia, and it's almost strong enough to break free. And when it does? I don't know. Nothing good. Thorin was silent for a long moment. My grandfather was driven mad by gold lust, he said finally. Dragon sickness, they called it. He sat in these halls, counting his treasure, while his kingdom crumbled around him. I swore I would never become that. Never let the gold corrupt me the way it corrupted him. Thorin, but since we entered this mountain, I've felt it. The pull. The whisper. It tells me the gold is mine, that the Arkenstone is mine, that everything Smaug has stolen belongs to me by right. His hands clenched into fists. I thought it was just the dragon sickness returning. But it's not, is it? It's something worse. Harry's heart sank. The wound. It's already reaching out. Touching anyone whose weaknesses it can exploit. Then I am already compromised. Not yet. Awareness is the first step. If you know it's manipulating you, you can resist. Can I? Thorin's laugh was bitter. I have spent my entire life dreaming of this mountain. Of reclaiming what was lost. And now you tell me that the very thing I desire most is a trap. The mountain isn't the trap. Your love for it isn't wrong. The wound is using that love, twisting it, but the original feeling is yours. That's real. Thorin stared at him. You speak as if you understand. I do. Back in my world, there was an artifact, a cup, a locket, a ring. Each one contained a piece of a dark wizard's soul. And each one used the same trick, taking your real fears, your real desires, and amplifying them until you couldn't tell the difference between truth and corruption. How did you survive? By remembering what I was fighting for. Not just what I was fighting against. Thorin was quiet for a long time. My nephews, he said finally. Fili and Kili. They are the sons of my sister, the brightest hopes of Durance Line. I joined this quest because I wanted to give them a home. A future. Not because of gold or pride or vengeance. Then hold on to that. When the whispers get loud, remember their faces. Remember why you're really here. And if I can't, then I'll remind you. Thorin almost smiled. You know, Potter, when you first arrived, I thought you were some sort of trickster. A con artist who'd stumbled into powers beyond your understanding. That's not entirely inaccurate. Perhaps. But you're also something else. Something this world hasn't seen in a long time. Thorin clasped his arm, dwarf fashion. Whatever happens next, you have my trust. Try not to make me regret it. I'll do my best. Thorin left, and Harry was alone with the view of a ruined city and the weight of promises he wasn't sure he could keep. The next few days were spent exploring. Erebor was enormous, a labyrinth of halls and chambers and forgotten treasures that would have taken years to fully map. The company split into groups, each one searching for useful supplies or information while Harry wandered alone, following the dragon sense that tugged at him like a compass needle. He found armories filled with weapons untouched by dragon fire, forges that could be relit with enough effort, libraries of stone tablets carved in dwarvish runes. He found bedrooms and kitchens and bathrooms, all frozen in time, all waiting for inhabitants who would never return. And always, beneath everything, he felt the wound. It was subtle at first. A chill in certain corridors. A flicker of shadow in the corner of his eye. A whisper that might have been his imagination but probably wasn't. The deeper he went, the stronger it became, until he could feel it pressing against his mind like water against a dam. Be careful, the dragon voice warned. It knows you're here. It's testing your defenses. What does it want? What all fragments of Morgoth want. Dominion. Destruction. The unmaking of all that exists. Cheery. It is what it is. On the fourth day, Harry found the stairs. They descended from a collapsed hall on the lowest level of Erebor, spiraling down into darkness so complete that even his wandlight seemed to struggle. The air coming up from below was wrong, not warm like the rest of the mountain, but cold. Ancient cold. The kind of cold that had existed before the world learned what warmth was. Harry stood at the top of the stairs for a long time. This is it, the voice said. The path to the wound. The heart of the corruption. I should go down there. Yes. Alone. For now. The others cannot survive what waits below. But you. You carry the fire. And fire is the only light that darkness truly fears. Harry took a deep breath. Then he started walking. The descent took hours. The stairs went down and down and down, far deeper than the mountain should have been able to go. Harry's legs ached. His lungs burned. The cold pressed against him like a physical weight, trying to slow him, trying to turn him back. But he kept walking. Finally, the stairs ended in a chamber. It wasn't large, maybe the size of the Gryffindor common room, but it felt infinite. The walls were smooth black stone that absorbed light instead of reflecting it. The floor was covered in patterns that might have been runes or might have been something older. And in the center, pulsing with a sickly purple radiance, was a crack in reality itself. The wound. Harry had seen dark magic before. He'd faced Dementors and Horcruxes and the twisted remains of Voldemort's soul. But this was different. This was darkness made manifest, a hole in the fabric of existence that bled hatred and hunger and the promise of annihilation. And it was watching him. Speaker, something said, and it wasn't the dragon voice. It was older. Colder. Infinitely patient. You finally come to me. I came to stop you. Stop me. The voice laughed, and Harry felt the sound in his bones. I am the will of Morgoth. I am the shadow that was before light. I am everything that has ever been unmade, and everything that will ever fall. You cannot stop me, little speaker. You can only delay the inevitable. Funny. That's what the last Dark Lord said. The voice paused, and Harry felt something probing at his mind. The Pretender. The mortal who thought splitting his soul would grant him eternity. He was nothing. A pale imitation of true darkness. He still died. Because he was weak. Because his hatred was small and personal and ultimately finite. My hatred is infinite. It is the hatred of a god for the creation that replaced him. It cannot be killed, speaker. Only contained. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Then I'll contain you. The voice laughed again. Try. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted approximately 15 seconds. Harry threw everything he had at the wound, stunners, curses, pure concentrated magical force. The spells hit the dark radiance and, dissolved. Were absorbed. Made the wound pulse brighter, stronger, hungrier. You feed me, the voice said, almost delighted. Your magic, your fire, your desperate defiance, all of it becomes mine. Keep fighting, speaker. Every attack brings me closer to waking. Harry stumbled back. I told you, the dragon voice said grimly. Direct assault will not work. The wound is not a creature to be fought. It is a corruption to be purged. How? I do not know. But there is one who might. Smaug. Yes. The great fire drake has dwelt above this darkness for over a century. He has resisted its whispers, maintained his identity despite its constant pressure. If anyone knows the wound's weakness, it is him. Harry looked at the pulsing darkness one more time. I'll be back, he promised it. I know, the voice replied. And when you are, I will be ready. Harry turned and ran. He burst back into the upper levels of Erebor to find chaos. The company had gathered in the main hall, weapons drawn, voices raised in argument. At the center of the crowd, Thorin was standing on a pile of gold, holding something that blazed with white light. The Arkenstone. I found it, Thorin was saying, and his voice had gone strange, hungry and desperate and nothing like the dwarf king Harry had come to know. The heart of the mountain. The king's jewel. It's mine. Thorin, put it down. Balin's voice was gentle but firm. You don't know what it's doing to you. I know exactly what it's doing. It's showing me the truth. Thorin's eyes were wild. The elves will betray us. The men of Lake Town will demand our gold. Even my own kin will turn against me if I show weakness. No one's turning against you, uncle. Philly stepped forward, hands raised. We're here. We're with you. Then kneel. Thorin's voice cracked like a whip. Kneel and swear your loyalty to the king under the mountain. Silence. Harry pushed through the crowd. Thorin. The dwarf king's gaze snapped to him, and Harry saw it, the wound's influence, spreading like poison through Thorin's mind. The Arkenstone wasn't just a jewel. It was a conduit. A connection to the darkness below. Potter. Thorin's lips curled. The dragon's pet. Have you come to steal my treasure too? I came to help you. Remember what we talked about? The whispers. The corruption. This is it, Thorin. This is what it looks like. There is no corruption. Only clarity. Thorin raised the Arkenstone high. I see now what I could never see before. The world is full of enemies. Everyone wants what is mine. And I will not give it to them. The stone is connected to the wound. It's amplifying your fears, turning them into obsessions. If you don't put it down, silence. The word echoed through the hall. Thorin drew his sword, and for a moment, Harry thought he was going to attack. You brought me here, Thorin said quietly. You made me trust you. And all along, you were working with the dragon. Working against me. That's not, I don't want to hear it. Thorin's voice had gone cold. Get out. Take your dragon and your magic and leave my mountain. If I see you again, I will kill you. Harry stared at him. Thorin. Please. Go. The other dwarves shifted uneasily. Harry could see the conflict on their faces, loyalty to their king warring with their own doubts and fears. But none of them moved to stop him. Fine, Harry said softly. I'll go. But when you remember who you really are, when the whispers quiet down and you see what you've become, find me. I'll be here. He turned and walked away. Harry found Bilbo outside the mountain, sitting on a rock and staring at the stars. "That was dramatic," the hobbit said without looking up. "I could hear the shouting from here. Thorin's lost himself. The Arkenstone is connected to something dark, and it's using him. I noticed. He's been different since he found that thing. Looking at everyone like we're enemies." Bilbo sighed. "I thought I knew him. Not well, but enough. And now I'm not sure who he is anymore." Harry sat down beside him. "It's not really him. The corruption takes your worst traits and amplifies them. The real Thorin is still in there somewhere. Can we get him back?" "I don't know." They sat in silence for a while. "The dragon," Bilbo said eventually. "Smaug. You really think he'll help us?" "I think he's the only one who can. He's been living above that darkness for over a century. If anyone knows how to fight it." "Right. So our plan is to ask the monster who destroyed Erebor to help us save the dwarf king who wants to kill us. When you put it like that, it sounds insane." "It is insane." Bilbo shook his head. "But then again, so was leaving the Shire. So was crossing the Misty Mountains. So was escaping from goblins and elves and giant spiders. What's one more impossible thing?" Harry almost smiled. "You're a strange hobbit, Bilbo Baggins. I've been told." Bilbo stood, brushing off his trousers. "Well. If we're going to talk to a dragon, we should probably do it before Thorin decides to march out here and start a war. You're coming with me? Someone has to keep you from saying something stupid and getting burned alive." Bilbo squared his shoulders. "Besides, I'm the burglar. Sneaking into dangerous places is literally my job description." They walked back into the mountain together. Smaug was waiting for them. The dragon hadn't moved from his gold pile, but his eyes were open, and there was something different in his gaze now. Something alert and almost eager. "You found the wound," he said. "I felt you touch it. I found it. And I can't destroy it. Not alone. No. You cannot." Smaug's head lifted. "But together, perhaps. What do you know about it?" "I know that it fears fire. True fire, the kind that burns in a dragon's heart. I know that it has been trying to corrupt me since the day I arrived, and I have spent a century resisting its call. I know that if it fully awakens, not even I will be able to stop it. Then help me. Help me destroy it before it's too late." Smaug was silent for a long moment. "The Dwarf King," he said finally. "He has fallen under its sway." "Yes. And you wish to save him?" "If I can." "Why?" "He turned on you. Threatened you. His people have hunted my kind for millennia. Because it's the right thing to do." Smaug's laugh rumbled through the treasury. "The right thing. How very mortal of you." But there was something almost like admiration in his voice. "Very well, speaker. I will help you. But there is a price." "Name it." "When this is over, when the wound is closed and the darkness is banished, I want my freedom. I want to leave this mountain and never return. I want to fly where I will, burn what I choose, live without the weight of this cursed place pressing down on me." Harry hesitated. "The dwarves won't like that. Smaug the Golden, flying free across Middle-earth. They'll want guarantees." "Then give them guarantees. Tell them I will not attack their cities or their people. Tell them the dragon who destroyed Erebor is gone, and something new has taken his place." Smaug's eyes gleamed. "It might even be true. And if it's not? If you decide to burn Lake Town or Dale or anywhere else? Then you'll stop me." The dragon's voice was almost gentle. "That's what speakers do, isn't it? Keep the balance. Ensure that fire doesn't burn too bright or too long." Harry looked at Bilbo. "What do you think?" The hobbit was pale, but his voice was steady. I think we don't have a choice. And I hope, that sometimes monsters can change. Such faith, Smaug murmured. In a creature who burned your friend's homeland to ash. Faith isn't about what someone's done, Bilbo said quietly. It's about what they could become. Smaug was silent for a long moment. The halfling has wisdom, he said finally. Very well. I accept your terms. I will help you close the wound, and in return, you will set me free. Harry took a deep breath. Then let's get started. They spent the night planning. Smaug explained what he knew of the wound, its nature, its weaknesses, the way it fed on negative emotions and amplified them. He described the nightmares it had sent him, the visions of fire and destruction that had tormented him for decades. He spoke of Morgoth, the original Dark Lord, and the war that had nearly destroyed the world before either dwarves or elves had risen to power. It was, Harry realized, the most anyone had ever spoken to Smaug as an equal. And the dragon seemed almost grateful for it. You are strange, speaker, Smaug said as dawn began to light the sky. You treat me as a person rather than a monster. Maybe that's because I don't believe in monsters. Just people who've made bad choices. I have made many bad choices. So have I. The difference is whether you keep making them. Smaug was quiet for a long time. I burned those cities because I could, he said finally. Because the fire demanded it. Because I was angry and hungry and young and stupid. I told myself it was about the gold, but the gold was never enough. Nothing was ever enough. That's the wound talking. It's been amplifying your worst impulses since the day you got here. Perhaps. Or perhaps I was always capable of such destruction, and the wound simply gave me permission to indulge. Does it matter? It matters to me. Smaug's eyes met his. If the wound made me a monster, then destroying it might make me something else. But if I was always this way, then destroying it means you chose to be better. Either way, you're taking responsibility. Smaug stared at him. You truly are remarkable, he said. I begin to understand why the old fire chose you. I still don't understand it myself. Understanding comes later. First, we survive. By mid-morning, they had a plan. It was a terrible plan, but it was the only one they had. Harry would descend to the wound's chamber and confront it directly. He would serve as a conduit, channeling the fire that Smaug would breathe from above through the mountain's natural vents. The combined power of speaker and dragon would overwhelm the wound's defenses and, hopefully, seal it permanently. The risks were significant. Harry might be consumed by the fire. Smaug might lose control and bring down the entire mountain. The wound might fight back with power they couldn't anticipate. But the alternative was watching Thorin descend further into madness while the darkness beneath grew strong enough to break free entirely. Are you sure about this? Bilbo asked as Harry prepared to descend. No. But I'm going to do it anyway. That's what I was afraid of. Bilbo grabbed his arm. Listen to me. I've spent months with these dwarves, watched them argue and fight and nearly get each other killed a dozen times. But through all of it, they stuck together. Because that's what companions do. Bilbo, shut up and let me finish. You're part of the company now, whether Thorin admits it or not. That means we don't let you face impossible things alone. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small and glittering. Here. I was going to keep this a secret, but... It was a ring. Simple, golden, somehow catching the light in ways that didn't quite make sense. I found it in the goblin caves, Bilbo explained. It makes me invisible when I wear it. It saved my life more times than I can count. He pressed it into Harry's hand. If things go wrong down there, if the fire doesn't work, use this. Hide. Survive. Promise me. Harry looked at the ring. It felt wrong. The same wrongness he'd felt from the wound, but smaller. Contained. Careful, the dragon voice warned. That is no ordinary trinket. It carries weight. But Bilbo was looking at him with such desperate hope, and there wasn't time to explain. I promise, Harry said. He slipped the ring into his pocket and walked into the darkness. The wound was waiting for him. It had grown since his last visit, or maybe it had always been this size and he simply hadn't noticed. The purple radiance filled the chamber, pulsing in a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. Back so soon, the voice said. And with dragon fire at your back. Do you think that will save you? I think it'll hurt you. Pain is nothing to me. I am beyond pain. Beyond fear. Beyond everything your small mind can comprehend. Harry felt Smaug's presence above him, felt the dragon positioning himself over the vents that ran through the mountain like veins. They had maybe 30 seconds before the fire came. You're scared, he said suddenly. That's why you're talking so much. You know what's coming, and you're trying to delay it. I am not. You've been festering in this darkness for millennia, hiding from the light, corrupting anyone foolish enough to come close. But you've never had to fight before. Not really. And now there's a dragon about to fill your precious chamber with more fire than you've ever seen. The wound pulsed brighter. You cannot destroy me. I am eternal. You're a piece of a dead god clinging to existence out of spite. Harry raised his wand. And I've killed pieces of dead gods before. He felt Smaug take a breath. And then the fire came. Bilbo felt the mountain shake. He was standing outside Erebor's gates, watching the sky, when the first tremor hit. Then the second. Then a roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once, a sound of such primal fury that it drove him to his knees. Fire erupted from the mountain's peak. Not orange fire. Not even Smaug's golden flames. This was white fire, pure, blinding, impossible, shooting into the sky like a beacon. It burned away the clouds, turned the air to shimmering heat, and for a moment, Bilbo thought he could see shapes in it. Dragons, dozens of them, all made of light, spiraling upward into infinity. The old fire, something whispered in his mind. The fire that was before fire. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The mountain went quiet. The flames died. The sky returned to its ordinary gray. Bilbo scrambled to his feet and ran inside. Harry woke up surrounded by gold. Which was annoying, because gold was lumpy and uncomfortable and also he was pretty sure he was supposed to be dead. Easy, a voice said, and he felt hands helping him sit up. Bilbo's face swam into focus. You've been out for hours. We thought, the wound. Gone. Sealed. Smaug said you did something he's never seen before, channeled fire from every dragon in Middle-earth at once or something like that. Bilbo's voice was shaking. Harry, you were glowing. Your eyes were white. I thought you were burning from the inside out. Harry looked down at his hands. They seemed normal. No burns, no scars. Where's Smaug? Gone. Bilbo sat back. He said his debt was paid. Said to tell you, that he understood now. What you meant about purpose. And that he hoped you'd find your way home. Harry closed his eyes. The dragon voice was quiet. Not gone, just, resting. Satisfied. Thorin. Bilbo's expression darkened. That's the complicated part. They found the dwarf king in the treasury, kneeling amid the gold, the Arkenstone lying shattered at his feet. When the wound closed, its hold on the stone had broken. And when the stone broke, Thorin had collapsed. He'd been crying, Balin explained. Crying and apologizing to everyone he'd threatened, everyone he'd driven away. I saw what I was becoming, Thorin said when Harry approached. His voice was raw. The wound showed me. It fed me visions of betrayal and greed, and I believed every one. I would have killed you, Potter. I would have killed my own nephews if they'd stood between me and that accursed stone. But you didn't. Only because you stopped it in time. Thorin looked up at him. I owe you everything. My sanity. My honor. My people. And I don't know how to repay a debt that large. You don't have to repay anything. Just, be better. Be the king your people need. Thorin was silent for a long moment. The mountain is ours again, he said finally. Truly ours. No dragon. No darkness. Just stone and gold and the chance to rebuild. He stood slowly, and there was something different in his posture now, steadier, more certain. Will you stay? Help us restore Erebor to what it was? I can't. I have to find a way home. I understand. Thorin clasped his arm. But know this, you will always have a place here. You and the halfling both. The doors of Erebor are open to you, now and forever. Thank you. Harry turned to leave, then paused. Thorin. The wound is sealed, but it's not destroyed. Someday, it might try to break free again. Then we'll be ready. Thorin's jaw set. I know what to watch for now. And I won't fall again. Harry nodded and walked away. He found Toriel waiting outside the mountain. The elves are coming, she said without preamble. My king felt the fire from Mirkwood. He's bringing an army to investigate. He's going to be disappointed. The fighting's already over. I'll tell him. She didn't move. You look terrible. I feel worse. Good. That means you're still alive. She stepped closer. Smaug is gone. Flying north. He said he wanted to see the world without a mountain weighing him down. And the darkness? Sealed. For now. Toriel nodded slowly. You did it, then. What you came to do. Part of it. I still need to find a way home. Gandalf. She said the name like it was both a suggestion and a warning. He's been asking about you. Apparently, someone fitting your description appeared in a flash of light and started talking to dragons, and he has questions. Everyone has questions. Then maybe you should start providing answers. Toriel almost smiled. He's in Lake Town. Arrived yesterday, asking about the company. I suspect he'll be happy to meet you. Harry studied her face. You could come with me. To Lake Town, I mean. If you wanted. Could I? You seem interested in what happens next. I'm interested in a lot of things. Her smile widened slightly. But I have duties. Reports to make. A king to disappoint with news that the war he was preparing for has been cancelled. That does sound important. It is. She hesitated. But when those duties are done, I might find myself traveling south. To check on certain situations. Ensure certain wizards are behaving themselves. That sounds very responsible. I'm a very responsible person. They stood there for a moment, not quite close enough to touch, but close enough that Harry could feel the warmth radiating off her. Find your way home, Harry Potter, Toriel said finally. And if you can't, don't be a stranger. She disappeared into the trees before he could respond. Gandalf the Grey was exactly what Harry had expected, tall, old, and profoundly annoyed. Do you have any idea what you've done? The wizard demanded when Harry found him in a Lake Town tavern. Any idea at all? Saved the mountain. Stopped an ancient evil. Made friends with a dragon. You've disrupted centuries of carefully maintained balance. Gandalf's staff struck the floor. The dragons were meant to be feared, not negotiated with. The wound was meant to be contained, not confronted. And you walk into this world with your foreign magic and your dragon-speaking abilities and you just fix things. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. Gandalf took a deep breath, visibly calming himself. Forgive me. I've had a long journey, and the news I received along the way was unsettling. What news? Smaug. Flying north. Not burning anything, not destroying anything, just flying. The ravens are calling him the Changed One. Apparently, he's been spotted conversing with other dragons, convincing them to leave their hordes and explore the world. Gandalf shook his head. In all my years, I never thought I'd see dragons holding conversations. Times change. Yes. They do. Gandalf studied him with sharp grey eyes. You're not from this world. No. And you want to return to your own. If I can. The wizard was silent for a long moment. There are ways. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. The magic that brought you here left traces, echoes that could be followed back to their source. Harry's heart leaped. You can send me home. Not alone. But together, with the proper preparations, yes. I believe it could be done. What do you need? Time. Research. And possibly the cooperation of beings who don't typically cooperate with anyone. Gandalf smiled slightly. But given your apparent talent for convincing monsters to become allies, that may be less of an obstacle than usual. Harry laughed despite himself. When do we start? Tomorrow. Tonight, rest. You've earned it. Gandalf rose. And Harry Potter? Yes. What you did in that mountain, standing before the wound, channeling the fire of every dragon in Middle-earth, that was not a small thing. It was the act of someone with tremendous power and, more importantly, tremendous heart. I just did what needed to be done. Yes. And that is exactly what heroes say. Gandalf smiled. Sleep well. Tomorrow, we begin the journey home. Harry lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling. The dragon voice was stirring again, no longer exhausted, but something had changed. It felt less like an invader in his head and more like a companion. A partner. You're quiet, Harry said. I am thinking. About what? About what you did. About the fire you called. About the way every dragon in Middle-earth answered your summons. A pause. You are something new, Harry Potter. Something the world has not seen before. I'm just a kid who stumbled into power he doesn't understand. Perhaps. But understanding comes with time. And you have proven that you can be trusted with what you do not understand. Harry thought about that. When I go home, if Gandalf can actually send me back, will you come with me? I am part of you now. Where you go, I go. Though I confess. I will miss this world. These dragons. This fire that burns so bright. Maybe we can come back someday. Perhaps. Or perhaps your world has its own dragons waiting to be awakened. Its own fire waiting to be called. Harry smiled. I guess we'll find out. Morning came, and with it, visitors. Bilbo arrived first, looking slightly embarrassed. I wanted to thank you, he said. For everything. The mountain, the dragon, the not dying thing. You helped. I couldn't have done it without you. That's kind, but we both know it's not true. Bilbo gestured vaguely. You're something else, Harry. Something special. I'm really not. That's exactly what special people say. Bilbo reached into his pocket. Here. I want you to have this back. The ring glittered in his palm. Harry stared at it. The wrongness was still there, that subtle weight of darkness, but now he understood it better. This ring was dangerous. Powerful. And probably shouldn't be carried by anyone. Keep it, he said finally. You found it. It's yours. But, just, be careful with it. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to. And if it ever starts feeling like too much, find someone you trust and give it to them. Bilbo looked at the ring for a long moment. Then he nodded. I will. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Bilbo Baggins. Harry clasped his hand. For everything. The hobbit left, and Harry watched him go, wondering what fate would make of that small golden band and the small brave creature who carried it. Thorin arrived next, with Fili and Kili in tow. The company wanted to see you off, he said gruffly. Say their farewells. Tell them I'm grateful. For the adventure. Adventure. Thorin snorted. Is that what we're calling it? What would you call it? Madness. Miracle. The beginning of something I don't have words for yet. Thorin's expression softened. My nephews have something they wanted to give you. Fili stepped forward, holding something wrapped in cloth. We found this in the armory, he said. From before the fall. It doesn't belong to any of our records, might be human-made, from Dale, or might be something older. We thought you should have it. Harry unwrapped the cloth. It was a knife. Simple, elegant, with a blade that seemed to shift colors in the light. Runes ran along its edge, too worn to read, but still faintly glowing. It's beautiful. It's dangerous, Kili corrected. Balin says it was made for killing dark things. Dragons and orcs and shadows that walk in human form. Figured you might need it, wherever you end up. Harry tucked the knife into his belt. Thank you. Both of you. The brothers grinned. Go home, Harry Potter, Thorin said. And when you get there, tell them what we did here. Tell them about the dragon who changed. Tell them about the darkness we defeated. I will. Good. Thorin clasped his arm one final time. May your road be ever clear, and your fires never dim. Gandalf was waiting at the edge of town. Are you ready? The wizard asked. Harry looked back at Lake Town, at the mountain rising in the distance, at the sky where Smaug had once flown. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. They walked south, toward whatever came next. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's mind, the dragon voice purred with anticipation. The fire approves. Chapter 3, Conversations with Fire. The road south took them through lands Harry had never imagined. Gandalf set a brutal pace, walking from dawn until dusk with barely a pause for meals. The wizard seemed tireless, his staff striking the ground in a rhythm that never faltered, his eyes always fixed on some distant point Harry couldn't see. Where exactly are we going? Harry asked on the third day. Rivendell. The House of Elrond Half-Elven. If anyone in Middle-earth can help unravel the magic that brought you here, it's him. And how far is Rivendell? Several weeks, if we maintain this pace. Harry's legs ached at the thought. They passed through rolling hills and ancient forests, crossed rivers on bridges so old they seemed grown rather than built. Harry saw creatures he had no names for, massive elk that watched them from ridgelines, birds with wingspans wider than he was tall, shadows that moved through the trees with purposes he couldn't guess. And everywhere, he felt the dragons. The connection had grown stronger since the wound's sealing. Where before he'd sensed only Smaug and a handful of others, now he could feel dozens of them, scattered across Middle-earth like embers waiting to be fanned. Most were sleeping, dreaming their slow dragon dreams. But a few were awake. A few were listening. They know you now, the dragon voice explained. The fire that sealed the wound touched every dragon in existence. They felt your presence. Your power. Your intentions. What does that mean? It means they're curious. Dragons do not often encounter things that surprise us. You are surprising. Harry wasn't sure if that was good or bad. On the fifth night, they made camp in the ruins of an old watchtower. The walls had crumbled centuries ago, but the foundation was solid, and it offered shelter from the wind that had been cutting through Harry's robes all day. Gandalf conjured a small fire, real fire, not the dragon fire that Harry was becoming uncomfortably familiar with, and they sat in silence, watching the flames dance. "Tell me about your world," Gandalf said eventually. Harry considered where to start. "It's different. There are wizards there too, but we hide from ordinary people. Non-magical folk, we call them muggles. They don't know we exist. Why hide? History. Wars. Persecution." Harry shrugged. "Centuries ago, they used to hunt us. Burn us at the stake. So we went underground. Created our own communities, our own governments. We live alongside the muggles but separate from them. And the dragons? Kept in reserves. Protected, mostly. They're not intelligent like here, or maybe they are, and we just never learned to listen." Harry thought about the Hungarian horntail, about the Gringotts dragon, about all the creatures he'd encountered without ever really seeing them. "I didn't know I could speak to them until I came here." "The gift found you when you needed it," Gandalf observed. "That is often the way with great powers. They remain dormant until circumstance forces them to awaken." "Is that what happened to you?" Gandalf smiled slightly. "I am not a wizard in the same sense you are. I am something else. Something older. But yes, there was a time when I was different. When the burdens I now carry were not yet mine. What changed? The world needed me to change." Gandalf's eyes reflected the firelight. "I was sent to Middle-earth to guide and counsel, not to rule or command. To help the free peoples find their own strength, not to impose my own. It is a delicate balance. Sounds frustrating. It often is. But necessary." The wizard turned to look at him fully. "You have great power, Harry Potter. Greater than you realize. The question is not what you can do with it, but what you should do. I just want to go home. Do you?" The question caught Harry off guard. "Of course I do. My friends are there. My life is there. Your old life, perhaps. But you've changed since arriving here. The fire has marked you in ways that cannot be undone." Gandalf's voice was gentle but firm. "Even if I send you back to your world, you will never be the same person who left it. The dragons will always be part of you now." Harry stared into the fire. He'd been trying not to think about that. About what it would mean to return to Britain with this new power burning inside him. Would the dragons there respond to his voice? Would he feel them dreaming in their reserves, calling to him in languages no one else could hear? "You fear it," the dragon voice observed. "The change. Wouldn't you? I am a dragon. Change is what we do. We shed our old selves like scales and grow new ones." A pause. "But I understand the fear. It is hard to leave behind what you were." "I don't want to leave anything behind. I just want things to go back to normal." "Normal?" The voice seemed almost sad. "There is no normal, little speaker. There is only forward." They reached the misty mountains on the 8th day. The peaks rose before them like teeth, jagged and snow-capped and utterly impassable. Harry had crossed mountains before, the Scottish Highlands during Horcrux hunting, the Alps on a particularly memorable Aura mission, but nothing like this. These mountains looked angry. "We could go around," Harry suggested hopefully. "That would add weeks to our journey. The high pass is dangerous but manageable." Gandalf squinted at the peaks. "Weather permitting. And if the weather doesn't permit? Then we find another way." The climb was brutal. Harry used every warming charm he knew and still felt the cold seeping through his robes. The wind howled like a living thing, tearing at them with frozen fingers. More than once, he lost his footing on the ice-slicked rocks and only saved himself with desperate bursts of magic. Gandalf moved through it all like the mountains were old friends. His staff found purchase where none should exist, his cloak somehow shed the snow that clung to everything else. Harry began to understand what the wizard had meant about being something else. On the third day in the mountains, they found the bodies. A merchant caravan, or what was left of one. Wagons smashed to kindling, horses torn apart, goods scattered across the snow. The people were worse, frozen in attitudes of terror, their death wounds still visible despite the frost that covered them. Goblins, Gandalf said grimly. From the tunnels beneath the mountains. They've grown bold lately. Tunnels? The mountains are riddled with them. Entire kingdoms of goblins and worse things, always looking for prey. The wizard's eyes scanned the surrounding rocks. We should move. If the goblins are hunting in daylight, they're desperate. Desperate creatures are dangerous. They moved. But they weren't fast enough. The attack came at nightfall. One moment, they were making camp in a shallow cave. The next, the walls themselves seemed to come alive with shrieking, grabbing, biting things. Harry's wand came up automatically. Stupefy. Stupefy. Reducto. Goblins flew backward, but more took their place. There were dozens of them, hundreds maybe, pouring from cracks in the rock that hadn't been there moments ago. They were smaller than the ones Harry had seen in Mirkwood, but nastier, with yellowed fangs and eyes that glowed with malicious intelligence. Back to back. Gandalf shouted, his staff blazing with white light. They fought. Harry had dueled Death Eaters, faced Dementors, survived the Battle of Hogwarts. But this was different. This was wave after wave of enemies, endless and relentless, driven by hunger and hatred and something else, a darkness that Harry could feel pressing against his mind. Use the fire, the dragon voice urged. I don't know how. Yes, you do. You called it against the wound. You called it against the spiders. The fire is always there, speaker. You just have to let it out. A goblin blade caught Harry's arm, drawing blood. Pain flared, bright and sharp. And something inside him snapped. He opened his mouth, and fire poured out. Not wand fire. Not even Smaug's fire. This was the white fire he'd called in Erebor, the fire that had sealed the wound, the fire that was older than language itself. It filled the cave, filled the tunnels, filled every dark space where the goblins were hiding. They screamed. They burned. They died. And when it was over, Harry was standing in a cave of smooth glass, his throat raw, his hands shaking, surrounded by nothing but ash. Gandalf stared at him. Well, the wizard said after a very long moment. That was impressive. Harry collapsed. He dreamed of dragons. Not one or two, but hundreds, thousands, all of them circling in an endless sky. They were every color imaginable, gold and silver and bronze and black, red as blood and blue as ice and green as the deepest forest. They moved in patterns too complex to follow, spiraling around each other in a dance that had been going on since the beginning of time. And in the center of them all, watching Harry with ancient, knowing eyes, was something that wasn't quite a dragon at all. You called the old fire, it said, and its voice was all of their voices combined. You called it twice now. Do you understand what that means? No. It means you are one of us. Not by birth, not by choice, but by fire. The flame recognizes no boundaries, not world, not species, not time itself. You carry it now, speaker. You are its vessel. I don't want to be a vessel. I just want to go home. You will. The voice was gentle now, almost kind. But home is not where you were born. Home is where the fire burns brightest. And your fire. Your fire burns everywhere. The dragons began to spiral closer, tighter, collapsing inward until Harry was surrounded by scales and wings and eyes that held the weight of eternity. Remember, they said. You are never alone. Wherever there is fire, we are with you. And Harry woke up. Gandalf was sitting beside him, pipe in mouth, looking entirely too calm for someone who had just watched a young wizard melt a cave full of goblins. How long was I out? 2 days. I was beginning to worry. Harry sat up slowly. His body ached, but distantly, like the pain belonged to someone else. The dragon voice was quiet, satisfied in a way it hadn't been before. What happened to me? You called the fire. Gandalf blew a smoke ring. The true fire. The flame that Morgoth stole from the heavens and gave to his dragons in the First Age. It hasn't been seen in Middle-earth since the War of Wrath. And I just used it. You did more than use it. You became it, if only for a moment. The wizard's eyes were sharp. Do you understand how remarkable that is? The greatest elven lords, the mightiest wizards, the most powerful beings to ever walk this world, none of them could do what you just did. Lucky me. Not luck. Destiny, perhaps. Or something beyond destiny. Gandalf stood. We should move. The goblins will have felt what happened here. They'll either flee in terror or come seeking revenge, and I'd rather not find out which. They gathered their things and continued climbing. But Harry's mind was elsewhere, circling around the dream, around the voice that had spoken to him, around the impossible claim that he was somehow part of something bigger than himself. Is it true? He asked the dragon voice. What they said. All truths are true, little speaker. The question is which ones matter. That's not an answer. No. It's a lesson. The voice was amused. You will understand eventually. For now, walk. Climb. Survive. The rest will come. They crested the mountains 3 days later. The view from the top was breathtaking, endless green valleys stretching toward the horizon, rivers glittering in the sunlight, forests that seemed to go on forever. After the snow and ice and goblin-infested tunnels, it felt like stepping into another world. Rivendell lies in that direction, Gandalf said, pointing toward a particularly green valley in the distance. Another week's travel, if we make good time. And Elrond? He can really help me get home. If anyone can. He was born in the First Age, before the world was broken. He's seen more than any living being except perhaps the Valar themselves. Gandalf smiled slightly. He also owes me several favors. I intend to collect. They descended into the valley. The change was immediate. The air was warmer here, sweeter, carrying scents of flowers and growing things that Harry couldn't identify. The trees were larger than any he'd seen, their branches heavy with leaves that seemed to glow with inner light. And everywhere, there was music, not obvious, not intrusive, but woven into the background like the land itself was singing. Elven magic, the dragon voice observed. They weave it into everything they touch. You don't sound impressed. Elves and dragons have history. They consider U.S. corruption of the world. We consider them insufferably self-righteous. A pause. Though their wine is acceptable. Harry filed that information away for later. Rivendell appeared without warning. One moment they were walking through forest, the next they were standing at the edge of a valley so beautiful it hurt to look at. Waterfalls cascaded down cliff faces into pools of crystal-clear water. Buildings that seemed grown rather than built climbed the slopes, all graceful arches and flowing lines. Bridges spanned impossible gaps, delicate as spider silk but somehow supporting crowds of elegantly dressed figures. Elves. Everywhere, elves. They moved differently than humans, more fluid, more certain, as if they knew exactly where they were going at all times. Their faces were ageless, their eyes bright, their voices musical even in ordinary conversation. Harry felt suddenly aware of his travel-stained robes, his unwashed hair, the general messiness of his existence. Try not to stare, Gandalf advised. They're used to it, but it's still rude. They're beautiful. They know. Best not to mention it. A group of elves approached, led by a dark-haired figure in silver robes. He was tall, even for an elf, with a face that seemed carved from marble and eyes that held depths Harry couldn't fathom. "Gandalf," the figure said, and his voice was like music made solid. "You return to us at last. And with company. Elrond." Gandalf inclined his head. "I bring someone who needs your help. This is Harry Potter, from elsewhere." Elrond's gaze turned to Harry, and for a moment, it felt like being examined by a particularly thorough diagnostic spell. Every secret, every weakness, every hidden thought laid bare. Then the elf lord smiled. "Welcome to Rivendell, Harry Potter. We have much to discuss." They gave Harry a room that was bigger than his entire flat back in London. The bed was absurdly soft. The windows overlooked a waterfall that should have been deafening but somehow produced only a soothing background hum. The wardrobe was stocked with clothes that fit perfectly despite no one having taken his measurements. Elven magic. Harry was beginning to think it could do anything. He bathed, changed, and spent an hour just lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to process everything that had happened. The wound. Smaug. The goblins. The fire. It felt like years since he'd fallen through that portal in the Ministry, though it had probably been only a few weeks. "You're brooding," the dragon voice observed. "I'm resting." "You're brooding while resting. It's a talent." Harry almost smiled. A knock came at the door. He opened it to find a young elf, relatively speaking, which probably meant she was only a few centuries old, holding a tray of food that smelled incredible. "Lord Elrond requests your presence at dinner," she said. "In 2 hours. Until then, he thought you might be hungry." "Thank you." The elf nodded and disappeared, leaving Harry with more food than he could possibly eat and 2 hours to kill. He ate. He paced. He tried to mate and failed. He examined every inch of his room, looking for hidden passages or magical traps out of pure habit. Finally, he settled by the window and reached out with his dragon sense. Middle-earth spread before him like a map made of fire. He could feel the dragons in the north, still circling in patterns he didn't understand. He could feel Smaug, distant now, flying over icy peaks at the world's edge. He could feel smaller flames, lesser dragons, sleeping in caves and ruins, and brighter ones he didn't recognize, burning in places no mortal had visited in ages. And beneath it all, deep in the roots of the world, he could feel something else. Not the wound, that was sealed, dormant, but something similar. Other fractures. Other scars. Other pieces of Morgotha's darkness, waiting in the shadows for their moment to rise. "There are more," he said to the dragon voice. "Other wounds." Yes. Morgoth was vast. His breaking scattered pieces of him across all of creation. The one beneath Erebor was merely the largest that had begun to wake. Can they all be sealed? Perhaps. With enough fire. Enough will. Enough sacrifice. A pause. "But that is not your burden, little speaker. Not unless you choose to make it so." Harry thought about that. He'd spent his whole life being told he had responsibilities. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The one who had to face Voldemort, had to sacrifice himself, had to save everyone because prophecy said so. He was tired of prophecy. Tired of being chosen. But he was also tired of walking away. "What if I want to help?" "Then you would have to stay. Learn more of the old fire. Travel to the places where the wounds fester and seal them one by one. It would take years. Decades. Perhaps a lifetime. And if I go home instead? Then someone else will have to do it. Or no one will, and eventually the darkness will grow strong enough to devour this world from the inside out." Harry stared out at the waterfall. He thought about Ron and Hermione, waiting for him in a world that seemed impossibly far away. He thought about Thorin and Bilbo, about the dwarves rebuilding their mountain, about Smaug flying free for the first time in centuries. He thought about Toriel, her eyes bright with questions, her promise to find him when her duties were done. "I don't know what to do," he admitted. "You don't have to know yet," the dragon voice replied. "That's what time is for." Dinner in Rivendell was an experience. The dining hall was open to the sky, which shouldn't have been possible given the weather outside, but elven architecture apparently operated on different rules than the rest of reality. Long tables groaned under the weight of food, fruits and vegetables Harry had never seen, breads that seemed to melt on the tongue, wines that tasted like bottled starlight. Harry sat at Elrond's right hand, with Gandalf across from him and a collection of important-looking elves filling out the rest of the table. Everyone was beautiful. Everyone was graceful. Harry felt like a troll who'd wandered into a fashion show. "Tell me of your world," Elrond said, and his voice made it sound like a request rather than a command. So Harry told him. Everything this time, not just the overview he'd given Gandalf, but the details. Hogwarts and the houses, the Ministry and its corruption, Voldemort and the Horcruxes, the war and its aftermath. He talked about his parents, about Sirius, about Dumbledore, about all the people he'd lost and all the battles he'd fought. When he finished, the hall was silent. "You have lived a remarkable life," Elrond said finally. "For one so young." "I'm 20. "That's not young. You are 20 years old and you have saved your world multiple times, sacrificed your own life for others, and mastered magics that should take centuries to learn." Elrond's smile was gentle. "By any measure, Harry Potter, you are young. And you have done more than most achieve in 1,000 years. Harry didn't know what to say to that. "The magic that brought you here," Elrond continued. "You say it felt like dragons calling to you?" "Yes. Like every dragon that ever existed was reaching through the void and pulling me toward them." "Interesting." Elrond exchanged a glance with Gandalf. "There are old stories, older than the elves, older even than the Vala, of beings who existed before the world was made. Spirits of fire and light who helped shape creation itself. They were called the Flame Imperishable, and they were said to be the source of all true fire in existence. What happened to them? They became part of the world. Some say they became the dragons, giving those creatures their fire and their intelligence. Others say they scattered, hiding in the hearts of mortals who would one day be worthy to carry them." Elrond's eyes were thoughtful. "When you call the white fire, Harry Potter, you are calling something that predates this world. You are reaching into the very fabric of creation and drawing forth its original light. That sounds intense." "It is. And it explains much." Elrond leaned forward. "The magic of your world and the magic of ours are different branches of the same tree. When the Flame Imperishable recognized you, saw your courage, your sacrifice, your willingness to burn yourself for others, it chose you as a vessel. It pulled you across the boundaries between worlds because it needed you here." "Needed me for what?" "To do exactly what you've done. Seal the wound beneath Erebor. Stop the corruption before it could spread." Elrond's expression was grave. "But also, perhaps, for what comes next. The other wounds." "Yes. And worse things. Darkness is stirring in Middle-earth, Harry Potter. Sauron, the lieutenant of Morgoth, still exists somewhere in the shadows. His power grows year by year. And there are older evils, things that have slept since the world was young, beginning to wake." Harry thought about the fractures he'd felt, the scars of ancient darkness scattered across the map of fire in his mind. "You want me to stay? I want you to choose." Elrond's voice was firm. "No one can make this decision for you. Not Gandalf, not me, not even the fire itself. You must decide what your life is for." The words hung in the air. Harry looked around the table, at Gandalf's knowing eyes, at the elves who watched him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hope to something almost like fear, and felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "I need time," he said finally. To think. Of course. Elrond nodded. Take all the time you need. Rivendell's doors are open to you for as long as you wish to stay. The dinner continued, but Harry barely tasted the food. He spent the next 3 days exploring. Rivendell was larger than it looked from outside, filled with hidden gardens and secret libraries and halls that seemed to go on forever. Harry wandered through it all, trying to clear his head, trying to figure out what he wanted. The dragon voice was mercifully quiet, giving him space to think. On the second day, he found a garden that overlooked a waterfall. An old elf sat there, white-haired and weathered, staring at the falling water with an expression of profound sadness. "May I sit?" Harry asked. The elf nodded without looking up. They sat in silence for a while. The waterfall's roar was soothing, constant, unchanging. "You are the one they speak of," the old elf said eventually. "The fire speaker from another world." "That's me. I am Gilder. I have lived in Middle-earth since the First Age. I have seen empires rise and fall, watched friends die and be forgotten, buried more loved ones than I can count." He turned to look at Harry with eyes that held millennia of grief. "And I have never seen anyone carry the fire as you do. Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation. The fire is a terrible gift, young one. It burns everything it touches, including the one who carries it." Gilder's voice was gentle. "I knew Fëanor, the greatest elf who ever lived. He carried a fire too. It drove him to create the Silmarils, the most beautiful objects in existence. And then it drove him to madness, to war, to death and destruction on a scale this world had never seen." "What are you trying to tell me?" "That the fire is not your friend. It is a force. A power. It does not care about you, Harry Potter. It cares only about burning." Gilder's hand touched his arm, cool and dry. "If you choose to stay, if you choose to fight the darkness here, you must learn to control the fire instead of letting it control you. Otherwise, you will become what you fight against." Harry thought about the cave full of goblin corpses, the white flames pouring from his mouth, the moment when he'd stopped thinking and simply burned. "How do I control it?" "By understanding it. By accepting it. By making peace with the part of yourself that wants to destroy." Gilder smiled slightly. "It is not easy. It may not even be possible. But it is the only path that leads anywhere worth going." He stood, bowed slightly, and walked away. Harry sat alone with the waterfall and the weight of another impossible choice. On the third day, Toriel arrived. Harry was in the library, trying to read a book about the history of dragon speaking, when he heard her voice in the hall. He'd recognize it anywhere now, that mix of steel and warmth, confidence and curiosity. He found her in the entrance courtyard, arguing with an elf guard who clearly didn't want to let her in. "I'm here to see Harry Potter," she was saying. "He's expecting me." "Lord Elrond has given no instruction." "It's fine," Harry called out. "She's with me." The guard looked skeptical but stepped aside. Toriel strode toward Harry with the same efficient grace she'd shown in Mirkwood. She was wearing traveling clothes instead of armor, her bow slung across her back, her hair pulled into a practical braid. She looked tired but alert, like she'd been moving fast and hadn't stopped to rest. "You're alive," she said. "Mostly." "Good." She stopped in front of him, close enough that he could smell the forest on her clothes. "I heard what happened in the mountains. The goblins. The fire. News travels fast. I have good sources." Her eyes searched his face. "Are you all right?" "Honestly? I have no idea." She nodded like that was exactly the answer she'd expected. "Can we talk? Somewhere private?" They walked through Rivendell's gardens, following paths that wound between flowers Harry couldn't name. Toriel was quiet for a while, letting him set the pace. He appreciated that. "I gave my king my reports," she said eventually. "Told him everything that happened at Erebor. The wound, the fire, the way you spoke to Smaug like he was just another person to negotiate with. What did he say? That you're either the greatest hope Middle-earth has seen in an age, or the most dangerous threat since Morgoth himself. Her smile was wry. He wasn't sure which. That seems to be a common reaction. Can you blame him? You appeared from nowhere, befriended a dragon, and destroyed something that had been growing beneath the earth since before the elves existed. People are going to have opinions. What's your opinion? Toriel stopped walking. They were in a small clearing surrounded by silver-barked trees, moonlight filtering through leaves that seemed to glow with their own light. In the distance, the waterfall roared. But here, in this moment, everything was still. I think, she said slowly, that you're a good person who's been given terrible power. I think you're scared of what you might become, and that fear is what makes you trustworthy. And I think, she hesitated. I think I want to know you better. Harry's heart did something complicated. That's a lot. Elves don't do things by halves. She stepped closer. I've lived for 600 years, Harry Potter. I've seen empires rise and fall, watched people I loved grow old and die, buried parts of myself so deep I forgot they existed. And in all that time, I've never met anyone who made me feel the way you do. How do I make you feel? Awake. Her hand touched his face, cool and certain. Like I've been sleeping for centuries, and you're the first real thing I've seen since I opened my eyes. Harry couldn't breathe. Toriel, you don't have to say anything. I know you're dealing with impossible choices and world-shaking decisions. I know you might leave tomorrow and never come back. Her eyes were bright. But I also know that life is short, even for immortals. And I'm tired of waiting for perfect moments that never come. She kissed him. It wasn't like the awkward kisses Harry had experienced before, Cho's tears, Ginny's desperation. This was something else entirely. This was centuries of patience finally breaking, immortal fire meeting mortal flame, two impossible people finding each other in the dark. When they finally pulled apart, Harry's head was spinning. Wow, he managed. Yes. Toriel's smile was brilliant. Exactly that. They talked until dawn. Sitting in the garden, shoulders touching, watching the stars wheel overhead. Harry told her about his world, his life, everything he'd been through. She told him about hers, the centuries of service, the loneliness of being the only elf who felt like she didn't quite belong, the dreams she'd given up because duty demanded it. Why didn't you fit? Harry asked. Because I questioned things. Asked why instead of accepting how it had always been. My king values tradition. I value truth, I suppose. The two don't always align. That sounds familiar. I thought it might. She leaned against him. When I heard what you did at Erebor, talked to Smaug, sealed the wound, saved people who probably would have died without you, I knew I had to find you. Because that's what I've always wanted to do. Make a difference. Change things. Not just guard the same forest for another 600 years. So come with me. The words were out before Harry could stop them. Toriel went very still. Come with you where? I don't know yet. Maybe home, if Elrond can figure out how to send me back. Maybe here, if I decide to stay and deal with the other wounds. Harry took a breath. But whatever I choose, I don't want to do it alone. And I'm what? The first person I've met in this world who makes me feel like maybe I could belong here. Like maybe it's not just a place I'm passing through. Toriel was quiet for a long moment. My king would never allow it. Your king doesn't own you. No. But he has given me purpose for 6 centuries. A home. A people. Her voice was soft. I cannot simply abandon that because a beautiful stranger asked me to. I'm not asking you to abandon anything. I'm asking you to choose something. Is there a difference? Harry thought about it. Yes, he said finally. Abandoning is running away. Choosing is running toward. Toriel's laugh was surprised, almost reluctant. You make it sound simple. Nothing about any of this is simple. But sometimes the complicated things are the ones worth doing. She turned to look at him, her eyes catching the first light of dawn. You really are remarkable, Harry Potter. I'm just someone who's learned to keep moving forward. He smiled slightly. Even when it's terrifying. Especially then. She kissed him again, softer this time. I need time. To think. To decide. Take all the time you need. And if I choose not to come, then I'll understand. And I'll hope we meet again someday. Toriel nodded slowly. Fair enough. She stood, brushing off her clothes. I should go. My escorts will be wondering where I am. Will I see you again? Count on it. Her smile was fierce. Whatever I decide about the future, Harry Potter, I'm not done with you yet. She disappeared into the garden, leaving Harry alone with the sunrise and the weight of too many possibilities. 3 days later, Harry made his choice. He found Elrond in the Hall of Fire, where the elves gathered to sing and tell stories. The Elf Lord was sitting alone, watching the flames dance in the central hearth. You've decided, Elrond said without looking up. How did you know? You walk differently now. Like someone with purpose. Harry sat down beside him. I'm going to stay. For now. There are wounds that need sealing, darkness that needs fighting. And I can't just walk away from that. Elrond nodded slowly. I thought you might. The fire has chosen you, and the fire does not easily let go of what it claims. Will you help me? Teach me to control it? I will do what I can. Though much of what you must learn cannot be taught, only experienced. Elrond turned to look at him. It will be dangerous. You may die. You may wish you had died. I know. And yet you choose it anyway. Someone has to. Harry smiled grimly. And apparently, I'm the only one who can. Elrond's hand clasped his shoulder. Then welcome, Harry Potter, to the fight that never ends. May your fire burn long, and may the darkness never claim you. I'll do my best. That is all anyone can ask. The next morning, Harry began his training. It was nothing like Hogwarts. There were no wands, no incantations, no careful measured learning. This was raw power and ancient wisdom, force of will pitted against the fundamental nature of fire itself. Elrond started with Mat Ion, hours of sitting motionless, reaching into himself to find the place where the dragon fire burned. It hurt. The fire didn't want to be contained, didn't want to be controlled. It wanted to rage and destroy and consume. Let me out, it seemed to whisper. Let me burn. But Harry held on. He'd spent years fighting Voldemort's voice in his head, resisting the connection that let the Dark Lord send him visions and emotions. This was different, the fire wasn't malicious, just wild, but the principle was the same. Control. Focus. Will. You're getting better, the dragon voice observed one evening. I don't feel better. I feel like I'm holding back a tsunami with my bare hands. That is what control feels like, at first. Eventually it becomes natural. How long did it take you? I am a dragon. I was born of fire. It is different for me. A pause. But I have seen mortals learn. The best of them took years. Years. Did you expect it to be easy? No. Harry supposed he hadn't. Weeks passed. Harry's control improved. He learned to call the fire without losing himself in it, to direct it precisely instead of just letting it explode. He practiced on targets Elrond created, illusions of goblins and orcs and darker things, and each day his aim got better, his focus sharper. He also explored Rivendell's libraries, reading everything he could find about the wounds and the darkness and the history of the world he'd stumbled into. The more he learned, the more he understood just how deep the rabbit hole went. Morgoth had been the first Dark Lord, but he'd been only the beginning. After his defeat, his lieutenant Sauron had risen to continue his work. And while Sauron was currently diminished, hiding somewhere in the shadows, slowly rebuilding his power, he was far from destroyed. The ring, Elrond said one day, when Harry asked about it. Sauron poured most of his power into a single artifact, a golden ring that gave him dominion over the other rings of power. When it was cut from his hand, he lost his physical form. But as long as the ring exists, he cannot truly die. Harry thought about Bilbo's ring, the one that had felt wrong in his hand, the one that still sat in the hobbit's pocket. Is it possible, he started, that the ring still exists? Yes. It was lost for thousands of years, but lost does not mean destroyed. Elrond's eyes were troubled. If it were to resurface, if someone were to claim it and bring it back to Sauron, then everything we're doing would be pointless. Not pointless, but certainly more difficult. Harry filed that away for future worry. On the day of midsummer, Toriel returned. She rode into Rivendell on an elven horse, her hair unbound and streaming behind her, her face set with determination. Harry was practicing fire forms in one of the gardens when he heard the commotion and came running. She dismounted before he reached her. "I made my choice," she said. "And I'm coming with you." Her smile was fierce. "Whatever you're doing, wherever you're going, I'm in." Harry felt something in his chest a knot. "Your king." Furious. "He threatened to exile me, strip me of my rank, declare me traitor to the woodland realm." She laughed. "I told him he could do whatever he wanted. I was done living a life that felt like a cage." "Toriel, don't." She held up a hand. "Don't apologize or try to talk me out of it. I made this choice for me, not for you. You just helped me see that it was possible." Harry pulled her into a kiss. Around them, elves stopped to stare. He didn't care. "Welcome to the fight," he said when they finally broke apart. "Happy to be here." Her eyes were bright. "Now, what have I missed?" Harry caught her up on everything, his training, the wounds, the ring, the growing sense that something bigger was coming. She listened carefully, asking sharp questions, making observations that showed just how much experience she'd accumulated in her 6 centuries. "So we're fighting the leftover pieces of an ancient evil while waiting for a different ancient evil to potentially return," she summarized. "And the only thing standing between Middle-earth and destruction is a fire-speaking wizard from another dimension and his elven partner. That's about the size of it." "Right." She considered. "I've had worse odds." "Really?" "No. But I've learned that odds are meaningless when you're determined enough." Harry grinned despite himself. "I think I love you," he said. The word surprised both of them. Toriel went very still. "That's fast," she managed. "Is it? I feel like I've known you forever. We met a few weeks ago. Time is weird." She laughed, a real laugh, surprised and delighted, and pulled him close. "You are the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, Harry Potter." "Is that good?" "I think so." She kissed his forehead. "Ask me again in a century." "Deal." That night, Elrond summoned them both to his private chambers. The elf lord looked troubled, more troubled than Harry had seen him since arriving. He gestured for them to sit and poured wine with hands that seemed less steady than usual. "News has come from the north," he said. "Smaug has been active." "Active how?" "He's been visiting the other dragons. Speaking to them. Convincing them of something, our scouts cannot determine what." Elrond set down the wine decanter. "Some have begun leaving their hordes. Flying in patterns that suggest coordination. It's unlike anything we've seen in an age. Harry reached out with his dragon sense. He could feel them now, dozens of dragons, scattered across the north, all buzzing with a strange energy. Not hostile, exactly. More like, excited. What are they doing? He asked the dragon voice. Changing. As Smaug changed. As you changed them. I didn't change them. The fire did. When you called it an Erebor, when you touched every dragon in existence, you showed them something they had forgotten. That there was more to life than gold and sleeping and waiting for death. Harry opened his eyes. I think I know what's happening, he said slowly. When I sealed the wound, I called fire from every dragon in Middle-earth. And that connection changed something. Woke something up in them. Woke what up? I don't know exactly. Purpose, maybe. The memory of what they used to be, before Morgoth corrupted them. Harry shook his head. Whatever it is, they're organizing. And Smaug is leading them. Elrond's face was pale. A coordinated dragon force could lay waste to every kingdom in Middle-earth. Or they could protect it. Harry met his eyes. Not every change is bad. Sometimes the monsters become something else. That is a great deal of faith to place in creatures who have only ever known destruction. I've been betting on unlikely redemptions my whole life. Usually works out. Toriel squeezed his hand. What do we do? She asked. We find Smaug, Harry decided. Talk to him. Figure out what he's planning and whether it's going to cause problems. And if it is, then I stop him. The dragon voice rumbled in the back of his mind. You think you could stop me? I think I could try. Good. That's all that matters. They left Rivendell 2 days later. Gandalf was staying behind. He had other concerns, other burdens, but he gave Harry a staff before they parted. Not a wizard's staff, exactly. Something older, carved from wood that seemed to hold its own light. This was made in the First Age, the wizard said. By craftsmen who understood fire in ways we've forgotten. It will help you focus your power, channel it more precisely. Thank you. Don't thank me. Use it well. Gandalf's eyes were sharp. And remember what I told you. The question is never what you can do. It's what you should do. I'll remember. They rode north. Harry on a horse borrowed from Elrond's stables, Toriel on the same mount she'd arrived on. The road stretched before them, winding through valleys and over hills, toward the far peaks where dragons circled in the sky. Here we go, the dragon voice said. Here we go, Harry agreed. Behind them, Rivendell faded into the distance. Ahead, the future waited. And somewhere in the north, Smaug the Golden was building something new. Chapter 4, The Weight of Gold. They rode hard for 2 weeks. The landscape changed around them as they traveled north, green valleys giving way to rocky scrubland, then to windswept plains that seemed to stretch forever. Harry had never seen country so empty. Back in Britain, you couldn't go 5 miles without hitting a village or a farm. Here, they could ride for days without seeing another living soul. It wasn't always like this, Toriel said one evening, as they made camp beneath a sky thick with stars. These lands were full of people once. Kingdoms and cities and trade routes connecting everything. Then the dragons came. Smaug. Him and others. The great fire drakes of the north. They burned everything in their path, drove the survivors into hiding. She stared into their small campfire. My grandmother told me stories of the world before. Green fields where there's now ash. Rivers that ran clean instead of fouled with old death. A world where you could look at the horizon without wondering what was going to kill you. Harry poked at the fire with a stick. Do you think it can go back to how it was? I don't know. Some things, once broken, stay broken. She glanced at him. But sometimes they become something new instead. Maybe that's enough. She's wise, the dragon voice observed. For an elf. You don't like elves. I don't like anyone. But I respect wisdom when I see it. Harry smiled slightly and said nothing. On the 15th day, they found the first dragon. It was sleeping in the ruins of what must have been a fortress once, crumbled walls and collapsed towers, all half buried in snow. The dragon itself was small by Smaug standards, maybe 30 feet from nose to tail, with scales of dull iron that seemed to absorb light. Harry felt it before he saw it, a pulse of fire presence in his mind, familiar but strange. Wait here, he told Toriel. Like hell. I'm serious. If this goes wrong, then I'll be there to help. That's the point of coming with you. She was already dismounting, bow in hand. Harry decided to pick his battles. They approached the ruins on foot, moving quietly through the snow. The dragon's breathing was slow and even, clouds of steam rising from its nostrils with each exhale. It didn't stir as they got closer. Harry stopped about 20 feet away and cleared his throat. Hello. The dragon's eyes snapped open. For a moment, nothing happened. Harry felt the creature's mind brush against his, confusion, surprise, a flash of automatic aggression that faded almost instantly. Speaker, the dragon said, and there was something like awe in its voice. You are the one. The fire caller. The bridge. That's what they tell me. I felt you. When the wound closed. When the old fire burned. The dragon rose slowly, shaking snow from its scales. We all felt you. Every dragon in the world. What did it feel like? The dragon considered. Like waking from a dream. Like remembering something I had forgotten I knew. Its head tilted. I have been sleeping in these ruins for 300 years. I told myself it was because there was nothing worth waking for. But that was a lie. What was the truth? I was afraid. Of what I had become. Of what I might do if I let myself move again. The dragon's eyes were old and sad. I burned cities once, Speaker. Killed thousands. I told myself it was my nature, that dragons had no choice but to destroy. But when the fire called, I felt the truth. Which is? We always had a choice. We just chose wrong. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a complicated emotion he couldn't quite name. Smaug, he said. The other dragons. Do you know what they're doing? Smaug has called a gathering. The first in an age. He says the old ways are dead and new ways must be forged. The dragon's laugh was like stones grinding together. It is very dramatic. Very Smaug. Where is this gathering? The withered heath. The breeding grounds of our kind, in the far north. Every dragon who heard the fire call has been summoned. A pause. You should go, Speaker. They will want to see you. To understand what you are. And you? I have slept long enough. Perhaps it is time I woke up. The dragon spread its wings, wider than Harry had expected, easily twice its body length, and launched into the air with a rush of wind that nearly knocked him over. Find Smaug, it called back. Show them the fire. Show them what we can become. And then it was gone, a dark shape dwindling against the gray sky. Toriel lowered her bow. That was unexpected, she said. Which part? All of it. I've never seen a dragon talk to anyone like that. Like it was, asking for permission. Maybe that's what changed. They're not just following instinct anymore. Harry stared at the sky where the dragon had disappeared. They're choosing. Is that better or worse? I guess we'll find out. The withered heath was 3 more days north. The land grew harsher as they traveled, snow deeper, wind sharper, vegetation non-existent. Harry had to keep casting warming charms just to stay functional, and Toriel's lips were turning blue despite her elven resilience. We should stop, Harry said on the second night, as they huddled in a shallow cave that barely blocked the wind. "We're close. I can feel them." "So can I. But you're freezing to death, and I'd rather not explain to your king how I got his best captain killed by stubbornness." Toriel laughed despite herself. "Former captain. Remember?" "Right. Former captain." He pulled her closer, sharing what warmth he could. "Still. Rest tonight. We'll reach them tomorrow." She didn't argue. They lay together in the darkness, listening to the wind howl outside. Harry could feel the dragons now, dozens of them, gathered in the mountains ahead, their fire presences burning like stars in his mind. "You're nervous," the dragon voice observed. "Shouldn't I be? I'm about to walk into a gathering of the most dangerous creatures in Middle-earth and ask them to, what? Join the good guys? You're going to offer them something better than destruction. That's not nothing. What if they don't want something better? Then you'll convince them. Or you'll fail. Either way, you'll have tried." Harry supposed that was true. "Why are you so calm about this?" "Because I know what you are, little speaker. I've felt your fire, your will, your stubborn refusal to give up even when everything seems impossible." A pause. "If anyone can change the hearts of dragons, it's you. That's surprisingly supportive. Don't get used to it." They reached the withered heath at noon the next day. It wasn't what Harry had expected. He'd imagined something dramatic, a volcanic crater, maybe, or a cavern full of fire. Instead, it was a valley. A vast, snow-filled depression between mountain peaks, littered with bones and scattered with caves that dotted the cliff faces like holes in cheese. And dragons. Everywhere, dragons. They perched on ledges and circled in the sky and lay curled in the snow, dozens of them in every size and color imaginable. Some were small, barely larger than horses. Others were massive, their wingspans blocking out the sun when they passed overhead. All of them radiated heat and power and ancient, terrible intelligence. "The gathering," the dragon voice said. "I haven't seen so many of my kind in one place since before the war." "Which war?" "The only one that mattered. The War of Wrath. When the Vala came and broke Morgotha's armies and drowned half the world in the process." A pause. "Most of us died that day. These are the survivors. And their descendants." Harry looked at the valley full of dragons and felt very, very small. "Right. Let's do this." He walked forward. The dragons noticed him immediately. He felt their attention snap to him like searchlights, curiosity, suspicion, recognition. The ones nearest to him shifted, making room, creating a path. The ones in the sky descended, landing on ledges to watch. Harry kept walking. He found Smaug at the center of the valley, coiled atop a pile of boulders that might have been a throne or might have just been a comfortable place to sit. The golden dragon looked different here, larger, more vital, less like a creature that had spent a century sleeping on gold. "Speaker," Smaug said, and his voice carried across the valley, audible to every dragon present. "You came. You summoned me. I summoned everyone. You were just the one I most wanted to see." Smaug's eyes gleamed. "Welcome to the gathering. The first in 3,000 years. Harry looked around at the assembled dragons, 50 of them, maybe 60, all watching him with ancient eyes. What is this about? Change. Choice. The future of our kind. Smaug rose, spreading his wings, addressing the crowd as much as Harry. For too long, we have been what Morgoth made us, weapons. Destroyers. Beasts of fire and fury with no purpose beyond accumulation and death. But the Firecaller showed us another way. He sealed the wound beneath Erebor. He touched every dragon in existence and reminded us of what we were before we were corrupted. And now I ask you all, do we want to go back to sleeping on gold and waiting for heroes to kill us? Or do we want to become something more? Murmurs rippled through the assembled dragons, if you could call sounds that shook the earth murmurs. Become what? One of them demanded. A scarred old beast with scales the color of dried blood. Pets? Servants? The tamed monsters of mortal kingdoms? Allies, Smaug replied. Partners. Beings with purpose beyond destruction. His gaze swept the crowd. I have spent a century in that mountain, surrounded by more gold than any living creature could ever spend. And in all that time, I felt nothing but emptiness. The gold meant nothing. The power meant nothing. I was dying by inches, and I didn't even know it. Then the speaker came. And he offered me something no one ever had, a choice. Not submission or death, but genuine choice. The freedom to be something other than what I had always been. The scarred dragon snorted. Pretty words. But words don't change what we are. We are fire. We are destruction. It is in our blood. It doesn't have to be. Every eye in the valley turned to Harry. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of their attention like a physical pressure. I've met your kind before. In my world, dragons are beasts, powerful, dangerous, but not intelligent. They follow instinct because that's all they know. He met the scarred dragon's gaze. But you're different. You think. You choose. You feel things beyond hunger and rage. So that means you can be better. Not because someone forces you, but because you decide to. Harry's voice grew stronger. Morgoth corrupted you. Made you into weapons. But he's gone now, and the chains he put on you are chains you're choosing to keep wearing. You know nothing of our chains. I know what it feels like to be defined by someone else's expectations. To be told what you are and what you have to do because of how you were born. Harry thought of the prophecy, of all the years he'd spent being the chosen one whether he wanted to or not. And I know that the only way to break free is to choose something different. Even when it's hard. Even when everyone tells you it's impossible. The scarred dragon stared at him. And if we choose destruction? If we decide that fire and death are what we want? Then I'll stop you. Silence. Then, slowly, the scarred dragon laughed. You have courage, little speaker. I'll give you that. It settled back on its haunches. Very well. I will listen to what Smaug proposes. But if this is some trick, some attempt to tame us or control us, it's not. I promise. We'll see. The debate continued for hours. Dragons, Harry discovered, were surprisingly good at arguing. They had centuries of practice and absolutely no filter. Insults flew, ancient grudges resurfaced, and at one point two of them actually started fighting before Smaug intervened with a blast of flame that sent them both tumbling. But slowly, painfully, something like consensus began to emerge. The dragons didn't want to be heroes. They didn't want to serve mortals or protect kingdoms or any of the other things that good creatures were supposed to do. But they also didn't want to keep doing what they'd always done, hoarding gold, sleeping for centuries, killing anyone who got too close. They wanted purpose. Something to do that mattered. Something that made the endless years of their existence feel like more than just waiting. What if you were guardians? Harry suggested during a lull in the arguing. Guardians of what? A sleek silver dragon asked. The wounds. The scars Morgoth left behind. There are more of them, scattered across Middle-earth, and if they're not watched, they'll eventually break open. Harry gestured vaguely south. The one beneath Erebor took the combined fire of every dragon in existence to seal. The others might be just as bad. You want us to guard holes in the ground, the scarred dragon said flatly. I want you to guard the world from the thing that corrupted you. To be the first line of defense against the darkness that made you what you were. Silence. That is not the worst idea, Smaug admitted. We know the wounds better than any other creatures. We feel them. They call to us, whisper to us, try to pull us back into corruption. Exactly, Harry said. Who better to guard against them than beings who understand how dangerous they are? The dragons murmured among themselves. It would give us territory, one of them observed. Places that were ours by right. Places we would be defending, not just occupying. It would give us enemies, another added. Real enemies. The kind worth fighting. And it would give us purpose, Smaug finished. The thing we've all been missing. The scarred dragon was quiet for a long moment. I have guarded nothing but gold for 400 years, it said finally. I have killed adventurers and burned villages and told myself it was because that's what dragons do. But I never felt anything but empty afterward. You're saying you'll do it? I'm saying I'll try. The old dragon's eyes met Harry's. You have given us more than anyone ever has, Speaker. A chance to be something other than monsters. I won't waste it. One by one, the other dragons signaled their agreement. Not all of them. A handful flew off into the mountains, unwilling to accept the change. But the majority stayed. The majority chose. It seems, Smaug said, that we have a new covenant. They stayed at the Withered Heath for 3 days. Harry spent most of that time talking to the dragons, learning their names, their histories, their hopes and fears. Each one was different. Each one had a story. And each one, in their own way, was trying to figure out what it meant to be something other than what they'd been made. Toriel stayed with him, watching, listening, occasionally asking questions that cut straight to the heart of things. The dragons were wary of her at first. Elves and dragons had long and bloody history, but her directness won them over. She's formidable, Smaug observed one evening, as they watched her argue with a young dragon about hunting practices. She is. You're fortunate to have found her. I know. Smaug's golden eyes studied him. You've changed since Erebor. The fire has settled into you. You carry it more easily now. Practice. More than practice. You've accepted what you are. The dragon's voice was almost gentle. That's the hardest part, you know. Not learning to use the power, but learning to live with it. Harry thought about all the years he'd spent fighting against being special, against being chosen, against being anything other than a normal kid who wanted a normal life. I spent a long time wishing I was someone else, he said finally. Someone without the prophecy and the scar and the responsibility. But I finally figured out that wishing doesn't change anything. You can only work with what you've got. Wise. I had good teachers. Smaug was quiet for a moment. I never thanked you. For what you did at Erebor. For giving me the choice no one else ever offered. You don't have to thank me. Perhaps not. But I want to. The dragon dipped his head, and almost bow. You showed me that change was possible. That I wasn't trapped by what Morgoth made me. That is a gift beyond measure. Harry wasn't sure what to say. Just, don't waste it. Be better than you were. I will try. Smaug's smile was sharp. That is all any of us can do. On the 4th day, a messenger arrived. It was Gandalf's raven, a bird the size of a small dog, with eyes that gleamed with unsettling intelligence. It landed on Harry's shoulder and spoke in a croaking voice that was nonetheless perfectly clear. News from the south. Lake Town is under attack. An army of orcs, larger than any seen in an age. Gandalf requests your presence immediately. Harry's blood went cold. Lake Town? Why? Unknown. But the wizard believes it may be connected to the wounds. Something is driving the orcs. Something is commanding them. The darkness stirs, the dragon voice said grimly. I can feel it now. A will behind the chaos. An intelligence guiding the destruction. Sauron? Perhaps. Or something older. Something that has been waiting for an opportunity. Harry turned to Toriel. We have to go. Obviously. She was already moving toward their horses. How far? Too far to ride. We'll never make it in time. Then don't ride, Smaug said. Fly. Half an hour later, Harry was clinging to Smaug's back as the world blurred beneath them. Flying on a dragon was nothing like flying on a broomstick. Broomsticks were controlled, precise, limited. This was raw power, wind tearing at his robes, the ground impossibly far below, speed that made his eyes water and his heart race. Toriel was behind him, her arms locked around his waist, her face pressed against his back. She'd been reluctant to accept the ride, elves and dragons, ancient enemies, etc., but practicality had won out. You're enjoying this, the dragon voice observed. Maybe a little. Good. It would be sad if you couldn't appreciate the glory of flight. They weren't alone. A dozen other dragons flew with them, volunteers who wanted to see the battle, who wanted to test their new purpose against real enemies. The sky was full of wings and fire. This is insane. Toriel shouted over the wind. Welcome to my life. She laughed, a wild, exhilarated sound, and held him tighter. They reached Lake Town by nightfall. The situation was worse than Harry had imagined. The orc army stretched across the landscape like a dark stain, thousands upon thousands of them, surrounding the town on three sides. The fourth side was the lake itself, and even there, Harry could see boats massing, crude rafts carrying more of the creatures toward the town's wooden walls. Lake Town was burning. Not everywhere, not yet, the defenders were fighting back, arrows raining from the walls, desperate sorties trying to push back the assault. But it was only a matter of time. There were too many orcs. Too much hatred. Too much darkness. There, the dragon voice said. Do you feel it? Harry reached out with his senses. Yes. Behind the orc army, hidden in the shadows of the mountains, something was watching. Something old and cold and patient. Not Sauron, this felt different, less focused, more diffuse. Like a disease instead of a mind. What is that? A wound. Newly opened. Something tore it wide, and the darkness is pouring through. Can we close it? With enough fire? Yes. Harry looked at the dragons flying around him. Then let's get started. The orcs never saw them coming. One moment, the army was pressing against Lake Town's walls, victory almost certain. The next, fire was falling from the sky. Smaug led the attack, his golden flames cutting through the orc ranks like a scythe through wheat. The other dragons followed, each one picking a section of the army and reducing it to ash. The orcs screamed, scattered, tried to flee, but there was nowhere to go. The sky was full of death. Harry didn't join the attack. Not yet. Instead, he had Smaug carry him toward the mountains, toward the darkness he could feel pulsing like a wound in the world. Toriel came with him, bow ready, eyes scanning for threats. They found the wound at the base of a cliff, hidden behind a curtain of thorns and shadow. It was smaller than the one beneath Erebor, but growing, Harry could see it expanding as he watched, reality tearing at the edges like paper burning. Can you seal it? Toriel asked. I think so. But I need to get closer. Then I'll cover you. She dropped from Smaug's back, landing in a roll and coming up with an arrow already nocked. Harry followed, sliding down the dragon's scales and hitting the ground running. The darkness noticed him immediately. Things poured from the wound, not orcs, but something worse. Shadows with teeth. Shapes that hurt to look at. Fragments of Morgotha's will, given form and hunger. Toriel's arrows took the first wave, each shot finding a vital point with impossible precision. Harry's wand blazed, stunners and reductos tearing through the creatures that got too close. But more kept coming. Use the fire, the dragon voice urged. Harry opened himself to it. The white flames erupted from his hands, pouring into the wound, filling the darkness with light. The shadow creatures screamed and burned. The tear in reality shuddered, resisting, trying to push back. More. Give it everything. Harry reached deeper. He could feel the dragons behind him, their fire presences burning like beacons. He drew on them, not taking their fire, but connecting to it, weaving it together with his own. The combined power was staggering, more than he'd ever held before. The wound fought back. The darkness pressed against his mind, whispering promises and threats, trying to corrupt him as it had corrupted so many others. You could have everything, it said. Power. Immortality. A world shaped to your will. Not interested. Then you will die. Probably. But not today. Harry pushed everything he had into the fire. The wound screamed, a sound that existed more in his head than in reality, and collapsed in on itself. The darkness retreated, sucked back into whatever void it had come from. The tear sealed, the edges fusing together until nothing remained but smooth stone. Harry fell to his knees. Harry. Toriel was beside him instantly, her hands checking for injuries. Are you all right? Fine. Just, tired. You sealed it, the dragon voice said, and there was something like pride in its tone. The second wound. Closed. How many more are there? Many. But you're getting better at this. Harry laughed weakly. Great. Practice makes perfect. By morning, the battle was over. The orc army had been annihilated, those that hadn't burned had fled into the mountains, and the dragons had hunted most of them down. Lake Town was damaged but standing, its people emerging from shelters to stare at the sky in wonder and terror. Dragons. Saving them. It was probably going to take a while to sink in. Gandalf met Harry at the town gates, his face drawn with exhaustion but his eyes bright. You came. You asked. I asked. I didn't expect, the wizard gestured at the dragons circling overhead. That. They wanted to help. I told you things were changing. You did. I'm beginning to believe you. Gandalf shook his head. The wound, it appeared 3 days ago, without warning. One moment there was nothing, the next, orcs were pouring from the mountains like ants from a kicked hill. Something opened it. On purpose. That was my conclusion as well. Which raises the question, who? And why? Harry thought about the darkness he'd felt, the cold intelligence watching from the shadows. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's not finished. This was a test. A probing attack. To see how we'd respond. Maybe. Or to see if I'd come. Harry's jaw tightened. Either way, we need to find the other wounds before something else does. All of them. All of them. And we need to do it fast. Gandalf studied him for a long moment. You know this will take years. Perhaps decades. It will consume your entire life. I know. And you're willing to accept that? Harry looked at Toriel, standing nearby, cleaning orc blood from her arrows. He looked at Smaug, circling overhead, golden scales catching the morning light. He looked at the town he'd just helped save, at the people who were alive because he'd made a choice. Yeah, he said. I am. Gandalf's smile was tired but genuine. Then welcome to the war, Harry Potter. It's going to be a long one. That night, they held a council. Not the formal kind, no thrones or crowns or official representatives. Just Harry, Toriel, Gandalf, Smaug, and a collection of people who had somehow become important. Bard the bowman who'd organized Lake Town's defense, a dwarf messenger from Erebor named Gimli, and a ranger from the north who called himself Strider and had arrived just in time for the battle. The wounds are scattered across Middle-earth, Gandalf said, spreading a map across the table. I've managed to identify 7 likely locations, based on old records and recent disturbances. But there may be more. 7. Smaug rumbled. He was outside the building, his massive head thrust through a window that had been hastily widened to accommodate him. That's manageable. Assign dragons to each location, have them monitor for activity, respond when necessary. And if they can't seal them? Bard asked. Not all of them have, whatever Harry has. Then they call for backup. The firelink works both ways, I can feel when any of them are in danger, and they can feel me. That's assuming Harry survives long enough to respond, Toriel said quietly. He almost burned out tonight. If the wounds keep getting stronger. I'll get better, Harry said. I have to. That's not a plan. That's hope. Sometimes hope is all you've got. Strider spoke up for the first time, his voice low and measured. There's another option. The wounds are connected to Morgoth. Morgoth was defeated by the Vala. If we could find a way to call on their power. The Vala don't interfere in mortal affairs, Gandalf said. Not directly. They learned that lesson in the War of Wrath. They sent you. I'm an advisor. A guide. Not a weapon. Gandalf's expression was troubled. Though perhaps there are other ways. What do you mean? There are artifacts. Relics from the First Age, imbued with the power of the Vala themselves. Most were lost or destroyed, but a few might still exist. He traced a line on the map. The most powerful was a set of jewels called the Silmarils. They contained the light of the two trees, the purest light in creation. If any power could seal the wounds permanently, it would be that. Where are they? One was cast into the sea. One was thrown into a volcanic chasm. One was taken into the sky and became the evening star. Gandalf sighed. None of them are accessible. There has to be something else. There might be. But finding it will require research, travel, time we may not have. The room fell silent. Harry stared at the map, at the marks indicating wound locations, at the vast stretches of territory between them. It was overwhelming. Impossible. But he'd faced impossible before. Here's what we do, he said. Dragons to each wound, monitoring and responding. Gandalf researches the artifacts, anything that might help seal them permanently. The rest of us travel, deal with threats as they emerge, try to figure out who's opening these things and why. That's a lot of ground to cover, Bard observed. We'll cover it. We don't have a choice. I like this plan, Smaug said. It involves fire and violence and very little sitting around. That's because you're a dragon, Toriel said dryly. Yes. And dragons get things done. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. All right. Let's get things done. They spent a week in Lake Town, organizing and planning. The dragons dispersed to their assigned locations, each one taking responsibility for a section of Middle-earth. Smaug took the north, the most dangerous region, with multiple potential wound sites. Others spread east and west, creating a network of watchers that spanned the continent. Harry used the time to train, pushing his fire control further than he'd ever gone before. Elrond's techniques helped, but so did simple practice, calling the flames, shaping them, learning to use them without burning himself out. Toriel trained with him, not with fire, that wasn't her gift, but with combat. She was the best fighter Harry had ever seen, centuries of experience distilled into movements so fluid they barely seemed real. You're getting better, she said one afternoon, after disarming him for the 5th time in a row. High praise. I mean it. When we met, you fought like someone who'd been trained quickly and desperately. Now you fight like someone who's had time to learn. I've had a good teacher. Several good teachers. She helped him up. But the fire is still your strongest weapon. Don't neglect it. I won't. They stood there for a moment, breathing hard, covered in sweat and bruises. Harry was suddenly very aware of how close she was. You know, Toriel said quietly, when I decided to come with you, I told myself it was about purpose. About finding something worth doing. And now? Now I think it was about you. Her hand touched his face. You make me feel things I'd forgotten I could feel. Hope. Excitement. Fear. Fear. Of losing you. Of watching you burn yourself up trying to save everyone. Her eyes were bright. Promise me you'll be careful. I'm always careful. You're the least careful person I've ever met. Then I'll try to be more careful. She kissed him, fierce and desperate, and for a moment the wounds and the darkness and the weight of the world faded into the background. Promise me, she said again. I promise. On the 8th day, word came from Erebor. Thorin had consolidated his hold on the mountain. The dwarves were rebuilding, trading, slowly returning to their ancestral home. But there was a problem. The Arkenstone shards, Gimli explained. When it broke, the pieces scattered through the treasury. Most were recovered, but a few weren't. Why does that matter? Harry asked. Because the Arkenstone was connected to the wound. Whatever power it held, whatever corruption, might still be active in the fragments. Harry's stomach dropped. Someone took them. That's our guess. One of the workers, probably, someone who didn't know what they were handling. Gimli's face was grim. Thorin sent me to find you. He thinks you might be able to track them. Track magical artifacts across Middle-earth. You tracked the Wound. You tracked Smaug. These aren't ordinary shards, they're pieces of something ancient and dark. If anyone can find them. Harry reached out with his senses, letting the dragon fire guide him. There. Faint, but present. A thread of darkness, leading south and west. The shards were moving, being carried somewhere by someone who probably had no idea what they possessed. I can feel them. Then we go after them, Toriel said immediately. It might be a trap. Probably. But we can't let those things fall into the wrong hands. Harry looked at Gandalf. Go, the wizard said. I'll continue the research here. Send word if you find anything. And if we don't? Then keep looking. Some things are too important to give up on. Harry nodded and turned to his companions. Saddle up. We're going hunting. The trail led them south through the greenwood and across the Anduin River. Harry followed the thread of darkness like a bloodhound, his senses stretched to their limits. The shards were moving fast, whoever had them was riding hard, changing directions often, as if they knew they were being followed. They're heading for Dol Guldur, Toriel said on the 4th day, as they crested a hill and saw the dark fortress rising in the distance. What's Dol Guldur? A ruin. An old stronghold of Sauron, before he was driven out by the White Council. Her voice was tight. My king has always feared it. He says the darkness there never fully left. Perfect place to bring corrupted artifacts, then. If that's their goal. You think it's not? I think nothing about this makes sense. Who would steal shards of the Arkenstone? Why would they bring them here? And how did they know what the shards could do? Harry didn't have answers. They approached Dol Guldur carefully, using the forest for cover. The fortress was massive, towers of black stone, walls covered in thorns and shadow, an atmosphere of malice that pressed against Harry's mind like cold fingers. And at its center, the thread of darkness pulsed. The shards are in there, Harry said. Obviously. The question is how we get to them. Front door. That's not a plan. It's worked before. Toriel stared at him. You're actually serious. The fortress is abandoned, right? No garrison, no defenders, just old evil and bad memories. That we know of. Then we go in, grab the shards, and get out. Simple. Simple. She shook her head. I'm going to regret agreeing to this, aren't I? Probably. Fine. But if we die, I'm blaming you. They moved toward the fortress. The inside of Dol Guldur was worse than the outside. The walls wept with some black substance that might have been water or might have been something else entirely. The floor was covered in dust that showed no footprints, as if no one had walked here in centuries, despite the fact that someone had just brought the shards. And everywhere, Harry felt echoes of pain. This place was a torture chamber, he said quietly. I can feel it. The suffering that happened here. Sauron held prisoners in these dungeons for years. Gandalf was nearly killed rescuing one of them. Toriel's bow was in her hand, arrow ready. We should move quickly. They followed the darkness thread deeper into the fortress. The shards were in a chamber at the heart of Dol Guldur, a room that might once have been a throne room, now filled with debris and shadow. They lay on a pedestal at the center, 3 fragments of crystal that pulsed with purple light. And standing beside them, waiting, was a figure in black robes. Harry Potter, the figure said, and his voice was like ice cracking. I wondered when you'd arrive. Harry raised his wand. Who are you? A servant. A messenger. A piece of something greater. The figure laughed. Did you think the wound beneath Erebor was the only one we were cultivating? Did you think you could seal a few cracks and call yourself a hero? My master has been watching you since you arrived in this world. Your power is interesting. But power without wisdom is just another form of destruction. The figure gestured at the shards. Take them. They're yours. A gift. I don't want your gifts. Want is irrelevant. The shards call to you. The darkness in them resonates with the fire you carry. You can feel it, can't you? The connection. Harry could. The shards were pulling at him, whispering promises, offering power beyond anything he'd imagined. I'm not interested. Then you're a fool. The figure's voice hardened. The wounds are opening, Potter. All of them. Your little coalition of dragons won't be enough to stop what's coming. What's coming? The return. The awakening. The end of this age and the beginning of something new. The figure began to fade, dissolving into the shadows. My master will be watching. When you're ready to make a deal. And then he was gone. Harry stared at the shards. Don't touch them, the dragon voice warned. They're bait. I know. We need to destroy them, Toriel said. Right now. Before whatever trap they're part of springs. Harry nodded. He reached deep into the fire, calling more than he ever had before, not just his own power, but the power of every dragon he was connected to. The white flames erupted from his hands, engulfing the shards, burning through the darkness that surrounded them. The shards screamed. For a moment, Harry felt resistance, the corruption fighting back, trying to corrupt him as it had corrupted Thorin. But he held firm, pouring more fire into the flames, refusing to let the darkness take hold. And then, finally, the shards crumbled to ash. Harry fell to his knees, exhausted. That was too easy, Toriel said, helping him up. Was it? They let us find them. Let us destroy them. Why? I don't know. Harry stared at the pile of ash. But I don't think we've seen the last of our mysterious friend. They left Dol Guldur as quickly as they'd come. Behind them, in the shadows, something laughed. Chapter 5, What Sleeps Beneath 3 months passed. Harry spent them traveling, fighting, sealing wounds wherever they appeared. The work was brutal and endless. No sooner would he close one tear in reality than another would open somewhere else. The pattern was obvious now. Someone was deliberately awakening the old darkness, probing Middle-earth's defenses, testing Harry's limits. The figure from Dol Guldur never reappeared, but his presence lingered like a bad taste. Harry could feel eyes on him sometimes, watching from shadows that shouldn't have been deep enough to hide anything. Waiting. You're pushing too hard, Toriel said one night, as they camped in the foothills of the Grey Mountains. Harry didn't look up from the fire he was staring into. I'm doing what needs to be done. You're burning yourself out. I can see it. She moved closer, her hand touching his shoulder. When was the last time you slept more than 2 hours? Sleep is overrated. Sleep is how you stay alive. Her voice sharpened. You're no good to anyone dead, Harry. I'm no good to anyone if I let the wound spread either. There are dragons watching every location. Gandalf is researching solutions. You don't have to do everything yourself. But I do. Harry finally looked at her. That's the thing, Toriel. I'm the only one who can seal them. The dragons can fight, they can watch, but when it comes to actually closing the tears, that's me. Just me. Then teach someone else. I don't know how. The fire isn't something you learn, it's something you are. Toriel was quiet for a long moment. Then we find another way. Gandalf's artifacts. The Vala's power. Something that doesn't require you to kill yourself inch by inch. If something like that existed, don't you think we'd have found it by now? Maybe we haven't looked in the right places. Harry turned back to the fire. Maybe. They sat in silence, watching the flames dance. In the distance, a dragon cried out, one of the Northern Watchers, signaling an all clear. The sound should have been comforting. It wasn't. The next morning, a raven arrived. Gandalf's familiar, carrying a message that made Harry's blood run cold. Erebor, he read aloud. The wound beneath the mountain. It's opening again. Toriel's face went pale. That's impossible. You sealed it. I watched you. I sealed the tear. But the darkness behind it, the fragment of Morgoth, that's still there. Still waiting. Harry crumpled the message. Whoever's doing this, they're not just opening new wounds. They're reopening old ones. Can you seal it again? I don't know. Last time, it took every dragon in Middle-earth channeling fire through me. And I almost died. Then we find another way. You keep saying that. Because I believe it. Toriel grabbed his arm. Look at me. We are not going to Erebor so you can sacrifice yourself. We're going to find out what's causing this and stop it at the source. And if the source is unstoppable, then we'll stop it anyway. Harry almost smiled. You really believe that? I've spent 600 years believing in impossible things. What's one more? They flew to Erebor on Dragonback. Smaug met them halfway, his golden scales catching the moonlight as he fell into formation beside them. The wound is active, he reported. I can feel it from here. Whatever broke the seal, it happened fast. Any sign of who did it? Nothing obvious. But the dwarves report strange activity in the lower levels. Shadows moving where there shouldn't be any. Sounds coming from the deep. Harry's jaw tightened. Sounds like our friend from Dol Guldur. Or something worse. They landed outside Erebor's gates at dawn. Thorin was waiting for them, flanked by armed dwarves and looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were sunken, his beard unkempt, his hands never quite still. Potter. Thank the makers. He clasped Harry's arm. It started 3 nights ago. A tremor in the deep. Then the whispers began. Whispers. The same ones I heard before. When the Arkenstone was corrupting me. Thorin's voice dropped. I thought I was going mad. But then others started hearing them too. How many? Everyone who goes below the 3rd level. The deeper you go, the louder they get. Harry reached out with his senses. The wound was awake. Not fully open, the seal he'd created was still holding, barely, but something was pushing against it from the other side. Something intelligent. Something patient. It knows you're here, the dragon voice said. It's been waiting for you. Why? Because you're the only thing that can stop it. And it wants to break you before you can try. Harry took a deep breath. I need to go down there. You can't go alone, Toriel said immediately. She's right, Thorin agreed. Whatever's happening, it's affecting everyone who gets close. You'll need someone to watch your back. Someone who can pull you out if things go wrong. Fine. Toriel comes with me. Everyone else stays up here. I'm coming too, Smaug said. You won't fit in the tunnels. Then I'll fit as much of myself as I can. The rest will wait outside. The dragon's eyes were hard. I did not spend a century guarding this mountain to let it fall to darkness again. Harry couldn't argue with that. The descent was worse than he remembered. The first few levels were fine, empty, dusty, but normal. But as they went deeper, the wrongness began. The air grew thick. The shadows lengthened. And the whispers started. Harry Potter, they said. Dragon Speaker. Fire Caller. You could be so much more. He ignored them. The darkness isn't your enemy. It's your birthright. The fire you carry, where do you think it came from? Light and shadow are two sides of the same flame. Shut up, Harry muttered. Toriel glanced at him. The whispers. Getting louder. What are they saying? The usual. Join us, embrace the darkness, you don't have to fight alone. He shook his head. It's like Voldemort all over again, just with better vocabulary. Who's Voldemort? The Dark Lord from my world. He used to whisper in my head too. Tried to convince me we were alike. That I should give in to my darker nature. And you didn't. Obviously. How? Harry thought about it. I remembered what I was fighting for. Not just what I was fighting against. He glanced at her. Turns out that's harder to corrupt. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Harry recognized it immediately, the same chamber he'd found months ago, where the wound had pulsed with purple light. But it was different now. The seal he'd created was cracked, dark energy seeping through like blood from a wound. And standing at its center, silhouetted against the terrible radiance, was the robed figure from Dol Guldur. You came, the figure said. I knew you would. Harry raised his wand. What did you do? What needed to be done? The seal you created was impressive, but seals can be broken. All it takes is the right pressure, applied in the right places. Why? What do you gain from releasing this thing? What does anyone gain from serving something greater than themselves? Purpose. Meaning. A place in the world that's coming. The figure laughed. You think you're fighting to save Middle-earth. But Middle-earth is already dying. The age of elves and men and dwarves is ending. Something new is rising to take its place. Morgoth is gone. Destroyed. Morgotha's body was destroyed. His will remains. Scattered across creation, waiting to be gathered and reformed. The figure gestured at the wound. This is just the beginning. Every scar, every crack, every moment of darkness and despair, they all feed him. And when enough power has been gathered, he will return. Harry's blood went cold. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible for a god. The figure raised his hands, and the wound exploded. Harry had been prepared for an attack. He hadn't been prepared for this. The darkness that poured from the wound wasn't just energy, it was presence. Morgotha's presence, fragmented and diffuse but still impossibly vast. It crashed against Harry's mind like a tidal wave, trying to drown him in hatred and despair. Little speaker, something said, and the voice was like the death of stars. You have troubled me long enough. Harry called the fire. It came, but weakly, the darkness was pressing down on him, smothering the flames before they could fully form. He pushed harder, reaching for the connection to the other dragons, but something was blocking it. Cutting him off. Did you think I would let you call for help? The voice was amused. I have had millennia to prepare for this moment. Your fire is strong, but my darkness is stronger. Harry. Toriel's voice cut through the chaos. Her bow was singing, arrows flying at the robed figure, but they passed through him like he wasn't there. Your companion cannot help you. Your dragons cannot reach you. You are alone, speaker. As you were always meant to be. Harry fell to his knees. The darkness was everywhere now, seeping into his mind, his heart, his soul. He could feel it trying to corrupt him, not just with promises and temptations, but with raw power. Forcing itself into the places where the fire burned, trying to turn the flames black. Join me, Morgoth whispered. Become what you were meant to be. A god of fire and shadow. A bridge between worlds. With my power and your gift, we could reshape creation itself. No. You resist out of habit. But what are you fighting for? A world that isn't yours. People who will die in the blink of an eye. The elf who claims to love you will be dust before you've finished aging. Harry looked at Toriel. She was fighting the shadows with everything she had, arrows, knives, bare hands when she had to. She was bleeding from a dozen wounds, her face streaked with sweat and grime, but she wasn't giving up. Wouldn't give up. She can't save you. Maybe not. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Ron and Hermione, somewhere in another world, probably worried sick about him. He thought about Thorin and Bilbo, about Gandalf and Elrond, about all the people he'd met since falling into Middle-earth. He thought about the dragons, Smaug and the others, trying to become something better than what they'd been made. And he thought about the fire. Not as a weapon. Not as a tool. But as what it really was, light. The light that had existed before Morgoth, before darkness, before anything. The light that creation itself was built on. What are you doing? Morgotha's voice had changed, less confident, more wary. Something stupid, probably. Harry opened his eyes. And let go. The fire erupted from him like a second sun. Not white this time, gold. Pure, brilliant gold, the color of Smaug's scales, the color of the first dawn, the color of hope given form. It filled the chamber, filled the tunnels, filled the entire mountain. And it burned. Morgoth screamed. The darkness recoiled, shrinking away from the light, trying to retreat back into the wound. But Harry wasn't letting it escape. He poured more fire into the flames, feeding them with everything he had, his power, his will, his life itself. No, Morgoth howled. This is not possible. You are mortal. You cannot, can't I? Harry reached into the heart of the darkness and pulled. The wound collapsed. Not sealed this time, destroyed. The tear in reality folded in on itself, the fragment of Morgotha's will compressed and compressed until it simply stopped existing. The chamber filled with light, the whispers died, and for one perfect moment, there was silence. Then Harry hit the ground. He woke up in Thorin's chambers. Toriel was sitting beside his bed, her hand in his, her face drawn with exhaustion and relief. When she saw his eyes open, she let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. You're alive. Apparently. Don't ever do that again. Do what? Die. You were dead for 3 minutes, Harry. Your heart stopped. If Smaug hadn't, she broke off, shaking her head. Just don't do it again. Harry tried to sit up. His body screamed in protest. Everything hurt, muscles, bones, organs he hadn't even known he had. The fire inside him felt diminished, like a candle where there had been a bonfire. How long was I out? 4 days. 4 days. You destroyed a piece of a god. I'm surprised you're awake at all. Harry processed that. The robed figure. What happened to him? Gone. Burned away with the rest of the darkness. Toriel's expression was complicated. But before he died, he said something. A name. What name? The Necromancer. Harry's blood went cold. He'd heard that name before. In Gandalf's stories, in the histories he'd read in Rivendell's libraries. The Necromancer, the shadow that had dwelt in Dol Guldur before the White Council drove him out. Sauron. It wasn't Morgoth, he said slowly. Not really. It was Sauron, using Morgotha's power. Channeling the fragments. That's what Gandalf thinks too. He arrived yesterday, after the light from the mountain faded. Toriel's grip on his hand tightened. Harry, if Sauron is actively working against us, if he's the one opening the wounds, then everything we've been doing has been playing into his hands. Not everything. You destroyed the Erebor wound completely. That's never been done before. Even Gandalf says he didn't think it was possible. But there are still others. And now Sauron knows what I can do. Which means he'll come at you differently. More carefully. Toriel's eyes were hard. We need to go on the offensive. Stop reacting and start acting. How? I don't know yet. But we'll figure it out. Harry looked at her, this impossible elf who had given up everything to follow him into darkness, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. I love you, he said. Toriel's smile was like sunrise. I love you too. Now rest. We have a war to win. Recovery took 2 weeks. Harry spent most of it in bed, too weak to do much more than eat, sleep, and let Toriel fuss over him. The fire was rebuilding itself slowly, like a fire that had been starved for fuel finally finding kindling. But it would take time before he was back to full strength. Gandalf visited often, bringing news and theories and endless questions. The wound is truly destroyed, the wizard confirmed. Not sealed, not contained, destroyed. The fabric of reality has healed completely. Even the echoes of Morgotha's presence are gone. How is that possible? I've been asking myself the same question. Gandalf's eyes were troubled. The fire you carry is powerful, but what you did goes beyond power. You didn't just burn away the darkness, you unmade it. Erased it from existence entirely. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. The only beings who can truly unmake things are the Valar themselves. A pause. An Eru Iluvatar, the one who created everything. Harry wasn't sure what to do with that. I'm not a god. No. But you may be something else. Something new. Gandalf leaned forward. Harry, when you called the fire in that chamber, what did it feel like? Harry thought about it. Like everything made sense. Like I could see the connections between things, not just fire and dragons, but everything. Light and shadow. Creation and destruction. Life and death. He shook his head. It only lasted a moment. And then I was dying. But in that moment, you had clarity. I guess. That clarity is the key. I'm certain of it. Gandalf stood, pacing. The flame imperishable, the power of creation itself, exists in all things. But in you, it's concentrated. Focused. When you called on it fully, you weren't just using fire as a weapon. You were accessing the fundamental nature of reality. That sounds terrifying. It is. But it's also our best hope. Gandalf turned to face him. If you can learn to access that power deliberately, without almost killing yourself, you could do more than seal wounds. You could end this war before it truly begins. And if I can't? Then we fight the traditional way. And probably lose. Harry stared at the ceiling. No pressure, then. By the 3rd week, he was on his feet. Still weak, still recovering, but mobile. He spent hours walking the halls of Erebor, talking to the dwarves who had rebuilt it, marveling at how much had changed since his first visit. Thorin found him in the treasury one evening, staring at the empty pedestal where the Arkenstone had once rested. "Strange," the dwarf king said, coming to stand beside him. "I spent decades dreaming of this room. Imagining the gold, the jewels, the treasure of my ancestors. And now that it's mine again, I barely think about it. What do you think about instead? My people. Their future. The world my nephews will inherit." Thorin's smile was tired. "You changed me, Potter. That day in the treasury, when you talked to Smaug, you showed me that even the worst of us could become something different. You changed yourself. I just gave you the option. An option no one else ever offered." Thorin clasped his shoulder. "Whatever happens next, you have my gratitude. And my friendship. For as long as you want it. I'm not sure how long that'll be. I might go home someday. Back to my world. Then I'll miss you. But I'll also know that somewhere, in some other reality, Harry Potter is still fighting. Still saving people. Still being the most stubborn fool I've ever met." Harry laughed despite himself. "Thanks. I think. You're welcome." They stood in silence, two unlikely friends in a room full of gold that neither of them wanted. A month after the destruction of the Erebor wound, Harry was ready to move. The plan was simple: find the other wounds, destroy them the way he destroyed this one. Not seal, destroy. Permanently eliminate Morgotha's presence from Middle-earth, one fragment at a time. It was dangerous. Every time he accessed that deeper power, he risked burning himself out entirely. But it was also the only option that offered a real solution. "You're sure about this?" Toriel asked, as they prepared to leave. "No. But I'm doing it anyway. That seems to be your approach to everything. It's worked so far." She kissed him, long and deep. "If you die again, I'm going to be very upset." Noted. They flew south on Dragonback, Smaug carrying them while a dozen other dragons flew escort. The nearest wound was in the Brown Lands, a desolate region east of the Anduin that had been blighted since the First Age. Harry could feel it as they approached, a pulse of wrongness, like a bruise on the world. Smaller than Erebor had been, but still dangerous. Still connected to the vast network of darkness that Sauron was trying to awaken. "There," he said, pointing. The wound was visible from the air, a black scar in the earth, maybe 100 feet across, surrounded by dead vegetation and corrupted soil. Nothing grew near it. Nothing lived. They landed at the edge of the corruption. "Be careful," the dragon voice warned. "This one feels different. Older." "Older how?" "This wound wasn't made by Morgoth. It was made by his master." Harry went very still. His master? Before Morgoth fell, before he became the enemy, he served another. A darkness so complete it had no name. It taught him everything he knew about corruption and despair. A pause. "This wound dates to that time. To the before. Can I still destroy it? I don't know. But if you can't, then we're all in trouble." Harry stepped forward. The darkness noticed him immediately. It rose from the wound like smoke, reaching for him, testing his defenses. But it didn't attack. It waited. "Speaker," something said, and this voice was different from Morgotha's. Colder. Emptier. "I have been waiting a long time to meet you. Who are you?" "I am what was before. The void that existed when there was nothing else. The silence between notes. The darkness that makes light meaningful." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters." The darkness swirled, forming something almost like a face. "Your fire is impressive. It burned away Morgotha's fragment in Erebor. But I am not Morgoth. I am not Sauron. I am something older. Something you cannot burn. Harry called the fire anyway. The golden flames erupted from his hands, pouring into the wound, filling the darkness with light. But this time, something different happened. The darkness didn't recoil. It absorbed. Did you think it would be that easy? The voice was amused. Fire only has power over things that can be burned. I am nothing. I am the absence of everything. Your light passes through me like wine through empty space. Harry pushed harder. The fire intensified, drawing on every connection he had, Smaug, the other dragons, the deep reserves of power he'd discovered in Erebor. The light grew brighter, hotter, more concentrated. And still the darkness remained. You cannot destroy me, Speaker. You can only fill the void I leave behind. The face in the darkness smiled. But perhaps that's enough. Harry didn't understand. And then he did. The darkness wasn't trying to corrupt him. Wasn't trying to defeat him. It was trying to contain him, to hold him here, pouring fire into an emptiness that could never be filled, while something else happened somewhere else. Smaug, he shouted. Get the others in the air. Now. But it was too late. The sky split open. Toriel had never seen anything like it. One moment, the sky was clear. The next, something was tearing through it, a rift, a portal, a wound in reality itself. And through that wound, shapes were pouring. Winged shapes. Familiar shapes. Dragons. But not the dragons she knew. These were twisted, corrupted, their scales blackened, their eyes burning with red fire. Morgotha's dragons. The ones who had died in the War of Wrath, now somehow returned. Impossible, she breathed. The dead dragons attacked. Smaug met them head-on, his golden flames tearing through the first wave. The other dragons joined him, a desperate aerial battle unfolding above the brown lands. Fire filled the sky, gold and red and black, as living flame fought dead. But there were too many. For every corrupted dragon that fell, 2 more took its place. They poured through the rift in endless numbers, a tide of darkness that threatened to overwhelm everything. Toriel's bow sang, arrows finding eyes and wings and the gaps in corrupted scales. But she was one archer against an army. Harry, she screamed. We need you. But Harry was trapped. She could see him at the edge of the wound, still pouring fire into the darkness, his face twisted with concentration. He couldn't hear her. Couldn't see what was happening. Couldn't stop even if he wanted to. The darkness had him exactly where it wanted him. Harry felt the battle raging overhead. He felt his dragons dying, one by one, their fire presences winking out like snuffed candles. He felt Toriel's terror, felt Smaug's desperate fury, felt the tide of corruption sweeping across the sky. But he couldn't stop. If he stopped, the darkness would escape. Would spread. Would consume everything he'd fought to protect. This is the choice, the void voice said. Burn yourself out trying to contain me, or abandon your friends to their fate. There is no third option. There's always a third option. Is there? Show me. Harry reached deeper. Not into the fire this time. Not into the power he'd found in Erebor. Into something else entirely. He thought about what Gandalf had said. About clarity. About seeing the connections between things, not just fire and darkness, but everything. The whole vast web of existence, from the smallest spark to the largest sun. And he found it. Oh, he thought. That's what I am. The fire changed. It wasn't gold anymore. It wasn't white. It was everything, every color, every wavelength, every form of energy that had ever existed or would ever exist. It was the flame imperishable, the power of creation itself, and it was answering his call. "No," the void voice said, and for the first time, there was fear in it. "That's impossible. You're mortal. You can't, watch me." Harry didn't just fill the wound. He filled the sky. Toriel watched the light spread. It erupted from Harry like a second sun, racing across the brown lands, sweeping up into the sky. It touched everything, the wound, the rift, the corrupted dragons pouring through it. And everything it touched, healed. The wound closed. Not sealed, closed. The rift sealed itself, cutting off the tide of dead dragons. The corrupted creatures already screamed as the light touched them, as the darkness was burned away and something else took its place. They didn't die. They transformed. Black scales turned gold. Red eyes became clear. Twisted wings straightened and strengthened. The dragons of Morgoth, dead for millennia, were being reborn. In the light, Harry collapsed. But this time, he was smiling. The aftermath was chaos. Gandalf arrived 3 days later, summoned by the light that had been visible for 100 miles. He found Harry in a tent at the edge of the healed Brownlands, surrounded by Toriel and Smaug and a dozen other dragons who hadn't left his side since the battle. "You've done something impossible," the wizard said. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "Getting used to that. The dragons from the rift. They're not just healed, they're new. Clean. Free of Morgotha's corruption for the first time in their existence. Good. Good. Harry, do you understand what this means? You didn't just destroy a wound. You reversed it. Undid the corruption at its source." Gandalf's eyes were bright. "If you can do that to every wound in Middle-earth, then Morgotha's influence is gone forever." "Yes." Harry closed his eyes. "Going to need more practice first." Gandalf laughed, a surprised, delighted sound. "Rest. Recover. We have time now." His voice softened. "You've bought us time." Harry slept for a week. When he woke, the world had changed. Word of what had happened in the Brown Lands had spread across Middle-earth. Dragons healed. Corruption reversed. A mortal wizard wielding power that rivaled the Valar themselves. People were scared. People were hopeful. People didn't know what to think. But the wounds had stopped opening. Sauron, it seemed, was reconsidering his strategy. "He's afraid of you," Toriel said, as they sat together watching the sunset. "The dragons say they can feel it." A hesitation in the darkness that wasn't there before. "Good. Fear is useful. It's also dangerous. Scared enemies do desperate things." "I know." Harry reached for her hand. "But we'll face whatever comes. Together." Toriel leaned against him. "Together," she agreed. In the distance, dragons circled in the sky, gold and silver and bronze, the old ones and the new, united for the first time in history. Harry watched them fly and felt something that might have been peace. It wouldn't last. He knew that. Sauron was still out there, still plotting, still searching for ways to destroy him. The war wasn't over. But for now, in this moment, it was enough. Chapter 6, The Breaking 6 Months of Peace. Harry almost didn't know what to do with it. The wounds remained dormant. Sauron stayed hidden. The dragons patrolled their territories without incident, reporting clear skies and quiet nights. Middle-earth seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something that never came. Harry used the time to train. Not combat training, he had enough of that. This was different. Deeper. He spent hours in Mat-Ion, reaching for that moment of clarity he'd found in the Brown Lands, trying to understand the power that had transformed corrupted dragons into something new. It was slow going. "You're forcing it," Gandalf observed one afternoon, watching Harry fail to replicate the effect on a corrupted stone they'd found near one of the old wound sites. "I know. The flame imperishable isn't a tool to be wielded. It's a truth to be embodied." "What does that even mean?" "I wish I knew." The wizard sighed. "The Vala could tell you, perhaps. But they're not exactly accessible for consultations. Harry let the fire die and sat back. In Erebor and the Brown Lands, I didn't think about what I was doing. I just did it. Let go of everything and trusted that the fire would know what to do. And now you're thinking too much. Probably. Then stop thinking. Gandalf smiled slightly. Easier said than done, I know. But the power you accessed came from a place beyond thought. Beyond intention. It came from simply being what you are. And what am I? That's the question, isn't it? Harry stared at the corrupted stone. Sometimes I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something huge. Like there's a door in my mind, and if I could just figure out how to open it. Perhaps that's exactly what's happening. The fire has been growing in you since you arrived. Each time you use it, you become more attuned to its source. Gandalf's eyes were thoughtful. But attunement isn't the same as understanding. You can feel the door. You just haven't found the key. How do I find it? I don't know. But I suspect you won't find it through practice alone. Some lessons can only be learned through experience. Experience meaning crisis. Usually, yes. Harry laughed despite himself. Great. Looking forward to that. Toriel found him that evening by the waterfall. They'd made their base in Rivendell, partly because Elrond's libraries were useful and partly because it was the closest thing to home Harry had found in Middle-earth. The Elf Lord had welcomed them without reservation, offering rooms and resources and quiet spaces for training. You're brooding again, Toriel said, settling beside him. I'm thinking. Same thing. She was probably right. Gandalf says I need a crisis to unlock the full power. That sounds like Gandalf. Always looking for the complicated answer. You have a simpler one. Toriel was quiet for a moment. When I was young, relatively speaking, I trained with the best warriors in the woodland realm. Sword, bow, knife, hand to hand. I practiced for decades, became skilled, became deadly. But there was always something missing. A gap between what I could do in practice and what I could do when it mattered. What changed? I fell in love. Harry blinked. That's not what I expected. Neither did I. Toriel smiled slightly. His name was Legolas. The king's son. We trained together, fought together, spent centuries at each other's side. And one day, during a battle against orcs, I watched him take an arrow meant for me. He died. No. He survived. But in that moment, when I thought I'd lost him, something shifted. The gap closed. I stopped fighting to survive and started fighting to protect. Her eyes met Harry's. The power you're looking for isn't in your head. It's in your heart. It's not about what you can do, it's about what you're willing to do. And for whom? Harry thought about that. What happened to Legolas? We drifted apart. He went west with his father after the last war with Sauron. I stayed. A shadow crossed her face. Sometimes I think I should have gone with him. But I wasn't ready to leave Middle-earth behind. And now? Now I'm here. With you. Her hand found his. Whatever happens next, Harry, whatever crisis Gandalf thinks you need, remember that you're not alone. You never have to be alone again. Harry pulled her close. I love you. I know. She kissed his forehead. Now stop brooding and come to bed. Tomorrow we're meeting with the Dragon Council, and you need to be alert. Dragon Council? Smaug's idea. He wants to formalize the alliance, establish territories and responsibilities. Make it official. That sounds very bureaucratic. Dragons are surprisingly good at bureaucracy when it involves things they want to protect. Harry stood, letting Toriel pull him back toward Rivendell. The waterfall roared behind them, eternal and unchanged. The Dragon Council met at the Withered Heath. 60 dragons attended, every fire drake in Middle-earth, plus the reborn ones from the Brown Lands. They gathered in the vast valley that had been their breeding ground for millennia, arranging themselves by size and age and some complex hierarchy Harry couldn't quite follow. Smaug presided from his usual boulder throne. "We have gathered," he began, to discuss the future of our kind. "For too long, we have been scattered. Isolated. Each dragon an island, looking out only for themselves. But the speaker has shown us another way." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Under his guidance, we have become guardians. Protectors. Beings with purpose beyond accumulation and destruction. And now I propose we make this arrangement permanent." "How?" one of the older dragons demanded. "What would this arrangement look like?" "Territories," Smaug replied. "Responsibilities. Each dragon or clan assigned to a region, charged with watching for corruption and responding when it appears. A network spanning all of Middle-earth, connected through the fire link the speaker provides." "And what of hunting? Hoarding? The things that make us dragons?" "Those remain. We are not becoming pets or servants. We are becoming something we have never been, a people." Smaug's eyes swept the crowd. "For too long, we have lived as individuals, dying one by one, hunted and feared and ultimately forgotten. Under this covenant, we stand together. We protect each other. And we ensure that dragons have a future in this world." The debate continued for hours. Dragons, Harry discovered, were passionate arguers. Every point was contested, every detail examined from a dozen angles. But slowly, painstakingly, consensus emerged. They would form a council, the first in dragon history, with Smaug as its head and Harry as its bridge to the mortal races. Territories were assigned based on strength, experience, and preference. Rules were established for hunting, hoarding, and interacting with other peoples. By the time the sun set, the Dragon Covenant was official. "This is a good day," Smaug said privately, as the other dragons dispersed. "I never thought I would see our kind united like this. You made it happen. We made it happen. Together." The great dragon's eyes were warm. "Thank you, Speaker. For showing us what we could become. I just opened the door. You walked through it. Perhaps. But the door needed opening." Smaug stretched his wings. "Now. Shall we discuss the other matter?" "What other matter?" "Sauron. He has been too quiet. My scouts report movement in Mordor, orcs gathering, fortresses being rebuilt. Whatever he's planning, it's almost ready." Harry's mood darkened. "Any idea what it is?" "No. But I suspect we'll find out soon." They found out 3 days later. Harry was in Rivendell, working through combat forms with Toriel, when the first reports came in. Dragons from the southern territories, all sending the same message: something was wrong in Mordor. Not just orc movement. Not just fortress rebuilding. Something deeper. Something that made their fire senses scream with warning. "A wound?" Gandalf asked, when Harry relayed the information. "Bigger. The dragons say it feels like all the wounds combined. Like something is gathering them." Gandalf's face went pale. "That's not possible." "Why not?" "The wounds are fragments of Morgoth's power, scattered across creation when he was defeated. To gather them would require..." The wizard trailed off. "No. He couldn't be that foolish." "Gandalf. What's happening?" "Sauron. The name was a curse. He's trying to reconstitute Morgoth's power. Gather the fragments, combine them, create something that might be able to challenge even the Vala. Can he do that? He shouldn't be able to. But Sauron has always been clever. If he's found a way." Harry thought about the void voice from the Brown Lands. The darkness that had existed before Morgoth. The emptiness that couldn't be burned. There's something else. Something older than Morgoth. I felt it when I destroyed the Brown Land's wound. Gandalf went very still. Describe it. Harry did. The cold. The emptiness. The voice that spoke of being the silence between notes, the darkness that made light meaningful. When he finished, Gandalf looked like he'd aged 1,000 years. Ungoliant, the wizard breathed. Who? Not who. What? Ungoliant was a spirit of darkness older than the world itself. She helped Morgoth destroy the two trees, the original sources of light in Arda. Then she tried to devour Morgoth himself, and he barely escaped. What happened to her? No one knows. She fled into the deep places of the world, driven by an endless hunger. Most assumed she eventually devoured herself. Gandalf's voice was grim. But if Sauron has found her, or what remains of her, and is using her power to gather Morgoth's fragments, then we're in trouble. We're beyond trouble. We're facing the end of everything. The War Council met that night. Elrond presided, with Gandalf at his side. Representatives from every free people had been summoned, dwarves from Erebor, elves from the Woodland Realm and Lothlorien, men from Dale and Rohan and Gondor, hobbits from the Shire. Even the eagles had sent an envoy. And dragons. 12 of them, Smaug at their head, their massive forms arranged around the council like living mountains. The situation is dire, Gandalf began. Sauron has been gathering the fragments of Morgoth's power for centuries, hiding his work behind lesser threats and distractions. Now he's ready to complete his plan. Which is? Thorin demanded. To create a new Dark Lord. Not Sauron himself, he's already the Dark Lord. But something greater. Something that combines Morgoth's raw power with Ungoliant's hunger. Silence. That sounds bad, Bilbo said quietly. It's worse than bad. If Sauron succeeds, the resulting entity would be virtually unstoppable. It would consume Middle-earth, then move on to other realms, devouring everything until nothing remained but darkness. Then we stop him, Harry said. How? Elrond's voice was calm but weary. Sauron's fortress in Mordor is impregnable. His armies outnumber ours 10 to 1. And the ritual he's preparing can only be interrupted from within. Then we go within. That's suicide. Maybe. But it's also the only option. The council erupted in argument. Some supported Harry's plan, or at least the spirit of it. Others thought it was madness. The dwarves wanted to siege Mordor with their armies. The elves favored a surgical strike. The men couldn't agree on anything. Through it all, Smaug remained silent. Finally, when the arguments had worn themselves out, the great dragon spoke. I have lived for many centuries, he said. I have watched kingdoms rise and fall. I have burned cities and hoarded treasures and done terrible things in the name of nothing but my own greed. But in the past months, I have also learned what it means to protect. To serve something greater than myself. He rose from his position, spreading his wings to their full span. The speaker speaks true. There is only one path forward. We must go to Mordor. We must stop Sauron before his ritual is complete. And if we die in the attempt, his eyes swept the council. Then we die as something more than what we were. Silence. Then, slowly, Thorin stood. The dwarves of Erebor stand with the speaker. Elrond rose as well. As do the elves of Rivendell. One by one, the other representatives followed. Men, elves, dwarves, hobbits. Even the eagles, with their proud silence, signaled their agreement. Harry looked at the assembled council, the free peoples of Middle-earth, united against the darkness, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. All right, he said. Let's make a plan. The plan was simple in concept and impossibly complex in execution. The combined armies would march on Mordor, drawing Sauron's attention and engaging his forces. Meanwhile, a small strike team would infiltrate the Black Gate and make their way to Mount Doom, where Sauron was conducting his ritual. The strike team would include Harry, Tauriel, Gandalf, and a handful of others, small enough to slip through unnoticed, powerful enough to face whatever they found. If they reached Sauron in time, Harry would use the flame imperishable to disrupt the ritual. If they didn't, well, best not to think about that. You know, this is likely a one-way trip, Gandalf said, as they made their final preparations. I know. And you're going anyway. Someone has to. Gandalf was quiet for a moment. You remind me of someone I knew once. A hobbit who walked into Mordor with nothing but courage and hope. He saved the world, Harry. But it cost him everything. Bilbo? No. Someone else. Someone whose story isn't mine to tell. The wizard's eyes were old and sad. Just, be careful. The power you carry is immense, but it's also fragile. If you push too hard, too fast, I might burn out. I know. It's not just that. The flame imperishable is the power of creation. But creation without wisdom is just another form of destruction. You must understand what you're doing, not just feel it. How do I do that? That's the question I've been trying to answer since I met you. Gandalf smiled slightly. Perhaps the answer is that you can't. Perhaps understanding comes after the fact, when you look back at what you've done and finally see the pattern. That's not very helpful. No. It isn't. The wizard clasped his shoulder. But it's all I have. Good luck, Harry Potter. May the fire light your way. They left at dawn. The strike team was small: Harry, Tauriel, Gandalf, Strider, whose real name, Harry had learned, was Aragorn, and who was apparently heir to some kingdom or other, and 3 others. A dwarf named Gimli, an elf named Legolas who Tauriel knew from centuries past, and a man from Gondor named Boromir who carried himself like a soldier born. Smaug flew escort for the first day, his golden scales catching the sunlight. I wish I could go with you, he said, as they approached the borders of Mordor. But my size makes stealth impossible. You have your own job. Keep Sauron's attention on the armies. Make sure he doesn't realize we're coming until it's too late. I will do what I can. Smaug's eyes were serious. Speaker. Harry. Whatever happens in that mountain, know that you have changed everything. For me. For my kind. For this world. Just don't let it be for nothing. Never. The dragon wheeled away, heading for the massing armies. Harry watched him go, then turned to face the Black Gate. Ready? He asked. No, Tauriel admitted. But let's do it anyway. Infiltrating Mordor was easier than expected. Not easy, nothing about Mordor was easy, but the darkness that shrouded the land worked in their favor, hiding their approach from watching eyes. The orcs were focused on the coming battle, not on a small group of infiltrators slipping through the shadows. They traveled for 3 days. The landscape was nightmarish: blasted rock and poisoned water, skies choked with ash and smoke. Harry could feel the wrongness pressing against his mind, the accumulated evil of millennia seeping from the very ground. It took constant effort to keep the darkness from overwhelming his senses. How much further? Gimli asked on the second night. Another day. Maybe 2. Gandalf's face was drawn with exhaustion. The ritual chamber is at the peak of Mount Doom. Sauron has been preparing it for years. And we're just walking in. We're walking in because we have to. Because there's no other way. The dwarf grumbled but didn't argue. They reached Mount Doom on the evening of the 3rd day. The volcano loomed above them, its slopes crawling with orcs and other creatures Harry couldn't identify. At its peak, a red glow pulsed, the ritual, already in progress. We're running out of time, Aragorn said. Then we move faster. They climbed. It was brutal, the heat, the fumes, the constant danger of discovery. Harry used the fire to mask their presence, bending the light around them until they were practically invisible. But as they got closer to the summit, even that wasn't enough. They were ambushed halfway up. Orcs poured from hidden caves, cutting off their escape. Harry's wand blazed, fire cutting through the first wave. Toriel's bow sang. Gandalf's staff cracked with light. But there were too many. Go! Aragorn shouted, his sword carving through orc after orc. We'll hold them here. We can't leave you, you have to. The ritual is almost complete. If you don't stop it, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Harry looked at Toriel. Go, she said. I'll cover your retreat. Toriel, I love you. She kissed him, fierce and quick. Now go. Harry ran. The chamber at Mount Doom's peak was worse than anything he'd imagined. Sauron stood at its center, surrounded by swirling darkness and terrible light. The fragments of Morgoth's power hung in the air around him, slowly merging, slowly coalescing into something that hurt to look at. And beneath them, a pit of absolute emptiness yawned, Ungoliant's void, the hunger that would consume everything. You came, Sauron said, without turning. His voice was like metal scraping stone. I wondered if you would. I'm full of surprises. Are you? Now Sauron turned, and Harry saw him clearly for the first time. He wasn't what Harry had expected, no armor, no crown, no obvious marks of evil. Just a tall figure in dark robes, with eyes that burned like stars. I've watched you since you arrived in this world, Harry Potter. Watched you grow. Watched you learn. Watched you become something that even I didn't anticipate. Flattering. It's the truth. The flame imperishable hasn't manifested in a mortal since the First Age. And even then, they were children of this world, shaped by it, limited by it. You're something else. A variable I couldn't have predicted. Then stop the ritual. Let's talk. Sauron laughed. Talk. You think I've spent millennia preparing for this moment just to chat? He gestured at the swirling fragments. The new age is beginning, speaker. Morgoth will rise again, purified by Ungoliant's hunger, freed from the weaknesses that led to his defeat. And I will be his right hand, as I always was. He'll consume you too. You know that. Perhaps. But I will live to see creation remade. That's more than you can offer. Harry called the fire. It came, but weakly, the oppressive darkness of Mordor was smothering him, pressing down on his power. He pushed harder, reaching for the connection to the dragons, but they were too far away. The fire link was silent. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for you? Sauron smiled. This chamber is warded against outside interference. No dragon fire can reach you here. No allies can save you. You are alone, speaker. As you were always meant to be. I'm never alone. Aren't you? Your elf is fighting for her life on the slopes below. Your wizard friend is barely keeping my orcs at bay. And your precious dragons are 100 miles away, unable to hear your call. Sauron stepped forward. You have nothing, Harry Potter. Nothing but the fire you carry. And that fire isn't enough. Harry knew he was right. The power he'd touched in Erebor and the Brown Lands, the flame imperishable, the light of creation, it wasn't responding to his call. The wards on this chamber were too strong, the darkness too thick. He was alone. No, a voice said in his mind. You're not. It wasn't the dragon voice. It was something else. Something older. I have watched you since you came to this world, it continued. Watched you struggle and grow and become something new. And I have been waiting for this moment. Who are you? I am what you carry. I am the light that exists in all things. I am the flame imperishable. Harry's breath caught. You're alive. I am more than alive. I am existence itself. And you, Harry Potter, are my vessel. A pause. But a vessel is not a prison. A vessel is a partnership. And I have been waiting for you to understand that. Understand what? That you don't need to call on me. You don't need to access me. You are me. The fire you carry isn't something separate from yourself, it's the truest part of what you are. The part that has always known the difference between right and wrong. The part that has always chosen hope over despair, love over hate, light over darkness. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about all the times he'd felt the fire, really felt it, not just used it. The warmth when he protected someone he loved. The brightness when he chose courage over fear. The light that had always been inside him, even before he came to this world. Yes, the flame imperishable said. That's it. That's who you are. Harry opened his eyes. And let go. Sauron felt at the moment the power changed. What are you? Light erupted from Harry, not gold, not white, but every color at once, colors that had no names, colors that hadn't existed since the world was made. It filled the chamber, burned through the wards like they were tissue paper, reached out to touch every fragment of Morgoth's power and the void of Ungoliant beneath. No. Sauron's voice was a scream. This is impossible. The wards, the preparations, were never going to be enough. Harry wasn't speaking anymore. The flame imperishable was speaking through him, using his voice, his will, his love for this world and everyone in it. You think darkness can contain light? You think evil can plan its way past hope? You've forgotten what you are, Sauron. You were made by the same force that made everything else. And that force doesn't want destruction. The light intensified. The fragments of Morgoth's power began to dissolve, not destroyed but transformed, corrupted darkness becoming pure light, evil becoming good, death becoming life. Ungoliant's void screamed as the light poured into it, filling the emptiness, ending the hunger. And Sauron burned. This isn't over, the Dark Lord gasped, his form dissolving. My master will return. The darkness will rise again, maybe. But not today. The last of Sauron's essence scattered, dissipating into the air like smoke. The ritual chamber was empty. The fragments were gone. The void was closed. Harry stood alone in the silence, the light slowly fading from his eyes. And then he collapsed. Toriel found him 3 hours later. She'd fought through the remaining orcs, scaled the mountain's peak, and burst into the chamber expecting to find either victory or death. Instead, she found Harry lying on the floor, barely breathing, his skin pale and cold. Harry. She fell to her knees beside him. Harry, wake up. Please wake up. His eyes fluttered. Toriel. I'm here. I'm here. She pulled him into her arms. What happened? What did you do? Saved the world. I think. You think? It's kind of blurry. He tried to smile. Sauron's gone. The ritual failed. The fragments are transformed. Transformed into what? Light. Just light. Toriel stared at him. You really are remarkable, Harry Potter. So I've been told. She kissed him, gentle and desperate and full of relief. Don't ever scare me like that again. No promises. The aftermath was chaos. With Sauron's destruction, his armies collapsed. The orcs turned on each other, leaderless and confused. The dragons fell on them like golden vengeance, Smaug at their head, burning away the last remnants of the Dark Lord's power. By morning, it was over. Harry watched the sunrise from the slopes of Mount Doom, Toriel at his side. The sky was clear for the first time in centuries, the ash and smoke that had choked Mordor slowly dissipating, revealing a land that might someday heal. It's really over, Toriel said quietly. This part is. There'll be other threats. Other darkness. But not Sauron. Not Morgoth. She leaned against him. That's something. It's something, Harry agreed. Gandalf found them an hour later, his face drawn but peaceful. The ring, the wizard said. It's gone. What? Sauron's ring. The source of his power. When you destroyed him, the ring was destroyed as well. Gandalf shook his head. I've been worrying about that artifact for decades. And now it's just, gone. Harry thought about Bilbo's ring, the one that had felt wrong, that had carried so much weight. Bilbo's ring. Gone with the rest. Every artifact Sauron created, every piece of his power that existed in the world, all of it, unraveled. Gandalf's smile was tired but genuine. You didn't just stop the ritual, Harry. You ended the Third Age. Is that good? It's change. And change is always both good and bad. The wizard clasped his shoulder. But I think, on balance, it's more good than bad. The celebration lasted a week. The free peoples of Middle-earth gathered in Rivendell to honor their victory, to mourn their dead, to look toward a future that was suddenly much brighter than anyone had dared to hope. Harry stood at the center of it all, uncomfortable with the attention but unable to escape it. You're a hero now, Thorin said one evening, pressing a mug of dwarven ale into his hand. Whether you like it or not. I'm just someone who did what needed to be done. That's what heroes always say. The dwarf king grinned. Accept it, Potter. You've earned this. Maybe he had. Harry looked around the celebration, at the dwarves and elves and men dancing together, at the dragons circling overhead, at Toriel watching him from across the room with eyes full of love. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he belonged. The conversation with Gandalf came 3 days later. You've done something unprecedented, the wizard said. The flame imperishable has never manifested so fully in a mortal before. And the effects of what you did in Mount Doom are still spreading. What do you mean? The corruption is healing. All of it. Every scar Morgoth left on this world, the blighted lands, the twisted creatures, the lingering darkness, it's all slowly being restored. Gandalf's eyes were bright. You didn't just stop Sauron, Harry. You healed the world. That sounds exhausting. I imagine it was. Which is why you've been sleeping 16 hours a day. Harry couldn't argue with that. What happens now? Now. Now you rest. Recover. Let the world catch up with what you've done. Gandalf paused. And when you're ready, we talk about whether you want to go home. Harry's heart stuttered. Home. Your original world. I've been researching, as I promised. And with the power you now carry, the barriers between worlds should be permeable. If you wanted to return, I don't know. The word surprised him. I mean, I thought I knew. When I first arrived, all I wanted was to go back. To find Ron and Hermione and tell them I was okay. But now. He looked out the window at Rivendell, at the mountains beyond, at the world he'd helped save. This place is my home too. These people are my family. That's not a decision you need to make today. I know. But I think I already have. Gandalf nodded slowly. Then I suppose that's that. I suppose it is. He found Toriel that evening, sitting by the waterfall where they'd first talked about love and fear and the future. Gandalf says I could go home, he said, settling beside her. Back to my world. Toriel went very still. And I told him I already am home. She turned to look at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. You're staying. If you'll have me. Harry Potter. She pulled him into a kiss. I will always have you. They sat together as the sun set, watching the stars emerge one by one. What happens now? Toriel asked eventually. I don't know. Gandalf says the world is healing. The dragons have their covenant. The free peoples are at peace. Harry shrugged. I suppose we figure out what life looks like when you're not constantly fighting for survival. That sounds terrifying. Doesn't it? They laughed together, and the sound echoed off the waterfall and the stars and the vast healing world around them. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 7, Fire and Shadow. 1 year later. Harry stood at the edge of the Lonely Mountain's rebuilt observation platform, watching the sunrise paint the valley gold. Behind him, Erebor hummed with life, the sound of dwarven hammers ringing through stone halls, of children laughing in restored courtyards, of a kingdom reborn. You're brooding again, Toriel said, appearing at his side with 2 cups of something that smelled like coffee but probably wasn't. I'm contemplating. Same thing. She was probably right. Harry took the cup she offered and sipped. It was bitter and strong and exactly what he needed. The council meets today, Toriel continued. The Dragon Covenant, the representatives from every kingdom, the whole circus. Smaug sent word that he has matters of importance to discuss. Smaug always has matters of importance. Last time it was about hunting rights in the Grey Mountains. And the time before that, it was territorial disputes with the Eagles. And before that, I remember. Harry smiled despite himself. Who knew that building a lasting peace would involve so many meetings? Everyone who's ever tried it, I imagine. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun climb higher. In the distance, dragons wheeled through the sky, patrols, mostly, but also just flying for the joy of it. The Covenant had given them purpose, but it had also given them freedom. Freedom to be something other than monsters. Do you ever regret it? Toriel asked quietly. Regret what? Staying. Choosing this world over your own. Harry thought about it. He thought about Ron and Hermione, about the life he'd left behind, about the friends he would never see again. The ache was still there, would probably always be there. But so was everything else. No, he said finally. I made the right choice. Toriel's hand found his. Good. The council chamber in Erebor was one of Thorin's proudest achievements. Carved from living rock, lit by clever arrangements of mirrors and crystals that channeled sunlight deep into the mountain, it could hold representatives from every major power in Middle-earth and still have room for the dragons who insisted on attending in person. Today, it was packed. Harry took his seat at the central table, Toriel on his left, Gandalf on his right. Across from them sat Thorin, flanked by Balin and Dwalin. Representatives from the Woodland Realm, from Lothlorien, from Gondor and Rohan, filled the remaining seats. And outside, visible through the massive windows that looked out over the valley, Smaug waited. Let's begin, Thorin said, calling the meeting to order. We have much to discuss. The agenda was extensive. Trade agreements. Border disputes. The ongoing restoration of lands that had been blighted by Morgotha's influence. The integration of the reborn dragons into existing societies. 100 small problems that, together, shaped the future of a world. Harry listened, contributed when he had something useful to say, but mostly let the others handle the details. Politics wasn't his strength. It never had been. His mind kept drifting to other things. The fire inside him had stabilized over the past year. The flame imperishable no longer threatened to overwhelm him every time he called on it. But it was still there, still burning, still waiting. For what, he wasn't sure. Speaker, Smaug's voice rumbled in his mind. You are distracted. I'm thinking. Same thing, as your elf would say. The dragon's amusement was palpable. But you should pay attention. The next item concerns you. Harry focused. Thorin was speaking. Which brings us to the matter of the remaining wounds. Gandalf. The wizard stood, his expression grave. As you all know, the corruption left by Morgoth has been healing since Sauron's defeat. The blighted lands are recovering. The twisted creatures are reverting to their natural forms. But some scars run too deep for time alone to mend. He gestured, and a map appeared in the air, elvish magic, probably, though Harry still found it impressive. 3 wounds remain active. Not growing, not spreading, but not healing either. They're stable, for now. But stability isn't the same as safety. Can't Harry destroy them? One of the Gondorian representatives asked. The way he destroyed the others? I could try, Harry said. But the last time I did that, I nearly died. And the time before that, I actually did die. Briefly. So there's risk. There's always risk. But these wounds are different from the ones I dealt with before. They're older. Deeper. Whatever's keeping them open, it's not just corruption, it's something fundamental. Like cracks in the foundation of reality itself. Silence. Then what do we do? Thorin asked. We watch them. Monitor them. Make sure they don't get worse while we figure out a permanent solution. Harry met the Dwarf King's eyes. And we hope that permanent solution doesn't involve me sacrificing myself again. That would be preferable, Toriel muttered. Agreed. The meeting continued for another 3 hours. By the time it ended, Harry's head was pounding and his patience was exhausted. He escaped to the observation platform as quickly as he could, desperate for fresh air and silence. Smaug was waiting for him. The great dragon had settled on a ledge overlooking the valley, his golden scales catching the afternoon light. He looked different than he had a year ago, still magnificent, still terrifying, but somehow more at peace. Like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The meetings bore you, Smaug observed. The meetings are necessary. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy them. A wise distinction. The dragon's eyes gleamed. Walk with me, speaker. There's something I want to show you. Walk where? You're the size of a building. Fly, then. Semantics. Harry sighed and climbed onto Smaug's back. They launched into the sky, the wind tearing at Harry's robes as they climbed higher and higher. The lonely mountain fell away beneath them, then the valley, then the entire region. Soon they were soaring above the clouds, the world spread out below like a living map. Beautiful, isn't it? Smaug said. I spent a century in that mountain, hoarding gold and nursing grudges. I never once stopped to look at what I was missing. And now? Now I fly. Every day, for hours at a time. Just to remind myself that I can. The dragon banked, turning north. Come. There's something you need to see. They flew for an hour, maybe more. The landscape changed beneath them, green valleys giving way to rocky highlands, then to icy peaks that gleamed in the sunlight. Harry recognized the region. The far north. The oldest part of Middle-earth. And at its heart, something wrong. A wound, Harry said. The oldest one. The first crack in creation. Smaug descended, landing on a peak that overlooked a valley filled with shadow. I found it 3 months ago. I've been watching it ever since. Harry stared at the darkness below. It wasn't like the other wounds he'd encountered. Those had been tears in reality, places where Morgotha's corruption had eaten through the fabric of existence. This was something else. Something deeper. It was a hole. A wound in the truest sense. And through it, he could see nothing. Not darkness. Not emptiness. Nothing. What is that? I don't know. But I think it's been here since the beginning. Since before Morgoth, before the Vala, before anything. Smaug's voice was unusually subdued. I think it's where everything came from. And where everything will eventually return. Harry reached out with his senses. The flame imperishable stirred inside him, responding to the wound's presence. But this time, instead of pushing against the darkness, it seemed to recognize it. Like meeting an old friend. Or an old enemy. What do you feel? Smaug asked. I'm not sure. It's like, Harry struggled for words. It's like the fire knows this place. Has been here before. The flame imperishable is the power of creation. And creation begins with destruction. With the void that existed before anything else. That sounds ominous. It is what it is. Smaug shifted. I brought you here because I think you're the only one who can deal with this. Not seal it. Not destroy it. But understand it. Maybe even heal it. How? I don't know. But I believe you'll figure it out. The dragon's eyes met his. You always do. They returned to Erebor at sunset. Harry spent the evening in the library, searching through ancient texts for any mention of the wound Smaug had shown him. He found fragments, hints, half-remembered legends. But nothing concrete. Toriel found him at midnight, surrounded by books and looking no closer to an answer. Come to bed, she said. I can't. This wound will still be there tomorrow. And the day after that. And the day after that. She pulled the book from his hands. You don't have to solve everything in one night, Harry. I know. But nothing. Her voice softened. I know you. I know how your mind works. You see a problem, and you can't rest until you've fixed it. But some problems don't have quick solutions. Some problems take time. What if we don't have time? The wound has been there since before creation. I think it can wait a few more days. Harry wanted to argue. But Toriel was looking at him with that expression she got when she wasn't going to take no for an answer, and he was too tired to fight. Fine. But first thing tomorrow, you're having breakfast with me and Thorin. He's been wanting to discuss the trade agreements. That's not, and then you're meeting with the dragon ambassadors about the northern territories. Toriel, and then, if there's time, you can go back to staring at your mysterious wound. She smiled. But only if you promise to eat something first. Harry sighed. You're very bossy. I'm an elf. We're naturally bossy. She pulled him to his feet. Now come. Bed. He followed her, because he always did. The next few weeks passed in a blur. Harry threw himself into his duties, meetings, negotiations, the endless small tasks that came with being a central figure in the world's new order. But part of his mind was always on the northern wound, circling it like a problem he couldn't quite solve. He returned to it twice more, each time with Smaug. The second visit, he tried to reach out to it with the flame imperishable. The fire touched the edge of the wound and recoiled, not in pain but in recognition. Like it had found something it had lost long ago. The third visit, he simply sat and watched. Let the nothingness wash over him. Tried to understand what it was, what it meant, why it was there. He didn't find answers. But he found peace. A strange, unexpected acceptance of something that shouldn't have made any sense. You're different, Smaug observed on their flight home. When you look at it now. I am. Less afraid. More. Curious. I've been thinking about what you said. About creation beginning with destruction. About the void that existed before anything else. Harry stared at the clouds beneath them. What if the wound isn't a problem to be solved? What if it's just part of how things work? Explain. Everything that exists came from something that didn't exist. The universe was born from nothing. Light was born from darkness. Life from death. Harry shook his head. Maybe the wound isn't a flaw in reality. Maybe it's the foundation reality is built on. That's surprisingly philosophical for you. I've been doing a lot of thinking. I noticed. Smaug banked, turning toward Erebor. So what does this mean? For the wound? For US. I don't know yet. But I think I know how to find out. The plan came together over the next month. Harry would enter the wound. Not to destroy it, not to seal it, but to understand it. To let the flame imperishable reconnect with its source and see what happened. It was dangerous. Possibly suicidal. Definitely insane. Absolutely not, Toriel said when he told her. Toriel, no. I've watched you die twice. I'm not watching it happen again. It's the only way. Then we find another way. There isn't one. Harry took her hands. The wound is the oldest thing in existence. It's been here since before the world was made. And it's connected to the power I carry, the flame imperishable, the light of creation. If I can understand that connection, I can understand everything. Or you can be destroyed. Maybe. But I don't think so. He met her eyes. I've been inside myself, Toriel. I've felt the fire at its source. And what I found there wasn't destruction, it was hope. Creation. Love. He smiled slightly. You taught me that, actually. That power comes from the heart, not the head. Toriel was quiet for a long moment. If you die, I won't. You can't promise that. No. But I can promise to try. And I can promise that whatever happens, I'll come back to you. She pulled him into a fierce embrace. I hate you sometimes, she whispered. I know. And I love you always. I know that too. The day came too quickly. Harry stood at the edge of the northern wound, surrounded by the people who mattered most to him. Toriel, holding his hand. Smaug, coiled protectively nearby. Gandalf, watching with those ancient, knowing eyes. Thorin, Bilbo, the representatives from every kingdom in Middle-earth. You don't have to do this, Gandalf said. I think I do. Harry looked at the nothingness before him. The fire wants to go home. I can feel it. And you? What do you want? I want to understand. I want to know why I was brought here, why I was given this power, what it all means. He smiled. And I want to come back and tell everyone about it. That's very Harry of you. I try. He hugged Gandalf, clasped arms with Thorin, accepted Bilbo's tearful farewell. Kissed Toriel one last time, long and deep, memorizing the feel of her lips against his. Then he turned to the wound. Ready? The flame imperishable whispered. Ready. He stepped forward. The nothingness swallowed him. For a moment, there was nothing, no light, no sound, no sensation of any kind. Just emptiness. Pure, perfect emptiness. And then the fire ignited. It erupted from his core, filling the void with light. But instead of burning away the darkness, it merged with it, light and shadow intertwining, creation and destruction becoming one. Harry saw everything. He saw the beginning, the moment before existence, when the flame imperishable first sparked into being. He saw the Vala being born, saw them shape the world from raw possibility. He saw Morgoth's fall, his corruption, his eventual defeat. He saw his own life, every choice, every sacrifice, every moment of hope and despair. He saw the path that had led him to this world, this moment, this choice. And he saw the future. Not a single future, infinite futures, branching and merging and splitting again. Possibilities upon possibilities, each one shaped by the choices of every being in existence. This is what you are, the flame imperishable said. Not a vessel. Not a tool. A point where all possibilities converge. A bridge between what was and what could be. What does that mean? It means you have a choice. You can stay here, in the void, and become part of everything. Or you can return, and bring a piece of this understanding with you. That's not much of a choice. It's the only one that matters. Harry thought about Toriel waiting for him. About Smaug and Gandalf and Thorin and all the others. About the world he'd helped save and the life he'd built. "I want to go home," he said. "Then go." He woke up in Toriel's arms. They were back at Erebor somehow. He must have been unconscious for days, and she was crying, her tears falling on his face like warm rain. "You came back," she whispered. "I promised." "You died again." Gandalf said your heart stopped for almost a minute. "Only a minute? That's an improvement." She laughed despite herself, and the sound was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever heard. "What happened?" she asked. "What did you see?" Harry thought about the void. The light. The infinite possibilities stretching out in every direction. "Everything," he said. "I saw everything." "That's not very specific." "No. It isn't." He sat up slowly, his body aching but whole. "I think I need some time to process it." "Take all the time you need." Toriel's hand found his. "I'm not going anywhere." The wound was gone. Not sealed, not destroyed, healed. The valley that had been filled with shadow was now filled with light, new growth already pushing through soil that had been barren for millennia. "You fixed it," Smaug said, when Harry returned to see the result. "Actually fixed it." "I didn't fix anything. I just understood it." Harry stared at the restored land. The void wasn't a flaw. It was potential. Unformed possibility, waiting for something to give it shape. And the flame imperishable gave it shape. We gave it shape. Together. Harry smiled slightly. Turns out that's what the fire was always meant to do. Not destroy the darkness, but transform it. Turn nothing into something. Creation, the flame imperishable agreed. That's what I am. What we are. Smaug was quiet for a long moment. What about the other wounds? The two that remain. Same thing. They're not corruptions, they're opportunities. Places where reality hasn't quite decided what to be yet. Harry turned to look at the dragon. "I can heal them. All of them. It won't even be dangerous." "That sounds too good to be true." "Maybe. But it's still true." He healed the remaining wounds over the next 3 months. Each one was different, different histories, different possibilities, different forms of potential waiting to be realized. But the process was the same. Harry entered the void, merged the fire with the darkness, and let creation happen. The results were spectacular. The second wound became a forest, trees of gold and silver springing from soil that had never known life. The third became a lake, its waters so clear you could see to the bottom, fed by springs that seemed to well up from nowhere. Middle-earth was healing. Truly healing, for the first time since Morgotha's fall. And Harry was changing too. The power he carried no longer felt separate from himself. It was part of him, woven into every fiber of his being. When he called the fire, it came instantly, effortlessly, like moving a limb he'd always had. "You're different," Toriel observed one night, as they lay together in their room at Rivendell. "Good different or bad different?" "I'm not sure yet." She traced patterns on his chest. "You glow sometimes. Did you know that?" "I glow. When you're happy. Or when you're thinking about the fire. There's a light under your skin, like you're made of starlight." Harry looked down at his hands. He couldn't see anything unusual, but he trusted Toriel's perception. "Does it bother you?" "No. It's beautiful, actually." She propped herself up to look at him. "But it's also a reminder that you're not quite human anymore. That you're becoming something else. Something better. Something more. I'm not sure if it's better or worse. Just more." Harry thought about that. "Does it change how you feel about me?" "No." Her answer was immediate. "You're still Harry. Still the impossible fool who fell out of the sky and changed everything. Whatever else you become, that's still who you are. I love you. I know. She kissed him softly. Now go to sleep. We have another council meeting tomorrow. Harry groaned. Another one? The Dragon Covenant wants to discuss expansion into the Eastern Territories. And the Gondorians are arguing about trade routes again. And Thorin wants to talk about the new mining agreements. Maybe I'll just stay in bed forever. That's not an option. Can't blame a man for trying. 2 years passed. The world continued to heal. The Dragon Covenant expanded, incorporating new members, establishing new territories, becoming a genuine political force rather than just a loose alliance. The free peoples of Middle-earth flourished, their kingdoms growing stronger with each passing season. And Harry. Harry found his place. Not as a hero, exactly. Not as a leader. More as a bridge, between dragons and mortals, between fire and flesh, between what was and what could be. He traveled constantly, solving problems, healing wounds both literal and metaphorical, helping the world become what it was meant to be. Toriel traveled with him, of course. Their love had deepened over the years, becoming something that transcended words. They didn't need to speak to understand each other anymore. A look, a touch, a moment of shared silence, that was enough. I never thought I'd have this, Harry said one evening, as they sat on a hilltop watching the sun set over a restored valley. A life. A purpose. Someone to share it with. Neither did I. Toriel leaned against him. 600 years, and I never found what I was looking for. Then you fell out of the sky, and everything changed. For the better. For the better. She took his hand. I love you, Harry Potter. Across all the ages that have been and all the ages yet to come. That's very romantic. I'm an elf. We're naturally romantic. He kissed her, and the fire inside him burned warm and bright. 3 years later, Gandalf left. The wizard had stayed as long as he could, helping establish the new order, ensuring the world was on stable footing. But his work was done, and other duties called. The West awaits me, he said, as they stood at the Grey Havens, watching the ship that would carry him away. My time in Middle-earth is over. Will you come back? No. This journey is one way. Gandalf smiled. But I will carry the memory of this age with me. The age when dragons became allies, when hope overcame darkness, when a young wizard from another world saved us all. I didn't do it alone. No. You never did anything alone. The wizard clasped his arm. Take care of this world, Harry. You've earned the right to guide its future. I'll try. That's all anyone can ask. Gandalf boarded the ship. Harry watched until it disappeared over the horizon, taking with it one of the last connections to the old age. Then he turned and walked back to where Toriel was waiting. 5 years. Harry stood on the observation platform at Erebor, watching the sunrise. Below him, the valley was alive with activity, traders and travelers, dragons and mortals, all coexisting in ways that would have seemed impossible a decade ago. Toriel found him there, as she always did. Thorin wants to see you, she said. Something about a ceremony. What kind of ceremony? He wouldn't say. But he seemed excited. Harry sighed and followed her inside. The throne room was packed. Every dignitary in Middle-earth seemed to have gathered, along with the full Dragon Covenant and representatives from peoples Harry had never even heard of. Thorin stood at the center, looking more like a king than Harry had ever seen him. Harry Potter, the dwarf said, and his voice carried through the hall. You came to us as a stranger. A lost soul from another world, with no idea where you were or what you were meant to do. But in the years since, you have become something more. A friend. An ally. A hero. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Thorin, you don't have to, I do. Because what you've done deserves recognition. Thorin gestured, and an attendant stepped forward carrying something wrapped in silk. The dwarves of Erebor, in consultation with the free peoples of Middle-earth and the Dragon Covenant, wish to honor you with a title and a gift. He unwrapped the silk. Inside was a crown. It wasn't ostentatious, a simple circlet of gold and silver, set with gems that seemed to hold their own light. But there was power in it. Harry could feel it resonating with the fire inside him. This crown was forged from the metals of every kingdom that has benefited from your aid, Thorin continued. The gold of Erebor, the silver of the elves, the iron of men, the bronze of the dragons. It represents the unity you have created. The hope you have inspired. I don't kneel, Harry Potter. Harry looked at Toriel. She was smiling, tears in her eyes. He knelt. By the authority vested in me by the free peoples of Middle-earth, Thorin said, placing the crown on Harry's head, I name you Harry Potter, Dragon Speaker and Fire Keeper, Guardian of the Covenant and Protector of all who live under the light. The crowd cheered. Harry stood, the crown settling onto his head like it had always belonged there. I don't know what to say, he admitted. Then don't say anything. Thorin clasped his arm. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Keep protecting this world. Keep being who you are. That I can do. The celebration lasted all night. Harry danced with Toriel, drank with Thorin, flew with Smaug, talked and laughed and celebrated with people he'd come to love more than he ever thought possible. And when the sun rose the next morning, he stood on the observation platform one last time, looking out at the world he'd helped save. No regrets? Toriel asked, joining him. Not one. Good. She slipped her hand into his. Because this is just the beginning, you know. There's still so much to do. So much to build. So much to become. I know. Harry squeezed her hand. But for right now, in this moment, I'm happy. Truly happy. So am I. They stood together, watching the sunrise. In the distance, dragons wheeled through the sky, gold and silver and bronze, the old ones and the new, united in purpose and hope. The fire inside Harry burned warm and bright. And for the first time in his life, he knew exactly who he was and exactly where he belonged. Epilogue. Many years later, in a world that had become a legend, the story was still told. Of a young wizard who fell from the sky. Who spoke to dragons and befriended monsters. Who carried the light of creation in his heart and used it to heal a broken world. They called him the Dragon Speaker. The Fire Keeper. The bridge between worlds. But those who knew him best called him something simpler. Harry. Just Harry. And he lived, not happily ever after, because that's not how real stories work, but meaningfully. Purposefully. Surrounded by people he loved and who loved him in return. The fire never faded. The light never dimmed. And the world he'd helped create continued to grow, to change, to become something better than it had been before. That was his legacy. Not power, not titles, not the crown that rested on his head. Just hope. Just love. Just the simple truth that anyone, no matter where they came from or what they'd been through, could choose to be something more. The end.